introduce the 44th President of the United States of America, Obama.
That's not quite right.
Obama.
That's okay.
Obama.
That's not quite right.
Obama.
That's okay. A terrorist is responsible for the murder of thousands of innocent men, women, and children. But that's okay.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hassan Hour broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day, and today's a day that I shaved. That's right. I couldn't let go of the mustache, but I did shave. So you could see my wonderful pronounced jawline. And that's all you're going to get as far as costumes. But why is this a special day? Why is this a beautiful day? Why is this an important day? Is it because it's Halloween? It's the Halloween weekend? No, that's not the only reason. Is it because I did chest day earlier and feel pretty good about it? Is that the reason? No, that's not the real reason. It's one of the reasons. It's a special day because it's always a special day every single week, ladies and gentlemen, because it's Friday. That's right.
It's Friday then.
That's right. It's Friday. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it is a freaking another Friday, 69 degrees and sunny here in California, Los Angeles. Our forefathers fought long and hard to make sure that we can enjoy the weekend, have a sense of autonomy, a sense of purpose, so that we can go and have a little bit of fun and maybe get a little crazy tonight. That's right. It's Friday. It's Halloween Friday. I hope everyone's having at least some fun. Maybe you're sitting at home tonight and watching whatever Halloween movie you want to watch. But remember, it's a labor union movement. And it's the socialists and the communists and the trade unionists and the anarchists that fought long and hard to make sure that you could have even a sense of minute freedoms on the weekend, a sense of autonomy, a sense of purpose. And that's precisely the reason why we always and forever celebrate the Fridays around these parts, ladies and gentlemen. You already know. No, you didn't. And of course, this is the part of the broadcast where I will tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan Hassan Piker in between the time period where I press the start streaming button and press the stop streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to get right into it. Folks. Friday, October 31st. Spooky. It's spooky season. You already know what it is. It's spooky season. It's spoopy. And it's so spoopy that we actually ended up.
One more.
It's so spoopy that we actually ended up. What is this? Luke Thomas mentioned you? I don't know who this is. It's so spoopy that I played a spoopy game last night. You already know. Damn, that costume is terrifying. Yes. For a Twitch streamer such as myself, a real job, looking like a real jobber, yeah, doing a 9 to fucking 5 is obviously the most terrifying, spookiest costume of all time. I should have just had a job application, pretty much. You've made it, dog. Jeff Nippard quote retweeted you, my goat. I just saw that. Yeah, we'll talk about that in a second. We'll talk about the Billie Eilish. I love your insurance salesman costume. Yeah, I am wearing a costume. For me, as a Twitch streamer, basically wearing a suit is a costume. You know, this is the real costume. In any case, folks, personal news-wise, you already know what it is. I edited the broadcast last night. What did I do? Shot the greatest podcast of all time, the Fear End podcast. It was a banger episode. Unfortunately, Will couldn't make it because he was too busy trick-or-treating with his nieces. And he was having a great time. But the episode is going to be me, Coochie Cinderella, and Austin Show. Another absolute banger. Did you just turn 19 in Poland? Wait, why do you know that? Why do you know that we talked about that? Bussy Angel, were you in the FaceTime chat last night? What the fuck? That's crazy. Because that's literally what we talk. I have my sources. Oh my God, the LA gays. The LA gays are a menace, bro. What the fuck? That's like, this is paywall stuff. Don't bring this shit up right now. This is paywall content. That's behind the paywall. That's confidential. Oh, is it because of Christian? Is that what it is?
Austin just asked me to get him a Diet Dr. Pepper. Hello? I'm literally live streaming, so no, I won't get you a Diet Dr. Pepper, but you can go off your end and get a Diet Dr. Pepper. Like,
oh
what?
my God.
Oh, well, hello there.
That's crazy.
How did you did you find yourself here? Oh, I didn't. Was this door?
That is crazy. I did not even know that fucking little menace, and no, I don't mean Christian, that little menace Kaya, who's not even here right now. She's having a wonderful time at the park. That little menace Kaya was just working the rounds. She was just touring.
Austin just asked me to get him a Diet Dr. Pepper. I'm literally live streaming, so no, I won't get you a
That's
Diet
so
Dr. Pepper, but
funny.
you can-
She knows. You know what's crazy? She opens every door in the house. She opens every fucking door in the house. If I don't lock doors, she can open every single door in this house. It is actually nutty. She opens the fridge too, apparently, which is crazy. That's another thing. She's so cat coded. She really is. It really is a cat coded ass dog. It's true. It's her house. No, I know. It's her tase her. Bro, she tases me. Okay. In any case, personal news wise, you already know what it is. I was I did the Fear Amp podcast. I went to sleep. I woke up and what did I do? I worked out. I got my lifts in, and that was fun. That was good. I feel pretty good about that. I went in hot and heavy. First, my entire fucking timeline is blessed with photos of Zoran hanging out with all of my friends, and I feel like the Squidward meme. Like virtually everyone is doing, like, they're so stoked to have a cool ass mayor that they're doing get out the vote initiatives for, and I'm over here in fucking stupid ass Los Angeles. I hate it. I hate it so much, bro. I hate it. They're all having fun. They're having a grand old time, like nonstop. They're having the best goddamn time, and I'm over here stuck. Yeah, his overnight shift canvassing was so fucking giga chat. I know. I was trying to find someone to live stream that, and nobody would do it. Nobody in New York would do it. Anyway, but yeah, please continue the game you started yesterday. I will. But yeah, that was how I was feeling this morning. But then I hit this. 230 incline, 4, 6. Look at that. Look at that. It's pretty good for incline. Let's be real. Pretty solid. That's a warm up for me, I fear. Good for you though. Oh, thank you. Thank you for acknowledging. Chin up, King. Comrade Gavin called you impressive beyond words. You don't need that Zoran dork fake friend. Yeah, no, I'm done with Zoran. We're done with the Zomentum. We're done with the Zomentum. What are they saying in that lifting music? Nothing. It's just the Islamic nasheed, bro. Don't worry about it. All right. Anyway, there was an article that I was. Oh, hey King, I made you something. Oh, why we love Hasanabi Firan. Let's go. Hell yeah, nice. W Karis, another Karis production. Let's go. Last one doesn't count because your butt came off the bench. Okay, calm down. All right. So we'll look at that in a little bit. Barely incline Greek boy, brother. Okay, incline was less than 30 degrees. I don't know, man. Maybe just a flat bench press instead. Props though. It's not the full incline. It's not a full incline. It's a low incline. Yes, that's the cheat there. Anyway, calm down. We got the Themasius playlist, but that's for beard Hasanabi, not stash Hasanabi. I think stash Hasanabi goes hard. The piling on your suit jacket, my dude. Yeah, I know. It's it looks weird on camera. I know. Cutie said to get on our streamers as about nominations. Dink doink. I know. I'll do the nominations today. You look like one of those college kids who debated Charlie Kirk at Cambridge. This is low key the fit that I had for Cambridge as well. Yeah, it's low key the same fit that I had for Cambridge. Where'd you get that Magikarp beanie? Anime Expo. It's one of my favorites. Bro, be so for real with me. Is my brain cooked? Can he kill the filibuster? Your title scared me. Yeah, if anyone can kill it, it'll be the freaking Republicans. Let's be real. But we'll talk about Billie Eilish being anti-billionaire and the backlash that she's receiving. Trump to kill the filibuster. Yeah, let's just get into it because there's a lot to cover. It's Freaky Ass Friday. JD Vance conspiracies as well. JD Vance, Erica Kirk conspiracies. I said DJ Vance. JD Vance occur conspiracies. Hold on. Conspiracies. Trump to kill filibuster. And then hold on. Trump to kill filibuster, Pentagon to test nukes, heritage defense Nazis, right-wing fissure incoming, right-wing infighting. Lies go crazy on the timeline. A snap expires. Halloween weekend. But then also Billie Eilish criticizes billionaires, gets yelled at, which is so annoying. Anyway, but yeah, spooky games, www.twitch.tv/Hasanabi. All right. And yeah, I know I'm just here to make sure the dog's okay. Oh, thanks, man. I can't tell if there are actual people who like still believe that there is severe dog abuse happening, or they're just like, because I'm sure like in the first week, people got firmly invested in this narrative that I was like abusing my dog, but like there's 0% chance the people who are still spamming it in the chat are like unironically thinking that like there is dog abuse happening, right? Like white people can't be that fucking delusional. There's got to be like bad faith at this point. I'm sure there are people are still trying to spread it. Yeah, they're just pushing it. It's a joblessness for the most part. 100% there's abuse at the park right now. Shaking my head. I know. What happened to the beard? I shaved it. Why are you dressed up today, brother? Because it's freaking Halloween, and I wanted to dress up as guy with a job. You know, I wanted to dress up as a dude with an actual job. Why are you saying Clark Kent? Who's Clark Kent? I don't understand. Anyway, here's the blast off. Fisher Price is my first substitute teaching gig. I don't understand. Like, why? No, I'm dressed up like this, not for Clark Kent. Who's Clark Kent? Who's Clark Kent? I'm Harry Emden. I'm just a regular old accountant, dude. What are you talking about? Like, I have I just as a Twitch streamer, I don't have a real job, right? So as someone devoid of a real job, this is the scariest costume you could wear. So I don't actually wait, hold on. 1 second. Sorry. No, okay, it's not back. Who is this in Hassan's room? Look. I know a lot of you are probably a little bit disappointed. Right? Because you're like, oh my God, you didn't fulfill your promise to us. Like you were actually going to dress up. You were actually going to do something. Brother, that was a slow ass change. Those kids in Jarhampur are fucking dead. I know. Well, it's fine. I wasn't going to go there anyway. I was going to send Hawk Girl there regardless. I still have a 9 to 5. So yeah, there it is. No muscle pads needed, baby. I know there are little padding on. There is a little bit of padding on it, which made it harder to fucking put on, which definitely made it harder to put on the, the jacket over it. But you're cosplaying Superman mid transition. Superman, but he got called back to work overtime. My feeling got hurt when you were cooking day jobs. Oh, really? Blonde Bob, thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Oh, and then of course, the final part of the Superman costume is this. Boom. This is what he does. It's crazy. He like in the newest Superman, he just goes like this, and then everyone's like, "What? That's Superman. That's a totally different guy." I forgot. Yeah, I forgot to do that. Here it is. Boom. There it is. It's funny because like David Corenswet and actually Henry Cavill before David, both of the last two Supermans have the exact same issue that I have, which is that they look significantly better with like stubble and like maybe a little bit of a mustache, as opposed to when they're doing the Superman fit where they have to go fully clean shaven. And because I've done this before where I like went fully clean shaven before, specifically for one of the costumes that I did for Zorro, I just didn't want to do the full commit this time, and I wanted to make sure that I still had the mustache. I just could not get away with the full commit because there's too much, there's far too much that you need to do. Does the S stand for Soros? Yeah. I think the most goated fit, like honestly, one of the most goated Superman outfits would be the Red Sun one. Where's Crypto? I'm gonna see if we can get Kaya a Crypto fit. Actually, that'd be pretty sick. get Kaya a crypto fit. Actually, that'd be pretty sick. But we'll see. Yeah, and then seemingly knows Hegelian ball. It's not surprising. Old school actors are constantly, they're reading, they're doing like normal real world shit. They're not like people like us. Piss breaks are going to be 5 minutes long. Oh, fuck. I didn't even think about that. Hassan not beating the Flexican allegations. Oh my God. What the hell, bro? I didn't think about the piss break. Fuck. I also have other costumes. I have a riding costume too that I thought I would do the riding costume, but I didn't, I might do it tomorrow or something. I don't fucking know. But yeah, welcome to taking off a romper every time you piss. Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to do that. That's going to be fucking annoying. Please take photos of the fizz for once in your life, Unc. Whatever. Like that. There you go. Take the glasses off and then do one of these. Freaky ass Superman. I did it. I don't care. I fucking did it. Whatever, dude. I'm in a good mood. I hope everyone else is having a good day today as well. Do an outfit costume change before? No, I'm not a human. All right, bro. Chill. Lawman, you look like Einstein on his birthday. Daddy Kit Kat, thank you for the 5 gifted. Hot Girling, thank you for the 5 gifted as well. All right, we got a lot of news to cover. We're going to get all of the way up into it. Christoph Waltz, first and foremost, explaining Hegelian dialectics in a food YouTube show in the context of ceviche was not in my expectations today, but I'm all in for it. There can never be a whole without a contradiction. Contradiction is part of the whole. You see, contradiction is what gets movement into the process. You can't just do one thing. You have to consider the contradiction in order to eventually arrive at something at all. Yeah. In my headcanon, he's not just a Hegelian. He understands Hegel because he understands Marx. In order to understand Marx, you must understand Hegel. You must understand dialectics. But that's he's not just Hegelian. He is dialectically thinking about commodity production, and he's saying that the history of all man hitherto is built around class struggle and revolves around a dialectical understanding of class struggle. That's what it is. That's what he's saying. Mike responded to your comment. Okay, calm down. He's going to jail. Okay, hitherto. Hit her. I can't say it. Okay, shut up. Hitherto. Oh, the Zach Polanski episode is out. Forgot about that. We need to make hope normal again. Hassan Abi's episode of Bold Politics with Zach Polanski is live now. We'll obviously talk about that too. I also forgot. Hold on. God damn it. There's so much happening in the freaking world, dude. I was supposed to do this thing with them. Where the frick is my... Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can click on this land. Nope, I can't. Frick. Hold on, I gotta do something. You radicalized me? Thank you? Hell yeah. No, thank you. Thank you for being open to get radicalized. Thank you for having an open mind, chatter. That's the real secret. Yeah, I need to do a collabo post. So I didn't even do the collabo post, but now I did it. Okay, I did the collabo post. Okay, we're good. I think we're good. I think I did the collabo post. Okay. You can't swear in the outfit? Real punk rock? Yeah. You can be corny, okay? It's okay to be corny. It's okay to be a little corny. It's okay to be nice. As a AUDHD haver, I can't focus on shit when you're wearing a costume, too much sensory input. Zoran edit with a punk rocker song. See, that's what I mean. This is what I like. I like this corny shit, bro. I think people shouldn't be afraid to be corny at times, and hopeful. I think we need more of that. We need more hope and change, dude. Not to get all Obabe with this, but we need more hope and we need more change. It's desperately needed. God, okay, maybe a little too corny. Maybe he's too much of a corn dog, but maybe he's too much of a cornball, but I do think a lot of people are obsessed nowadays with presenting themselves a certain way that they don't want to come out. They don't want to come across like they care about anything. You know what I mean? Especially on the internet where people are just so nihilistic. They feel like being sociopathic or operating that way is somehow cool. I don't think that shit's cool at all. I think owning your cringe is much better than just like constantly escaping it, constantly trying to present yourself as something that you're not. You know, it's all right. I think being earnest is cool. Being sincere is cool. Showing empathy is cool. You know. Now, obviously, don't let it get ahead of don't get ahead of yourselves, right? Don't go super corny, but will we talk about really important things, but not this trash Halloween? Like, this is what I mean. We can't even have a brief moment, bro. You can't even have a brief moment of sincerity and be like, it's all right. It's all right to be kind to others and all this stuff without some fucking leftist coming to the chat being like, all right, enough fun. Fun is bourgeois decadence. Fun is counter-revolutionary. Hope is counter-revolutionary. Fun is counter-revolutionary. Get to the fucking news. I am angry. I'm angry all the time. The world sucks. It's like, we all know, man. We talk about it every day. I know. Just relax, okay? Relax. Calm down. We're going to get there. Don't you fucking worry. Please never hide your dimples again. Judge ruled. Also, here's some good news. Trump administration cannot suspend food aid benefits. U.S. judges rule. Hell yeah. There's plenty of that. There's plenty of that on the internet. Nice Batman costume, you said? Dude, also, I'm back on my reading shit. I'm back on my reading grind. Okay. And doing a little bit of, wait, that's what you got? Dog one? That's crazy. That's crazy. Apparently, this is the only thing that they had in Kaya's size. Hello, lady. Kaya. Hello. She does not fuck with this fit. That's so funny. There's no Crip dog. She looks miserable. I mean, she always looks miserable. She's a fucking Mastiff breed. She's a Mastiff mix. She's droopy. That's called gravity. Oh no. Fifi also always looks miserable. Fiona's got a boxer fit on. I don't even know what that is. But anyway, I was talking about Absolute Batman. Looks amazing. Also, I'm back on my reading shit as well. You can take it. Check out Absolute Batman. He brutalized Nazis for the annual. Yeah, I saw. I heard he also beat the shit out of a cop or something, or like an ICE person. What? Wow, James Gunn saw my fit and said, "Wait a minute. Wow, that's the gun don't jam. The gun never jams." Tie it down. This is so funny. Oh no. She does not fuck with the fit. I don't think the gun don't miss. Yeah, Absolute Batman is going nutty mode. And I kind of want to get her a better costume. Okay, calm down, everybody. What you see is what you get. Not to be cheeky, bro, but dressing Kai as a rain cloud or lightning bolt would have been funny as hell. No, I think so too. I agree. I was gonna do Raiden. I was actually gonna be Raiden specifically. How's your cheek? Not good. It's like a triple beam. What you're reading? I'm reading the history of quotations and like by Alexander Cook, which is like Mao's Little Red Book of Global History, which is just like the history of how the quotations came about, all that good stuff. But I do also want to read more about like China's evolution and things of that nature before I go out there. Jesus, boring? What is boring? Like about grammar? No. Mao's Little Red Book, A Global History, is the book that I'm currently reading. Okay, it's from Cambridge University Press, and it is basically using Mao's quotation as a medium through which to re-examine the history of the 20th century world. Okay, challenging established ideas about the book to reveal its remarkable global impact. The book is about the Little Red Book, which is quotations of Chairman Mao Zedong. And the name of the book is literally called Mao's Little Red Book, A Global History. I think it's like college reading. I fell asleep during your description. Okay, we're never going to get anything done. You have to learn how to read, man. That's really, really important. Do you have any leftist hentai recommendations? I saw Adam 22's penis. That's crazy. Oh God, I hate myself sometimes. This is one of those moments. You are taking the hope away from me. Okay. You can tell Hassan is a reader by how often he mispronounces English words that sound different from how they're spelled. No, that's also an ESL problem. That also stems from ESL. Neoliberal hell went all out. Make the rich pay. Zap. Shock me, daddy. And for the record, I don't think Hassan shocked his dog. That dog has a better life than I do. This is valid. This is valid. This is valid. You realize Mao killed millions of Chinese people from his famine? Yes, I do realize it. Thank you. You're right. I shouldn't learn. You know what? You're right. This is like, you know what's funny about this? People that say this stuff, it's basically the same as like, you know, the founding fathers had slaves, right? And it's like, okay, so should we not learn about them? Like, what the fuck is the argument? Like, what is literally the argument here that you are presenting? I'm talking about how like, I'm reading about you know, Mao Zedong thought and Chinese history, and this guy's like, excuse me, this is unacceptable. I'll have you know. Yeah, Mao personally went to everyone's house and took their food. That's true. Dialectical thinking is cool because it trains your brain to see the reality as a dynamic process instead of a set of static facts. It's about understanding how contradictions drive change, how things transform through tension, struggle, and synthesis. Instead of asking which side is right, it asks, how do both sides interact to create something new? It's like thinking in 4D. That is definitely a bot. That chatter just typed that into ChatGPT and then boom, put it in there with the M dash and all. Yeah. Also, there is no, like, unironically, as far as founding fathers goes, okay, the founding father of the People's Republic of China is an incredibly important historical figure and will be even more important to understand as we move into the Chinese century of prosperity and we move away from the Chinese century of humiliation. So you guys can actually stay behind if you would like to. I choose very much not to do that. So even when people like make comparisons between the founding fathers in the United States of America versus Mao Zedong, like there are obviously a lot of growing pains that have taken place in a lot of these countries, but I care about improving people's lives overall. I care about improving people's material conditions overall. So you are saying Mao is better for killing their own people versus the Japanese genociding Chinese during World War II? What the fuck? I didn't say any of those things. I did not say any of those things. You said those things. And also, there is a reason, oh God, there is a reason why Mao Zedong is an incredibly important historical figure for the development of modern China, the People's Republic of China, okay? Regardless of the famines, regardless of the mistakes of the Great Leap Forward, Cultural Revolution, whatever you want to fucking say, killed 15 quintillion Chinese people or whatever, okay? He is incredibly important to understand, especially incredibly important to understand the material realities for the Chinese peasant class, for the Chinese population in general, and how China evolved into becoming a global superpower in a fairly short time, okay? It's very, very, very stupid to just go, I don't care. Don't deny Mao killed more people than the Japanese killed the Chinese during World War II. Brother, I don't know how to explain this to you, but you're doing double genocide theory, but this time for China. Okay, this is a very common fascist tactic that Nazis applied, where they say Stalin was worse overall than Adolf Hitler. Okay, and you're doing that for China, which is more insane, especially considering that the Japanese Holocaust on the Chinese ended up killing 20 million Chinese people by the most conservative estimates. So shut the fuck up, please, for the love of Christ. You are not actually bringing up a fucking brilliant point at all. You're just simply taking advantage of the fact that most people have no fucking clue about what took place in China in the build-up to World War II or in the aftermath of World War II by simply fucking posturing that this scary socialist guy should not be learned about, okay? Jesus Christ. Yeah. Natural disasters and mismanagement at a time when an agrarian society is trying to develop and industrialize rapidly in the aftermath of a literal fucking Holocaust is actually directly in the responsibility in the hands of one singular leader, whereas the 14 million people that die in the current world that we live in, the global capitalist structure that we live in, where we have an abundance of food supply and it's simply a matter of fixing the logistics and maybe tackling the profit motive, well, that's actually up to the individual. You know, all of the people that died to famine conditions and disease, they died because that's a L on them. You know, that's capital. That's not the responsibility of singular force, a singular force, a singular human being. That's simply just they didn't Sigma Grindset hard enough. This is one of the dumbest fucking arguments of all time. I can't believe we're having this conversation as we are in the United States of America, and the Republican Party is unironically, actively, currently, right now, trying to starve 42 million Americans in the wealthiest nation on the planet. Okay, one of the most industrialized nations on the planet, one of the wealthiest nations on the planet, and there are 42 million Americans with an abundance of food, mind you, okay, with an abundance of food supply. 42 million Americans are slated to fucking starve because of the political machinations of the American government. And you're over here talking about fucking Mao Zedong. God damn, dude. Americans, some of the dumbest people on the fucking planet, I swear to God, and just refuse to learn anything, refuse to open their fucking eyes at all. Bro, don't you remember that revelation you had like 2 months ago that Americans know actually zero about Chinese history, only propaganda? I know. In any case, while this chat is one of the most educated on Twitch, it also gets some of the most pretentious randos. I swear, it irks me to my core when people constantly try to outsmart you on history and shit. I don't know how you deal with this shit, dude. I mean, it's not like I'm the most fucking knowledgeable on history. That's not the case. I'm just a curious person. That's the difference. I apply common sense, and I'm a curious person. I think a lot of Americans don't realize that they have substituted curiosity with anger and resentment, and that closes them off to actually opening up or broadening their perspectives on things that they didn't know about. They are intellectually incurious. Is one of the most annoying things that I have to deal with on a regular fucking basis, but it is what it is. Anyway, you seem like a fucking genius to Americans because we know nothing, or you pissed them off for the same reason. I know. I'm a dumbass too. Like, I'm not even a smart guy. Anyway, having said that, where was I? What was I going to talk about? Not Mao Zedong. I was just talking about what I read that fucking pissed off this dumb fuck. While I was urging people to go out and read and urging people to have an open mind and learn about different perspectives. Anyway, we have a lot happening in the world, and we are going to get to all of it. Hopefully, we'll talk about. But first, what is this? This is a lefty UFC guy.
One more time, where are the political candidates lining up with MMA fighters in swing states to affect young men as a voting bloc? Where is Hassan Piker at UFC events? Which fighters are going on left-wing politics? Which MMA leaders are speaking for left-wing candidates? Which gubernatorial candidates are holding, on the left, are holding events in MMA gyms? Which podcasts on the left feature MMA fighter? I could go on and fucking on and do. Guys, it's raining outside and you're trying to tell me the sun is shining. One more time, where are the political candidates lining up with MMA fighters in swing states to
Yeah, I don't know shit about MMA. I'll be real. And not only do I not know shit about MMA, there is a guy out there. There's two guys out there, John Boyce and Felix Biederman. They've done that. But also, I don't know if the MMA community is invested in like leftist politics. There are some that definitely are, but the problem is it's owned by fucking Dana White. Dana White's never gonna fucking invite me to any of those events. Let's be real. I would go to the Dana White Throne Nazi Festival. I know a lot of the fucking influencers personally, some of which are even friendly. I'm friendly with, and some of which I'm even actually friends with, like Mike Malak, right? So like, I wouldn't be that out of place at an event like that. But I don't think Dana White is gonna invite me anytime soon. He probably fucking invite me to kill me, to beat my ass with hammers or hammer punches. So yeah, this is an out of context clip. It's an inner MMA community debate that's happening, and you just got brought up for no reason. There are Why did you abandon MMA fighters? No. I don't think this person is actually blaming me for it. I don't think this person is blaming me for it at all. I think he's just saying that like there is no diversity of ideology reflected in the MMA community amongst the fighters or even amongst the politicians. And it's like, it's one of those things where like the context of the video is simply pointing out that MMA is right wing, not that Luke is asking leftists to engage with MMA. I would though. As a left wing fan of MMA, I have to admit it's hilarious that the literal brain damage sporting community is so heavily prevalent. Bro, what's interesting about that is that there used to be a lot of fighters who actually really rode with like populist politics. Like there were a lot of fighters in the Bernie 2016 era. There were a lot of fighters who were openly riding for Bernie. And then, you know, a lot of them just swapped over to Donald Trump. I'm trying to read Rashid Khalidi's 100 Years War on Palestine, but it's sad, depressing, and overdue. Yeah. Even if Hassan went to a UFC event, do you really think they would pan the camera to him and show him off? The UFC production team picks and chooses who they show, and I highly doubt they give even a second of attention to anyone on the left deliberately. Yeah, I don't think Dana White would be on board with that, is what I mean. I just don't think that Dana White would fuck with anybody as ostensibly leftist. You know what I mean? The correlation between damaged brains and right-wing politics needs to be examined. There's definitely that too. Anyway, speaking of brain damage, we got to talk about something that's going on. The brain damage that I saw on the timeline that gave me direct literal CTE by just simply being online. I'm, of course, referencing Billie Eilish. Billie Eilish's wonderful statement.
Love you all.
After gifting millions of dollars, I guess. And I don't know what the exact background is, but basically, she was at the Wall Street Journal Innovator Awards in New York. And in a room full of billionaires, she was calling out the billionaires. And so many people on Twitter did the exact same thing that they do all the time to people like myself. She has donated a quarter of her net worth, okay, to $11.5 million. That is an insane amount, okay? If a billionaire were to do that, you could solve like almost single-handedly some of these issues like homelessness. You know what I mean? Like it's crazy. Because a lot of people, unfortunately, do not comprehend the difference between a billion and a million, okay? A million seconds is 11 days. A billion seconds is 31 years, okay? There are a million different videos on the internet trying to explain this difference, but people don't understand. They think the difference between a billion and a million is just a B swapped for an M, okay? It's not. It is so much more than that. It is like... That's why we always say a millionaire, even a millionaire, is far closer to homelessness, to having zero net worth, than they are to a billionaire, okay? Even 100 millionaire is, I think, closer to homelessness than they are to a single billionaire, okay? People do not understand that distinction, and they think, nah, everyone is fucking... Everyone is personally, if you're far richer than I am and far richer than I ever could be, it doesn't make any difference to me from where I'm standing. You're the same guy. It's like, no, it's not the fucking same. Okay. And it's so strange. And this isn't even like to defend millionaires. Okay. There are plenty of fucking assholes. All right. Myself included. But like, this distinction is also important because like, while these people are also profoundly fortunate, profoundly wealthy, myself included, okay, we do not have a fraction of the power that one singular billionaire holds in the palm of their hands. And not only that, but also, it's more so the accessibility of these people, right? Here's what she said, and then she got dunked on and got yelled at.
Love you all, but there's a few people in here that have a lot more money than me. And, if you're a billionaire, why are you a billionaire? No hate, but yeah, give your money away, shorties. Love you guys. Thank you so much.
So she said that, and the timeline lit up. There was a lot of support for it, obviously. There was a lot of support for it. People were like, oh, that's great. Like, that's cool. She's right, which is the normal position to take here. And then there were a lot of people who were like, well, you should literally be wearing a barrel around your chest and living in squalor because you demanded that the most powerful people around the world that are basically functional demigods, okay, that are basically monarchs that have the wealth and power that monarchs used to have, those people should give back more so that we can all live in a better society overall. Everyone was like, how fucking dare you say that? Now, the reason why this shit pisses me off personally is because I hear it all the fucking time from the dumbest people, but also it is like these people don't realize that this is peasant brain mentality. You are literally defending billionaires when you do this. Okay? You are literally defending billionaires when you do this. How do you not understand? How do you fucking
Love
not
you all, but
understand
there's
that you are defending billionaires when you do this? Yeah, when the rich talk to the mega rich. She just donated 20% of her net worth. Now imagine if a billionaire only donates 1%. Great. For your information, the difference between her net worth, about 50 million, and the net worth of a billionaire is 950 million. They are not the same. I know her heart was pumping out of her chest. She looks so nervous. Side-eye Taylor Swift. Exactly. There's no such thing as an ethical billionaire. Dolly Parton would be a billionaire many times over, but she donates so much. Billionaires could virtually save the world any day, and they actively choose not to. Like, I just don't, like, yeah, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. It's so fucking annoying because, one, money is fake, and it's never been more fake, okay? It's never been more fake than it is at this moment. And it's so goddamn annoying because not only is money fake, but for the average person, they have no way of comprehending what a fucking billion looks like, okay? It is such a, and they have no way of even comprehending what a million looks like, which is precisely the reason why they're like, well, there's no distinction between these two people. It's like what are we, there's so many different things that frustrate me about this dynamic. One of the things that frustrates me is that no matter what your class position is, or no matter what your level of wealth is, okay, the moment that you say, hey, people should maybe give back more and be kind to others, everyone on the internet goes, ha, fuck you. It's like, brother, you are tweeting that from your Motorola Razr phone in a busted ass 1998 Honda Civic that was a hand-me-down. Like, this person is on your side. Part of the reason why you're in the situation that you're in, and it's virtually impossible for you to fucking generate any kind of wealth or have any sort of financial prosperity or financial security, any sort of real freedoms in your fucking life, is unironically because we have too many fucking billionaires. But God forbid somebody calls it out. Immediately people go, how dare you call that out? I'm going to be a billionaire one day. It's like, come on, man. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Yeah. And then, of course, this kind of dipshit gets promoted. Nothing more inspiring than millionaires castigating billionaires. It's not just any millionaire castigating billionaires. It's a millionaire that is doing their part. Okay? You should take a note from Billy's book. What do you mean? It's so fucking annoying. This kind of stuff, from the way people reflect on it, because we are the most propagandized people on the fucking planet. This is capitalism propaganda through and through. Okay? This is capitalist propaganda that is baked in to the collective consciousness of the dispossessed masses, that they are angry, they are pissed off, they're frustrated, and they don't even fucking know where to direct their attention to. And when someone comes out and says, hey, direct your attention to the super wealthy people that control all of the levers of society, they go, how dare you fucking say that? You, in my mind, actually have more power than some fucking billionaire, because I don't know who the fucking billionaire is. The billionaire didn't make an album that was important for me, or a billionaire didn't actually get into drama with another, musician that I really love. So obviously I don't give a fuck about the billionaire. It's like, they're boring for a reason, okay? They're boring and mostly invisible for a reason, okay? With the exception of like the Elon Musks of the world. People would rather direct their enmity towards someone like fucking Bernie Sanders for dropping a mill off of his fucking book that he wrote after being in office and advocating for the working poor for like 100 years than the people that he wants to tax more. And the other problem here is that this makes it so that people go, all right, why the fuck would I say anything? It's much better to shut the fuck up. This is the same principle for everything. I do advocacy, so this is something that's like very near and dear to me. When I see someone in a moment where they are obviously putting their money where their mouth is and then coming out and also demanding more from others, not from you, not from the average working class person, but like instead those who are unimaginably powerful, the working class does the bidding of the powerful for them, where they just redirect that animosity towards a more accessible group of people. It blows my goddamn mind. It's just peasant mindset. It's so fucking annoying. Yeah, here are a million different ways. 1 billion versus 1 million. Here are a billion different ways to try and help people comprehend this. Defending a person with $50 million, by the way, very cuck behavior. Well, about 40, since she gave 11 million away. Everyone with that much wealth or more should give up to a fifth of it at least. Like, this is a person who is defending billionaires by attacking the millionaire, saying the billionaires should give more. How cucked are you? How cucked are you in that situation? It's not nice to make fun of peasants. No, it's like, this is peasant mindset, 100%. Now compare a millionaire with regular folk. Tax them too. What the fuck? You think I don't want millionaires to be taxed? Are you stupid? No, these people are like, no. So you're saying you are not a millionaire? Not you unintentionally glazing Fantano. That's the other thing that breaks people's brains, where it's like, that's the other thing that breaks people's brains when someone who is wealthy goes, no, I want to be taxed more. I don't give a shit. Yes, I want to fund these programs. Like, it breaks their goddamn brains. They go, what do you mean? This creates negative incentives for people to come out and speak out. It makes me so fucking mad. That's why I also always say, it's like, there is no reward in doing the right thing. The reward in and of itself is just simply doing the right thing. Okay? That's it. That's the only reward. That's why no one does this for a cynical purpose. Okay? I know everybody thinks when someone comes out and makes a statement like this, there's some hidden cynical reason. Oh, it's just marketing. It's just propaganda. No, dude. You just get fucking yelled at by people who you are advocating for. That's what it is. That's why you just do it. You don't do it because you're going to get something out of it. You don't do it because you're going to get something out of it. You do it because it's the right thing to do. Okay? And I hate how cynical people are. Because they are so nihilistic. They have been hurt so much and they're so angry that the moment where they see someone speak out on an issue like this, they go, oh, that person must be grifting. No, dude, they could have just kept fucking quiet. Okay? They could have just kept quiet. There is no reward for speaking out like this. There is only just animosity. You do get something out of it. You don't have to watch the pain and suffering of a homeless person. I know. That's the selfish argument that I sometimes make as well, which is like, there is a selfish argument that you can make for ending homelessness. There is that as well, but I'm not making that right now. I'm not talking about that right now. I'm talking about like just straight up, like the attitude that people have. The attitude that people have towards those who are just like, yeah, this stuff is kind of fucked up, isn't it? Like, can we just fix some of this shit? Immediately, there is enmity from those who stand to gain the most from also being on board with this movement, with this initiative. Okay? It's always the same. It's always the same dumb shit. It's like when you're poor and you criticize the wealthy, they say you're jealous. When you're rich and you criticize the even wealthier and you say we need more redistributive policies, then they say you're a hypocrite. And the problem is, it's not just the super wealthy that are doing this. It's actually the people that stand to gain the most if these policies were implemented, that unironically play a formative role in launching these crusades against those who are speaking out. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Yeah, I said massive amounts of angry people yelling at Billie Eilish for being rich while calling out billionaires are oblivious to the wealth a billion holds and are more invested in yelling at someone more in reach. The appearance of hypocrisy online is worse than actual harm. Like, this isn't even, you can even literally be a billionaire yourself. And if you do this advocacy and also on top of that, literally fucking give away as much as you possibly can so you're no longer a fucking billionaire, that's still a good thing. Okay? Millionaires are not poor, okay? Poverty is a relative concept. Millionaires are not fucking poor. That's ridiculous. Okay, that's ridiculous. Of course they're not poor, especially when the average working class person has nothing at all in comparison to the millionaires. That's not the argument. The argument is not even that, oh, millionaires have no money. Like, that's not what I'm saying. That's dumb as fuck. Okay. The argument here is that there is a ginormous wealth disparity even amongst millionaires and the average billionaire. But even besides that, this is not even like the average millionaire. The average millionaire just shuts the fuck up because he knows that the system is already designed so that nobody ever fucking pays attention to them. And we have a tendency as a society to punish those who do talk about it. It's very strange. It's a very strange phenomena. It's like this cynical rot that people have in their souls. They have been so propagandized. They have been so propagandized into believing that anyone who speaks out on this shit, anyone who says we must improve society somewhat, is immediately like, well, you're participating in society and it seems like you've benefited quite a bit from participating in society. Fuck you. If you spent $10,000 every single day, it'd take 100 days to spend $1 million. It would take you 274 years to spend $1 billion. The gap is insane. You're asking Americans to understand basic math is an impossible task? No. Even if you don't understand basic math, I'm asking Americans not to understand basic math. I'm asking Americans to understand their own class position. I'm asking Americans to not be so cynical. I'm asking not just Americans, but just people, working class people all around the world, especially in the Western world. The more capitalist our culture is, the more you see this kind of mentality from people who feel like they have overcome the propaganda. They have believed and have a firm commitment to the fucking prosperity gospel, who think, no, if I suck billionaire toes, one day I too can be a billionaire. It doesn't work that way. Okay? This bullshit goes both ways. If you're wealthy and you critique capitalism, you're a hypocrite. If you're poor and you critique capitalism, you're jealous. Americans are so fucking cuck sometimes. Exactly. I mean, I've seen both, for the record, because I was dead broke and was critiquing capitalism. And then people would be like, yeah, because you're a fucking loser. And now that I have money and I still do it, people are like, well, hypocrite much? I didn't change. And it's always so strange. Obviously, this is like personal for me for many different reasons, because this is my life's fucking work. But what's so funny about it is, like, people want you to almost be like, oh, once I got a touch of the bag, like once I touch the bag, it's over. Like, this socialism shit is done. You know what I mean? And then they try to rationalize why I'm still doing this. They try to be like, oh, it's because, like, this is how he's financially incentivized to continue advocating for this kind of shit. And it's like, no, dumbass. Maybe it's because I believe it, you know? Did you see what JD Vance posted? Oh, God. It's so stupid. It also gets increasingly harder to make this kind of argument when people don't have object permanence. People think that, like, I just fucking was born this way. You know what I mean? I always was this person. I always had this $3 million home. Like, it's just so dumb. It genuinely doesn't make sense. Fuck, bro. I wish I had that Superman skin now. Yeah, it's Fortnite. It's the class war being peddled as culture war and politics for me. Sure, the trans, black, and foreign are the reason why you're broke and not a billionaire. Yeah. Aren't your dad a billionaire? No, man. Are you? You're a 27-month subscriber? Are you that fucking stupid? No. I am fortunate enough to be able to financially take care of my parents, both of my parents. There are people who genuinely believe that, by the way. They literally think like, oh, he comes from a billionaire family. It's like, you're fucking dumb. You're so dumb. God damn it. There are a handful of billionaires in Turkey. He would be on fucking lists if that was the case. Is unironically that I know, no, sorry, it's not a no joke situation, because I just can't sometimes tell, because there are people who like legitimately believe that. And there are people who unironically believe that. Yeah, U.S. billionaires reached a record-breaking $7.6 trillion in wealth as of September 2025, an increase of $4.7 trillion in less than 8 years. Most of that wealth hasn't been taxed and won't be taxed under our current system. This is why everything sucks. It's not the trans people, it's not the immigrants. You are being robbed blind before your eyes. And those same people who also own all the tech and media networks to tell you that the cause is not them. That's exactly what's going on. And people just don't see it. They don't want to see it. And it's especially those who think they are above it. It is especially those who think, oh, I can't be propagandized against. I'm actually quite smart. It's good to have a little bit of skepticism. It's good to apply a critical lens to the information that you're consuming. But many people don't realize that they are actually engaging in the most pessimistic, the most cynical framework when they actually apply this hyper scrutiny, not to those who are saying everything is great, shut the fuck up. If you fucking work hard, you'll get there, trust me. But instead the people that say, no, the system is designed to fuck you. That's what it is crabs in a bucket. How am I being robbed? How does this actually affect me? The economy isn't zero sum. So the mere fact that the wealthy people are getting wealthier doesn't mean anyone else is getting poorer. You, if you are a wage laborer, are playing a formative role in the productive output. Okay? You're creating this wealth. And then that wealth is staying at the tippy top. That's it. That's what we mean when we say it's theft. That's what we mean when we say profits are exploitation. Okay? Yeah, the economy also is zero sum. I don't understand why people think, well, I guess maybe this guy's got MMT mindset. He doesn't think that there's a finite amount of currency being circulated. He thinks that it's unlimited, and therefore he just print more cash. What the fuck? I don't understand. Like, and then everybody has money. Stupid. Also, this is why it's important to understand that wealth is a relative concept, okay? Wealth is a relative phenomena. As in, you are only as poor as there are those who are wealthy around you, okay? This is another part of the problem where people don't realize that the exponential growth of technology, for example, that has made certain things readily available when they were impossible to purchase back in the fucking day, does not actually mean that you are better off, especially when the things that you need for upward social mobility, such as free education, for example, has become increasingly more costly year over year. Things that you need for survival, such as shelter, are impossible to attend, are impossible to purchase. Things that are necessary for survival, such as healthcare in the United States of America, is insanely costly. They would preach to the ordinary man that he might elevate himself through political means rather than through hard work. This would be a most unfortunate example to the common man in our country.
And there's a remarkable correspondence between Secretary of State Lansing and President Woodrow Wilson, in which Lansing says, the Bolsheviks are wanting in political virtue. They would preach to the ordinary man that he might elevate himself through political means rather than by dint of hard work. This would be a most unfortunate example to the common man in our country and other countries. They understood what was the threat. The Americans themselves, the American ruling class, had very little didn't have all that much. I told you about Hoover and a few other speculators, other people like that. But they joined in with 14 other nations to invade the Soviet Union, to overthrow the socialist government that had just been put in after the Tsar was overthrown. That process of invading a revolutionary country is still happening before our eyes. If you want to understand those years after the Russian Revolution, just look at what's going on in Nicaragua. Invasion, either by directly with troops from your own country.
I'm a field tech at Spectrum. Does our CEO keep the service on? No, we do. The world would burn if ISP Techs took a week off. Yet I'm at a fraction of what my boss does. Exactly. And your boss's job is quite literally to ensure that your pay is kept as low as fucking possible, that you don't get the benefits that you need. Okay? And if you don't have any sort of collective bargaining power in the form of a labor union, for example, in your workplace, if you don't have any semblance of democracy in the workplace, you're never going to be able to make those demands. This is how the working class is kept divided along sectarian lines, along ethnic lines, along religious lines. But then even in the workplace, you are divided. And when you are divided, you beg. You hope for the magnanimous nature of your bosses that are reflecting the interests of your capital owners that you will never see. Obviously, they're faceless. They will never touch a single tool. They will never be a part of the assembly line. They will never be a part of the productive process. They will never be a part of the productive forces in general. And you generate the value for them, and the value that you generate for them then also is retained at the top. And it's ironic because it's basically people fucking one another all the way down the line. It's the managers that think, well, their job is to make sure that you don't actually unionize. And it's the managers' bosses whose job is to make sure the managers are actually not demanding more in return for their performance. And it's the bosses that are still beholden to the board, and it's the board that is beholden to the shareholders. And this system is only beneficial for those at the top. Just as every single homeless person is a reflection of systemic collapse, systemic failure, in my opinion, especially in a country as wealthy as the United States of America, the wealthiest country on the planet, the reality that there are any billionaires whatsoever is the exact same indication of failure. These two things work hand in hand. There's always someone above you until you reach a point where you are simply engaging in the act of capital accumulation, where your money is making money for you. A trick that the capitalists have also played is to make the average laborer think that they actually participate in capital accumulation with 401ks, right? You get a modest increase in your overall net worth and you think, yeah, I'm doing something, okay? I'm a part of this process. Not realizing that the top 10% of wealth own 90% of the stock market. Within the structure of the market, the gains are privatized, but the losses are socialized. So the market's doing well, you get a modest increase in your 401k and you think, oh, my net worth is increased. That's great. When the stock market's doing poorly, everybody experiences it. You get mass layoffs, right? That's how it works. That's how it's always worked in our financialized economy. But as long as the overwhelming majority of your yearly increase in your net worth is not coming from capital accumulation alone, you are still, in the old sense, a wage laborer, okay? That's it. If you are making the majority of your income, the majority of your increase in your net worth from your wages, okay, and not from your capital accumulation, you are a wage laborer. If you lost your job, you would have no income whatsoever, okay? Or you would have a little bit in your 401k. Which one is more? The moment that you make more, from capital accumulation is when you become a capital owner, okay? That's how it works. Oh my God, the Superman costume. Can't wait for a major event to happen and it's on cover like that. Yeah. That definition isn't fully accurate as some CEOs have their income in the millions, but they aren't wage laborers. No, because the CEO in that point has a fiduciary responsibility to the shareholders. So the CEO is acting out the desires of the shareholders, which is to improve profit margins. Okay? We will now say, you fucking piece of shit. Now you're Clark Kent when I'm not around as Batman. Boo this man. All right, listen, brother. You could have been around last night. Okay? You chose to do normie stuff. You chose to be a healthy, functioning adult with your wonderful family members. I'm a punk rocker. Yes, I am. Okay? We have come so far since the first leak last time. What is this? White Hassan? Yeah. Anyway, so that was my Billie Eilish rant. I really hope that we can collectively rid ourselves of this undue, unjust skepticism and cynicism that we only offer to those who are trying to do their very best. They're not always going to be perfect, okay? They're going to be imperfect. That's just the nature of man, all right? Man is an imperfect animal. Man is a social animal. We are a combination of our collective experiences, things that we have seen, things that we have learned, and yet, for some strange reason, anytime, and I see this on the internet, I feel like this is more of an internet-born phenomena. Anytime anybody tries to say even something marginally in the right direction, marginally in the direction of like, can we please do more to help others that have less than us? There is this wave of cynicism from people who go, oh, you're a fucking grifter. No one actually believes that. It's cutthroat out here. Okay. I think that's part of the reason why people watched Parasite and didn't understand that concept that was baked into it as well, is that like capitalism is such a vicious system that it actually makes people put the knives out. Capitalism is such a vicious system that it makes people hate those who are closest to them or closer to them. It makes people go, oh, you have a little bit more than I do. Fuck you. Okay, you're my enemy. you're the real reason why I'm suffering because you're my neighbor and you have more than me. And it's like, no, it's the people that you don't see, the people that who keep quiet on purpose. Okay. Yeah, we'll watch the Bold Politics episode with Zach, the leader of the Greens in the UK, later. Okay, but don't you see the same by saying the billionaires are the enemy because they have more? This is a joke. Okay, good one. Parasite was a garbage movie? No, it wasn't. All right. Now let's get to the real enemy, Venezuela. Okay, the enemy of the United States of America. It's existing over there, looking sexy, probably deserves an invasion. You can't be having those vast oil reserves, okay? And get away with having those vast oil reserves left untouched, okay? Got to get in there. Got to do something about that sexy ass oil.
Breaking news. New reporting this morning that the U.S. is preparing to strike targets inside Venezuela, a major escalation against the Maduro regime. And this is according to the Miami Herald, which has sources with knowledge of the situation telling the paper the Trump administration has decided to attack military installations inside Venezuela, and they could come at any time. That as House members from both sides of the aisle say they were left with more questions than answers after a classified briefing yesterday on the administration strikes on alleged drug boats.
There were not very good answers as to, what is the standard, what is occurring. Lawyers were supposed to be in the room. They were not. People were very frustrated in the information that was being provided.
Am I leaving satisfied? Absolutely not. They just said that they can't answer these questions because the lawyers aren't here. They canceled having the lawyers here.
Are you hearing from the right people?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Since early September, at least 61 people have been killed in 14 known strikes in the Caribbean and the Pacific. For more on this, let's bring in MSNBC senior national security reporter David Rode and retired commander of the United States Army Europe, Lieutenant General Mark Hertling. So, David, starting on this new reporting from the Miami Herald, as well as the Wall Street Journal, that the administration is eyeing targets inside Venezuela to go from boats to land. How significant is this?
It's very significant. We're trying to confirm it independently. We don't have that yet. But this is a big step forward in terms of the War Powers Act. And I just looked this up. Section 3 of the War Powers Act says that the president in every possible instance shall consult Congress before introducing U.S. forces into imminent hostilities. And so what the Miami Herald and the Journal are reporting is that these would be strikes by U.S. forces on Venezuelan military facilities. Venezuela has anti-aircraft systems. So this is a much more serious thing than these strikes that have been happening on boats that don't really threaten U.S. forces. So we'll have to see what's happening. We'll keep pushing our sources as well. And we're reaching out to people on the Hill. And as far as I've been able to learn, members of the Hill, at least one has told me that they have not been informed of any kind of imminent strike. That doesn't mean they're not happening. They're just saying they haven't heard much information from the administration.
General, sources with knowledge of the situation are telling the Miami Herald that these strikes could come at any time. What's your reaction to this potential escalation?
Why the fuck are they doing this? Because they can. That's it. Because who's going to say no? It's one of the most insane situations, one of the most insane developments that is also the most expected. I've been warning about this for the last decade of my political commentary career, and certainly ringing the alarm bells for the last 10 months since Trump has been in office. Every single administration that came before this, whether Democrat or Republican, played a formative role in this, for the record, okay? They played a formative role in this. Now, Americans don't want this to happen. A third of Americans believe Trump's completely made-up line that each strike on a civilian vessel saves 25,000 lives. A quarter of Americans just assume that the military strikes have been approved by Congress. But overall, when you ask them, like, should we go to war in Venezuela? They're like, no. It's a deeply unpopular statement. Part of the reason why is because they haven't even done the necessary consent manufacturing that they normally would have to do. More competent administrations in the past have done so. Obviously, the most famous example of this is the George W. Bush administration with the global war on terror. But this is an expansion of executive authority and executive power, and a lack of interest from Congress, a Congress that has been nullified in general, in stopping this kind of posturing, stopping this kind of war waging. I mean, it goes even beyond. It goes even beyond the global war on terror. But the global war on terror greatly escalated the expansion of powers. Okay, the expansion of the executive authority, the expansion of the executive powers in general. It's that is a major factor here, and every single administration that we recall in our lifetimes have played a formative role in allowing someone, anyone, to basically take advantage of the situation. The U.S. Navy deployment near Venezuela has become even less popular in the past month because for a lot of people, okay, they look to the situation and they go, why the fuck are we spending billions of dollars fucking striking random ass towns in Venezuela potentially, or killing boaters off the shoreline of Venezuela when our roads fucking suck, when our infrastructure is dog shit? Why are we doing any of this? You know, fix the problems here. That is a selfish American perspective, but it is the most commonly held perspective. We should use those forces to our advantage. Okay? It is utterly ridiculous. And it's very frustrating that the Democrats have not made a bigger fuss about this shit until now. Because if you don't build the underlying resentment, if you don't actually point your base of support in this direction of no war with Venezuela, no war at all, no more wars for the past couple of months, and when they do actually take advantage of the lack of pushback, they just do it. Donald Trump last week straight up came out and said, I'm not even going to ask Congress to go to war with Venezuela, but if I do, I'm sure they would even agree with me. That's what he said. How many places warned about what was imminent? I know many of you are, I mean, you people are the worst people to ask this question because you're here every day. You're here day in, day out, even when shit's not popping. So obviously you have heard me warn about this over and over again. But where else have you seen this? Where else? Like, for how severe this is, for how severe of an escalation this is, there has been a dramatic lack of coverage.
First of all, Anna, what I'd talk about, and David's talking about the immediate strikes, what I'm more interested in as a military guy is what are the strategic objectives?
Like, people say history doesn't often repeat, but it rhymes. But in this circumstance, it's almost a repeat rather than a rhyme. Build the concentration camps on the one hand, start slamming people into those concentration camps through the exact same legal mechanisms of through the exact same propaganda vehicles of dehumanizing and constantly shifting the blame over to undocumented migrants when they are not responsible for any of the fucking issues that you're experiencing. And then create an environment that is pliant for this kind of concentration camp initiative, which we did already. We haven't fully started denaturalizing people, but that's obviously a goal of this administration. They've made that very clear. They want to shut off birthright citizenship and then move in the direction of depersonalizing and denaturalizing individuals as well, political dissidents and whatnot. This is something that they are clearly interested in doing. But then this is the Poland moment, you know what I mean? Waging war and engaging in even more expansion than prior. Obviously, it's not a one-to-one comparison to Nazi Germany, partially because this is a post-Nazi world that we live in, and also partially because America has been the domineering force in a way that Nazi Germany never was. Okay? America has already had an unjustifiable system of a permanent underclass that never actually got their proper paperwork, despite the fact that they were living and breathing and working on U.S. soil as though they were citizens, right? And the reason for why they never got that proper paperwork is because they needed to be discardable, disposable. That was already unjustifiable to begin with. But instead of giving these people the necessary paperwork, what is this? I mean, you don't listen to the Venezuelans in your chat. Your analysis on this has genuinely been abysmal and painfully U.S.-centered. I expected the latter, but I'm still disappointed in the former. This article still feels relevant. If you want to actually learn more about the political situation in Venezuela, I recommend this news site. My people yearn for freedom, dude. My people yearn for freedom. Hassan, you don't understand the situation in Iraq, okay? Saddam is a brutal authoritarian dictator that has done ethnic cleansing campaigns, that has engaged in sectarian violence. He is a madman. He must be overthrown violently. Okay, he must be. You are not listening to the Venezuelan voices, the bodies and spaces argument, okay? What is the argument here? What is the argument that you're presenting? I haven't even actually fucking defended the Maduro administration at all. What I'm simply defending here is, what I'm simply advocating for here is no militarism. That's it. How many times do we have to play this song and dance? At least, please, chatter, tell me you are getting paid to do this advocacy. Because otherwise, you are literally advocating for Venezuela to turn into Iraq. Okay? I mean, it's still cruel, but at least you're getting the bag, right? Hassan, you don't understand the United States. Who says CIA in the house? Yeah. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe that people still try to pull this shit off after, like, this is not like 40 to 50 years in the past. You know what I mean? We're not like, we have immediate comparisons that we could pull from. We have contemporary examples that we can point to that American intervention of this sort is not good for the fucking nation that we're intervening in. And it actually creates a desolate, hollowed out, bombed out, destabilized fail state in the aftermath. Look at fucking Syria. Look at Iraq. Look at Afghanistan. And that one ended because America was like, yeah, we're holding the L on this. It is so crazy. Look at Libya. Libya is another great example. I'll give you a democratic one. You know what I mean? There has never been a moment on God's green earth where a country that America has intervened in this way and destabilized in this fucking way has actually been left better off. Okay? This is not an advocacy for Maduro at all. Damn, you look sickening. Wait, why? Oh, that's a gay compliment? I didn't know that that was a thing. Caracas Chronicles. My name is Francisco, and I am a toxic exile. Being expelled from your own country is a caustic experience that making some of us Venezuelan exiles noxious to the cause we defend, whether we know it or not. Wait, what is this? Why are you showing me this? Like, the reason why people look for examples, especially in this moment, the reason why people look for examples, especially in this moment, for intervention is so silly to me. It's like, oh, were the past elections legit or not? Brother, does that even fucking matter? What are you talking about? We're talking about bombing this country and killing potentially millions of people and tens of millions that have already been displaced due to the fucking endless sanctions that we've applied to Venezuela. Even more will now suffer. The fuck do you mean? Oh no, their elections weren't legit. Like, what are you talking about? Saudi Arabia is one of our closest fucking allies. They are a direct monarchy, chatter. Wake the fuck up. What do you mean? This is not a consideration. This is not how things work. That's not how things work at all. You do not bomb a country into abiding by democratic values, okay? That's not how this works. If it did, it would have succeeded at least once with American military intervention. The only time it actually succeeds is after endless, unlimited amounts of war crimes do you actually have a successful purge of the invading forces, and then it takes like 30 to 40 years for the country to recover from that process and become like an established nation state. Look at fucking Vietnam. It's so crazy.
What's the end state? What's the administration clearly defining as mission success in this? Is it just to bomb targets, or is there something related to that? Secondly, how does this campaign, if you will, if they describe it as such, challenge broader U.S. national defense interest in the Western Hemisphere? How are they coordinating with other countries in the region? A strike against Venezuela is certainly going to affect countries like Colombia, Honduras, Guatemala, Mexico. And have they assessed the second and third order effects of a major naval air strike capability against...
Bombing them won't get rid of fentanyl either. Brother, there is no fentanyl coming out of Venezuela. What are we talking about? Are people even still believing that? That's bullshit. That's been bullshit. You get laughed out of every goddamn room available if you were to run with that narrative. Let me tell you something, okay? That's never been a thing. That was never a real consideration. At most, it was something to get like Trump on board potentially. I don't know. I mean, I think you probably told him that there's oil reserves and he's like, oh, I'm down. I fucking hate Maduro. Let's get those. Let's go sit on that pile, that stockpile of oil, just sitting there looking pretty.
Venezuela against not only the other countries in the region, but what does that end state look like? And is there a difference between what they're claiming is counter-narcotic operations, that was the original take they mentioned, versus what appears to be either a destruction of the Venezuelan military or first strikes at an attempt to regime change. So that's just a small portion of the questions I would have as a military guy, and saying, you know, are there other people reining this in? You get into the legal ramifications like David just said and what's in the War Powers Act. You also get into operational transparency. The American public have a right to know about this, and that's why Congress is so interested, and they've been pushed aside on every request for what is happening in terms of the targeting of these boats. Anna, the questions are endless. Yep. And I don't think the Trump White House has answered any of them.
I mean, there have been now at least a couple of briefings that we're aware of. But, David, we heard from those lawmakers say there is still a major lack of transparency, that they aren't getting their questions answered, in part because they aren't able to ask the right people their questions. Who should be given these briefings, and who should be part of these briefings from the administrative side?
Well, one basic thing would be, usually these are more intelligence focused, but the Gang of Eight in Congress gets to know before there's any major operation. There's maybe some gray area in terms of the military, but those would be the chairs of the House and Senate Intelligence Committees, and the ranking members and the Speaker of the House and the Majority Leader in the Senate would be informed of this. And, you know, we'll have to see if they've heard about this. And the questions that the general's asking are the right ones, like what is the long...
What about the argument that this is to prevent China from having a foothold in South and Central America? I mean, I think it's a failure of American policy once again, because if anything, this will cause every other South American government to actively run to China. They have a lot less to lose. They are not in a permanent vassal state status in the same way that in the same way that like the European Union is, for example. So it'll only harden their position. The thing is for the South American continent, they all have experienced to varying degrees American intervention, and they all fucking hate it. I gave you this example in the aftermath of the Venezuelan elections that took place. There were some inconsistencies, right? And I know everyone's going to get mad at me for saying that. You're like, oh, you're just giving in to the imperialist pigs in their argument or whatever. It doesn't fucking matter ultimately. But Latin American countries came out and they were like, whoa, 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 this election looks a little sus. And then America immediately was like, this election was fake, it was illegal, and actually we think the opposition won the election. And then do you know what happened? Every single country, including, you know, social democratic countries or leftist countries, regardless of whatever their perspective was initially about the outcome of the election, every single country came out and, oh, there it is. We did it. Crip dog. Yay, Kaya. Down. Oh. Good girl. We did it. Anyway, what I was saying is every single South American country and their leadership instantly, as soon as America came out and said, oh, these elections are fake, they were like, never mind. We were wrong. We were wrong. Carry on, Venezuela. Carry on. Viva la Maduro. That's what they said. There's a reason for why they said that. There's a reason for why they immediately were like, whoa, 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 never mind. We were wrong about this. Because American intervention is something that nobody wants. How could you say Libya was a democratic overthrow? What? I never fucking said that, man. What is wrong with you guys? When have I ever said that? I literally used Libya as a great example of an undemocratic foreign intervention that destroyed the country. It collapsed the country. It literally partitioned it in two. Oh, you're dumb. I said the Democrats did it. Oh my God. No, I meant like the Democratic Party overthrew Libya. The Democrats. Please, chatter. I said like the Democrats. If you want to know like a country being overthrown and creating tremendous instability that came from the Democratic Party, Libya is the example.
Term strategy here. Again, I spoke with folks on Capitol Hill, and they did not have gotten no sense from the administration about what their long-term goal is. When the U.S. invaded Panama, that's the only comparable thing. That was to topple Manuel Noriega. There were tens of thousands of U.S. ground troops, if I remember correctly, sent into Panama. So this would be a direct strikes. I mean, you could argue it's an act of war on Venezuelan military facilities. The administration says they're used for drug trafficking. I'm not, again, sure if evidence been presented of that. But if they strike a Venezuelan military facility, that is an act of war.
And as a layman, that's where my head went. Like, is this the U.S. declaring war? General, as we talk about the questions that need to be answered, on the House side, we heard.
Is this how people our age felt when Bush wanted to invade Iraq? I mean, there were definitely a lot of voices that were against the war, the invasion, the illegal invasion and occupation of Iraq. But I would say that there was definitely more appetite to do that because Americans were even dumber back then and even angrier back then because they felt like they just wanted to kill Muslims. Okay. They were like, we got to kill Muslims. 9/11 happened. Muslims did it. We have to go and fucking show them that they can never get away with 9/11 ever again. And the administrative state at the time took advantage of that fucking anger and resentment. And that's the reason why they redirected the attention over to Saddam. They didn't even do a decent enough job of like connecting Saddam to 9/11 at all, honestly. But it didn't matter for a lot of people because they were so fucking angry. They were so excited at the prospect of this vengeance quest. Yeah. And that is what took place. Except we live in the failure. We live in the ashes that remains of the global war on terror. It was an abject failure. People understand that it was an abject failure. And it was so close. It was so close to our experience right now that it's mind-boggling to me that there's even anybody that thinks this kind of intervention is good. And I don't even think there's a lot of people that think this kind of intervention is good, if we're being real. They're just either sleepwalking into this process. And the Democrats have played a formative role in allowing that to happen by not making a much bigger fuss about this shit when the Trump administration has just been lasering fucking boats off the coastline of Venezuela over and over again, testing out how little people give a shit about it. But there's just a lot of dumb people, okay? Yeah, Maduro is asking Russia and China for help, and he should. And they should. They should help. I mean, I don't know how much they can, but it is crazy. Anyway, this is the new YouGov survey. The U.S. Navy deployment near Venezuela has become even less popular in the last month. In a new YouGov survey, we find that Americans have become less likely to approve the U.S. Navy deployment around Venezuela since September. Americans are more likely to oppose and to support military strikes on Venezuelan ships and on land targets. Most Americans would oppose a military invasion of Venezuela. More Americans would oppose than support using military force to overthrow Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro or conducting covert CIA operations in Venezuela. Another recent YouGov survey finds that Americans are divided about whether the U.S. strikes have been legal and whether the government has presented evidence. I love when Americans are asked about this because it's like, it's the same energy as like asking Americans if like Israel is doing a genocide in Gaza. It's like, yeah, that's just the truth. That is what's happening. Why are we asking Americans what the truth is? Americans just don't know what the truth is. And it's the same principle here where they're like, are the U.S. strikes on Venezuelan fishermen legal? Yeah, it doesn't matter what the Americans think. I'm glad that like the majority of Americans are questioning the legality of it. But like, regardless of what they think, it is not legal. Okay. What the fuck? What can Venezuela even do about this? Russia is cooked and China doesn't seem to want to fuck up trade. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know what kind of runway Russia has because they have their hands full to begin with. In September, YouGov surveyed Americans about U.S. military actions around Venezuela after the U.S. military amassed ships in the Caribbean Sea around Venezuela and began attacks on Venezuelan ships that the administration claimed were shipping drugs. By the way, get ready for, as a Venezuelan, this is the best thing to do because you're going to hear that a lot. You're also going to hear a lot of people go, oh, of course you would be a Maduro supporter. Of course you're a dirty communist socialist. And you will hear greatly over-exaggerated and sometimes valid critique of the Maduro administration thus far in an effort to justify this kind of thing. Just get ready for that. Gear yourself up for that, okay? Marco Rubio's denying the story, but I don't trust him as far as I can fucking throw him. Your sources claiming to have knowledge of the situation tricked you into writing a fake story. U.S. poised to strike military targets in Venezuela in escalation against Maduro regime. It's crazy because it's like, why would this be fake when you're saying you're going to do this every day, okay? What happens when it does happen? I like that the administration just goes, no, that's not going to happen. And then it does happen. And they're like, how awesome was that, huh? And yes, the Nobel Peace Prize Committee absolutely played a role in this as well. They gave the Nobel Peace Prize to the woman in the opposition leadership that is begging for a military intervention. That's fucking insane. that's not only begging Trump, but like begging Israel too. Long-term strategy in Venezuela could be to get an American company leading the oil production renaissance if Maduro gets overthrown. Venezuela could become an oil supply counterbalance to Saudi Arabia in 10 years. U.S. could start ceasing oil exports to China, according to Financial Times from last month. Shriner Parker, partner and head of emerging markets at Rystad Energy, said, I think the long-term strategy, again, when you see this hue, you best recognize this is an important piece of news that you're reading, okay? You see that pinkish hue, know that you're reading the Financial Times. Know that you are reading one of the only reliable news outlets out there, okay? Remember that. Socialists must always carry a copy of the Financial Times. I'm not even fucking kidding when I say this, okay? They are far better than every other outlet. Pinkish, beige, whatever the fuck you want to call it. This is this hue, the Financial Times hue. That's light tan, the tone of honest reporting. Exactly. I think the long-term strategy the Trump administration is employing here is to say we need to have some American company with its foot in the door so that if and when this changes, we can be in a position to lead or at least be a part of the renaissance of production. If you can get Maduro out and you can get the Western oil companies back into Venezuela, then Venezuela could become a supply to counterbalance to Saudi Arabia in the mid to late 2030s. The U.S. naval buildup has not moved the needle to exports to China, which are flowing normally, according to Francisco Minaldi, a Latin American energy expert at Rice University. Minaldi added, things could change if the U.S. seized an oil tanker with some excuse like sanctions evasion, drug smuggling, or money laundering by the Cartel de los Soles, okay, which is the fake reason that they're giving to say that Venezuela is a narco-terrorist state, okay? They dug deep for that one and is barely trying to manufacture consent at all here. This is the reason. Financial Times, although the Financial Times was centrist, right-leaning, it doesn't matter because it is the paper for capitalists. They need to know exactly how to make market decisions, and therefore their reporting is much more reliable. It's finance. It's the Financial Times, okay? We're not talking about the opinion editorials. We're talking, or even when we talk about the opinion editorials, like they're going to be more honest about how things are going. They will do fact-based reporting because those who want to make decisions about where the markets are going to go need to make those decisions after being informed on the facts. And if they want to be informed on the facts, they have to go and read one newspaper that actually does that kind of honest, fact-based reporting. You cannot make solid investment decisions if you have no grasp over the truth. Yeah, it's the same reason exactly as the shadow says. Is why insurance companies don't play when it comes to Florida property rates. Yeah, that's like those. There are resources that you can rely on. Everybody can say climate change is fake. Okay, climate change is fake. It's made up. But ultimately, the insurance providers don't work in that fake universe. They work in the universe of truth. They have to make those decisions. Otherwise, they will go insolvent. They will go bankrupt. So obviously, if you want to know whether climate change is a genuine catastrophic thing for a state like Florida, for example, or even California for wildfires, look no further than analyzing how the insurance providers are operating. Anyway, getting back to YouGov poll, approval of the U.S. Navy's presence around Venezuela has fallen since September. Since September, when YouGov last polled Americans about military actions around Venezuela, support for the Navy's presence has declined. In September, Americans' views were about evenly divided. 36% strongly or somewhat approved of the naval development and 38% disapproved. Today, the share of who approve has fallen to 30%, while the share of who disapprove has little changed at 37%. The greatest change in opinion has occurred among Republicans. While the majority of Republicans approve the military presence around Venezuela, the share who say they approve has fallen to 58% from 68% in September. The share who disapprove has grown to 17% from 13%. More Americans oppose than support military and CIA actions in and around Venezuela. I cannot believe how many fucking Americans still want it, though. It's crazy. Like, I can't believe how many Republicans, like 58% of Republicans are still like, hell yeah, baby, I love the Navy around Venezuelan coastlines. God damn it, dude. We constantly have to be at the mercy of barbaric morons. And I fucking hate that. I can't begin to explain to you how much I hate the mass approval for unlimited murder and bloodshed coming from some of the dumbest people on the planet. Most Democrats disapprove of the strike. 67% disapprove, while only 8% approve, and more independents disapprove than approve, 42% to 21%. On the other hand, a majority of Republicans approve of the strikes, while 16% disapprove. More Americans disapprove than approve of U.S. military attacks on ships around Venezuela. Out of U.S. adult citizens, strongly or somewhat approve is at 27%, not sure is at 31%, and 42% say strongly or somewhat disapprove. This means that if there was at least like a little bit of fucking manufactured consent around these attacks, there would be a lot of Americans that have appetite for this death and destruction, by the way. So even with this like demonstrably incompetent administration that hasn't even tried to really flood the media markets with like justifications for why we have to kill these fishermen, there's still clearly plenty of appetite for death and destruction. Striking land targets in Venezuela, which Trump says he is considering, is less popular than attacks on ship. Nearly half of Americans say they would strongly or somewhat oppose the U.S. military attacking and destroying targets on land in Venezuela. Only 19% say they would support such strikes. Democrats would overwhelmingly oppose such attacks, 68% versus 9% who would support them. Independents are also more likely to oppose than to support strikes on land, 46 to 13. Republicans are closely divided. More say they would support such strikes at 38% than oppose them at 27%. For the rest of the world, for those in the global south that were laughing at the United States of America, this is part of the reason why I said it's not a laughing matter. The unfortunate reality is that when the American government is led by an authoritarian fascist madman, you are still going to suffer, because the decisions that we make over here that you have no control over will end up hurting you in the long run or even in the short run. Oh, how long until AI-powered videos justifying the strikes, like showing fake drugs? I don't even know. As was the case in September, most Americans now would not like to see the U.S. engage in a more significant military conflict with Venezuela. A majority of Americans would oppose the U.S. invading Venezuela, while only 15% would support an invasion. Jesus Christ. 30% are still unsure. More Americans would oppose than support the U.S. using military force to overthrow Nicolas Maduro. 46% strongly or somewhat oppose it. 18% strongly or somewhat support it. Support for covert CIA operations in Venezuela, which Trump authorized in October, is also far from widespread. More Americans oppose the CIA engaging in covert operations at 37%, as opposed to those supporting it at 28%. We will never... There's still motherfuckers in the chat going like, how's your dog doing, Hassan? Shock your dog yet? It's like, dude, we don't deserve anything good. We only deserve the bad. We only deserve the bad things. This is what we are demanding, okay? Like sometimes I think to myself, how do we get here, right? But I think it's pretty obvious how we got here. There's just a lot of fucking stupid people out there. There's a lot of angry people out there. There's a lot of people who are weak and insecure and want to feel strong. And how can you feel strong? By showing America's military might, by fucking over people that we've already fucked over in perpetuity, by killing them, by directly killing them with our military, killing them dead. And we saw a fraction of this animosity and anger and lack of restraint and insecurity with the whole like Yemeni population is going to learn today why we don't have health care. You remember that multiple billion-dollar bombing campaign that the United States of America engaged in against the poorest country on the fucking planet, Yemen? That was awesome. Dropping fucking planes out of aircraft carriers in the process. Yeah, we really learned that lesson, didn't we? We are the ones who should be learning that lesson. Biden did it. Trump did it. Everybody did it. More Americans oppose than support covert CIA operations in Venezuela. What Americans believe about recent boat strikes. Americans are divided on recent U.S. military strikes on boats in international waters. In a series of strikes in international waters, the U.S. military has destroyed boats and killed several dozen people that the government claims were involved in drug smuggling. Do you approve or disapprove of the strikes? This is perhaps the most important piece, because this is what they have actually at least defended, right? What they have actually celebrated, right? This administration has come out and said, this is what we're doing, and it's fucking awesome, right? That means that there was at least some kind of propagandizing to the American population about whether or not this was a justifiable act. So the reason why this is the most important information is because all of these numbers are slated to change, okay? With a little bit of push, you see how Americans actually do think this is cool. Americans are divided, and yet 42% strongly or somewhat approve of the military strikes on random fucking boaters. 43% disapprove of it. Okay? That is far too close. And if you notice, only 15% are unsure. Republicans, of course, once again, at 76% approval for the boat strikes. Remember, totally unjustifiable, transparently illegal, cruel, unusual, ridiculous, empire shit, Nazi shit, if you will. The idea that we just get to fucking laser boats off of the Venezuelan coastline is ridiculous, okay? With no evidence whatsoever of whether or not they're actually trafficking drugs, and with more evidence coming out that they certainly are not, as a matter of fact. But even if they were literally shipping drugs, which they are not, okay? But even if they were, this is not what you do. This is not how this is handled, okay? It's ridiculous that Americans think, no, that's the only way to do it. That's the only thing that we can do. That there are 42% of Americans, 76% of Republicans that say, no, that is how you're supposed to do it. You don't know if they're shipping drugs? I know. There is at least evidence to suggest that they weren't, however, okay? But it doesn't even matter if they were, because that is not how you're supposed to deal with drug shipments. We can overtake these boats, okay? You can create an investigation. That's what you're supposed to do. What do you mean? Like, think about it. Think about it at the domestic level, okay? Think about it at the domestic level. Do you think there is no reason for due process? Do you think there is no reason for investigations to take place? I know that for many Americans, I had to explain the importance of due process over and over again when the Trump administration talked about potentially destroying it. But when you don't have due process, everybody's a target, okay? Your words, they aren't shipping drugs. Oh my God. I said there is more evidence to suggest that they are not shipping drugs than there is evidence to suggest that they are, okay? And by the way, this is not my assessment. This is the assessment of the Department of Homeland Security. This is the assessment of the DEA. If you look at any of the readily available data from the government, okay, they are not shipping drugs. They are not shipping drugs. It is unimaginably unlikely that they are shipping drugs, especially drugs to the United States of America. That is not how drugs are shipped to the United States of America. If you knew anything about how drug trafficking works, you would know that they are not coming from, fentanyl's not coming from Venezuela by way of fast boats. It's confusing to you because you're fucking stupid, okay? Drugs come in through regular ports, regular points of entry. The chemical compounds necessary to make fentanyl come in through actual carriers, like actual big ships, okay? Or packaged inside of fucking cars that are driven by American citizens. They're not trafficked over the border in the pockets of otherwise law-abiding abuelas and random people, and they're not being shipped into the country by Venezuelan fast boats. There is no reason to entertain this ridiculous fucking narrative. There is no significant amount of narco trafficking coming out of Venezuela to begin with. And there is no evidence whatsoever that this is the case. Once again, DropSite actually reported on this. DropSite actually reported on this. You know who reported on it? Sagar, as a matter of fact. The dude that I was doing a piece with, or doing a talk with at the New Yorker Festival, the morning of our talk, Sagar actually reported on it. Inside Marco Rubio's push for regime change in Venezuela. Little to no fentanyl is coming from Venezuela, according to U.S. intelligence. U.S. intelligence has assessed that little to none of the fentanyl trafficked to the United States is being produced in Venezuela, despite recent claims from the Trump administration. A senior U.S. official directly familiar with the matter tells DropSite. The official noted that many of the boats targeted for strikes by the Trump administration do not even have the requisite gasoline or motor capacity to reach the U.S. waters, dramatically undercutting claims by Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. Brother, please stop. Stop. I don't care about the fucking California governor's race right now, man. Oh my God. You're just spamming it in the chat so you can fucking say, oh, Hassan doesn't fuck with the Green Party. Shut up. Jesus Christ. The claim is backed by recent comments made by Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky, who similarly noted that zero fentanyl is produced in Venezuela. Despite the lack of intelligence linking Venezuela with fentanyl production, the Trump administration has made alleged Venezuelan drug trafficking the casus belli in its drive to overthrow the government of Nicolas Maduro. On Thursday, President Donald Trump referred to possible ground action, claiming at a press conference that the sea drugs coming in are 5% of what they were a year ago. So now they're coming in by land. The land is going to be next, he said, indicating he was willing to bypass congressional approval. On Friday, the U.S. announced it is sending an aircraft carrier to Latin America in a further escalation. You don't do this kind of stuff just for strategic posturing. You do this because you want to fucking go to war with Venezuela. Okay? So no matter what people say, no matter what people say in the admin, like, oh, we're not going to war with Venezuela. That's crazy. They are saying that they want to go to war with Venezuela. On your knees for the Dems? What are you saying? Fuck the Dems. What the fuck is this has to do with anything right now, man? This is what I mean. Some of you guys are so one note. You're so hyper focused on like one singular thing and you want to just like constantly fucking eat away at it. Like, I'm trying to do news coverage, man. Please. If you want to say fuck the Dems on this issue, then the way you should say fuck the Dems on this issue is that they haven't actually brought any of this stuff up to the forefront of public consciousness. Okay? Because it is true. That would be a valid concern for this story. Okay? They're not in power, but it doesn't matter, chatters. They have legitimacy. They are the opposition party, okay? They should let their voices be heard. They should encourage people to do the same. It's not like their voices are silenced, you know? They can still talk. Yeah. From Trump's own 2025 DEA National Drug Threat Assessment, Venezuela does not appear once in the report in the fentanyl section and briefly appears only to highlight Tren de Aragua as a low-level street traffickers who specialize in human trafficking. The administration itself admits that it has no idea whose drug boats are being bombed. There is no evidence overall that Venezuela is a major narco trafficking hub. As a matter of fact, there's only evidence to suggest the exact opposite. But it doesn't fucking matter. That's my point. It's crazy that none of this shit matters anymore. You could just be like, nope, we're doing it. And no one seems to get mad over it. Two sources familiar with the discussions of the White House note that the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, a longtime proponent of regime change in Venezuela, has been the driving force behind the aggressive military and rhetorical posture towards the Maduro regime. Toward that end, Secretary Rubio, also in charge of the remnants of the U.S. Agency for International Development, has redirected millions of dollars in money previously allocated for pro-democracy measures in Venezuela and the surrounding countries, a thinly veiled effort to prep the region for war. Maybe that's why we're not seeing so many people in the chat being like, as a Venezuelan, please bomb Caracas. I need to see Caracas reduce the rubble with nukes. Rubio cycled through multiple arguments for regime change in Venezuela during the early months of the administration, largely based around human rights and election concerns, which were unconvincing to Trump. After assuming a position on the National Security Council in the spring, Rubio then presented a new argument to Trump, that Maduro was a narco-terrorist drug trafficker based on a 2020 indictment by the Department of Justice under the first Trump administration over alleged cocaine trafficking. The official noted Trump's personal distaste for drugs and a campaign pledge to use the U.S. military against Mexican drug cartels as an important impetus for Trump greenlighting recent strikes. Half the time, the lie that they're telling the public is actually just to manipulate Trump, by the way. That's the other side of this fucking story. Like, because Trump is somewhat malleable. He's somewhat persuadable. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, the lie is usually not for you because these guys kind of understand that it doesn't really matter what the voices of the public say. They can always pick the slack up and pump a little bit of propaganda, and Americans are so fucking stupid broadly that they'll be like, yeah, we should do it actually. I mean, what? What are you defending Maduro? What are you defending Maduro? It's so fucking stupid. It's like, whoa, you're defending Maduro's regime? Think for a moment. What will happen? Think for a moment what will happen. What will happen to Venezuela? What will happen to the Venezuelans? You do not bomb a country and then install democracy. That doesn't happen. It's just a lie that Americans tell themselves to sleep soundly and comfortably at night, to believe that they're still somehow the world police, that they're still doing it for the greater good. It's just bullshit.
The briefing wasn't good enough, but at least it was a bipartisan briefing. On the Senate side, some Democrats say they were cut out of the briefing entirely. Take a listen.
If you're sitting in this room getting clearly what have been prior Gang of Eight level classified information, didn't somebody raise their hand and say, well, holy crap, where are the Democrats? Who was willing to say, you know, isn't there a constitutional obligation here? You know, it is about separation of powers. For the folks who wave their Constitution around, read the damn thing and then explain why you would sit through that briefing and not call foul.
General, what red flags does it raise to just brief one party?
Oh, it's off the chart, Anna. And here's what I think the senator is getting at is not only are they not getting the intelligence they need to commit to potentially an authorization for use of military force. But I'm going to take it down to my level. You're putting American men and women, their soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, in harm's way. And the nation needs to understand why that's happening. And the question you asked earlier is who should be giving these briefings? Well, I don't know who was in the room providing them. The lawyers are certainly a part of it, but I think it should be not only the president or the vice president, the Secretary of State, the intelligence community, as David said, the Secretary of Defense, the chairman of the Joint Staff, and the person who has to execute the briefing is the Southcom commander, which we know right now that's an interim commander because Admiral Halsey retired just a few days ago, or offered his retirement because he had contention with some of the things that were going on down there. So you're seeing probably a couple of people push these strikes at the behest of the president when you're putting men and women in harm's way, and that's just not the right way to go to war. You know, David mentioned Operation Just Cause in 1989 when we went in and took out a leader of a drug cartel who was also the head of government, Manuel Noriega. That took literally weeks to determine. There was great planning. There was intelligence sharing between the Pentagon, the State Department, and the Congress. And this seems to be rather haphazard and almost covert on the part of the government in terms of what they're about to do.
And I know you have so much experience from those days. Lieutenant General, you have a book coming out too, right? Remind us what that's called.
I do. It's a book called If I Don't Return. It was based on some journal entries I made during Operation Desert Storm, and then our oldest son asked us to expand it to cover the last 30 years of my career. So it's a reflection and some entries on the military, the changes in our military life, love, emotions, anxieties, and military families. So I think it's more of a reflection of what's been happening since 1990 in Desert Storm.
Well, we look forward to that. I know it is going to be out in the new year. Mark Hertling, David Rode, thank you both.
Hold on.
In the last few weeks, there's been a big buildup of United States forces.
I'm trying to put the fucking cape back on, dude. I had to take it off I had to take everything off to pee. It's crazy. The things I do for just a second, a fraction of a second of a goddamn meme. Literal women in bodysuits? Yeah, exactly. To get all naked and shit. Cut a pea slit. It's not like if I cut a pea slit, my dick is going to flop out while I'm in the process of doing news coverage when I get up. There's going to be far bigger problems. Now you know how us gays feel when we're overalls. I feel like an overall is still easier to take off. Performance issues, boss. Yeah. Oh, there's the other problem here too, is a Florida occupied government. And this is one of the problems that comes along with that. An important note we found in our reporting: Trump is surrounded by Floridians in the White House who are hardcore on Venezuela. His Secretary of State, his Attorney General, his Chief of Staff, much of his comm staff, and he himself are Florida residents. This cannot be understated as regime change ramps up. This idea that destabilizing Venezuela won't also cause regional destabilization as a result of a likely refugee crisis is naive and blind refusal to use history as evidence for what happens after these interventions. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Easy fix, just put on some undies over the costume that now has a crotch hole. Classic 50s Superman look, by the way. Yeah, where were we? All right, right here. Is Donald Trump trying to topple Venezuela's president?
In the Caribbean, apparently directed towards Venezuela. Ships, aircraft, quite a lot of troops. Something looks as if it's about to happen. What might that be?
Se están inventando una nueva guerra eterna.
This is one of the biggest buildups of American forces in some years. It involves an assault ship, a cruiser.
Funnily enough, the hogs here in Trinidad constantly call to deport Venezuelan migrants, but are also cheering on the U.S. I know. It's very, very dumb. It's very, very stupid. They don't realize that this is like going to make things worse. Also, it's additionally stupid because like Trini people have been killed so far for even boating between Venezuela and Trinidad. So what the fuck? Oh, God, these people don't care. They don't care about you. I don't know how to describe it. They don't even care about American citizens. Why would they give a shit about the brown people in general?
3 destroyers, troop carriers, a submarine, quite a lot of Marines, and now the biggest warship in the world, the Gerald Ford aircraft carrier, is in Split, on its way apparently now across the Atlantic to join this.
I bet you a bunch of those boys got some tattoos, okay, when they were on shore leave. You know what I mean? Famous place to get tattoos, Split. Croatia.
Task group. So this clearly is a very impressive military display of power. It looks as if all this is directed at some sort of intervention in Venezuela. But an invasion itself is not very likely, and Venezuela is a pretty big country. But ground operations of some sort, hitting targets on the ground, does look as if it's in the American playbook, and certainly President Trump has indicated that that may follow next.
But we are certainly looking at land now because we've got the sea very well under control.
Why then might he want to do this, particularly against Venezuela, but also in a way threatening other governments in the region who he also thinks are in the...
Wanna nibble Hassan's freckles. Great name. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. And Jen Aaron, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. And PP777, thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
Same sort of situation. So far, there have been 10 strikes on boats, which the Americans say are drug runners. And they haven't tried to arrest these boats or take them into custody. They've simply destroyed them and killed the occupants, saying that these were drug runners. But if this is about counter-narcotics, these are the wrong targets, because over 80% of all of the drugs that come from Central and South America into the United States come through the land borders in Mexico. They come across the customs posts because they're smuggled through. And those that do come by boat mainly come through the Pacific, not through the Atlantic. Now, there have been a couple of strikes on boats in the Pacific, directed not at Venezuela, but at other governments in the region.
This is a national security problem. They killed 300,000 people last year, these drugs coming in. You know, it's pretty unusual when you see somebody with a fishing rod and 5 engines on the back of the boat. You know, you don't need that to go fishing. Wait. And we will hit them very hard when they come in by land.
So the Americans have already started to strike what they say are the narcotics routes, even though the rest of us know these are not the narcotics routes. So something else is clearly going on. There seem to be 2 objectives here. One, fairly obviously, is to try to remove President Maduro of Venezuela. So who's Nicolas Maduro? This man who is at odds with President Trump. He began as an ultra-leftist president. He's now just a straightforward dictator, ruling by brutal repression. He's long been a thorn in America's side, and America have tried to get rid of him in the past and failed. This may be an opportunity to bounce him out of power, to bring the opposition out onto the streets and simply frighten...
They hate him because of his swag, bro. Look at this fit. That's crazy. That's a crazy hoodie.
...the Venezuelans into getting rid of Maduro. That may be easier said than done because he's surrounded by a kind of ring of steel and quite a lot of supporters who depend on him for their livelihood.
Hoy estamos viendo la confrontación entre dos mundos. Ellos allá con su supremacismo fracasado, decadente, derrotado, y nosotros acá con nuestra resistencia milenaria victoriosa, avanzando.
The other objective, almost certainly, is acting as a visible deterrent to all of the drug bans in Central and South America. And the message to them is that we're going to attack you wherever we see you. Wherever you're sending your drugs, we're going to attack you. So stop sending them to the United States. And in a sense, this is like deterrence by denial. If you're going to have drugs, send them to Europe, send them elsewhere in South America, but don't send them to the north towards the United States, whether through Mexico or anywhere else.
If people want to stop seeing drug boats blow up, stop sending drugs to the United States.
One of the reasons that we can be fairly certain that this is an anti-Maduro operation is because Donald Trump astonishingly announced that he was authorizing the CIA to undertake covert operations in Venezuela.
Why did you authorize the CIA to go into Venezuela? And is there more information you can share about these strikes on the alleged...
Well, I can't do that, but
Caribbean?
I authorized for 2 reasons, really. Number one, they have emptied their prisons into the United States of America.
I mean, they can't be that covert if the president has just announced them, but nevertheless, that's what he's done. And there's a long history of this in American relations with Central and South America. In 1961, famously, the CIA tried to displace Castro in Cuba. In 1973, they successfully displaced Allende, left-wing government in Chile.
This is a laundry list of why nobody in South America fucks with this kind of behavior. Okay? Just so you understand.
Installed Pinochet, who was very right-wing. And then in the 1980s, they ran what became the Iran-Contra affair in Nicaragua, trying to undermine the government of Nicaragua. by backing their own opposition groups. Of those 3 cases, one of them was successful, though did the US no favors in the long run. 2 of them were unsuccessful. This looks as if it might be a 4th big attempt to displace a government in a big country in Latin America.
But I think Venezuela is feeling heat, but I think a lot of other countries are feeling heat too.
And interestingly, in this task force of ships that are assembling around Venezuela is the MV Ocean Trader. And the MV Ocean Trader is a special forces ship. It engages in all sorts of special operations, and it launches other ships and boats and individuals from the special forces.
Yeah, Maduro, brutal authoritarian dictator, Pinochet was just very right-wing, is a crazy assessment to make, okay? Like, criticisms of Maduro aside, there is no comparison. Like, Pinochet was devastating, far, far more brutal. But of course, he was an American puppet, and therefore, you're just like, oh, he's just kind of like a right-wing guy, you know? He's just a goofy guy. Straight up fascist war criminal, by the way. When you see people on the timeline post like, oh, we're going to give these socialist helicopter rides, they're talking about Pinochet. Famously had the practice of disappearing people by rounding them up and then throwing them into the ocean through from the helicopter, throwing them into bodies of land through the helicopter rides. Yeah, Pinochet, like Adam shit. Yeah, Pinochet. Oh.
Go and do whatever it is they've been ordered to go and do. What might this indicate in the grand scheme of things? Well, the United States is rethinking its whole security policy. It certainly wants to get out of Europe. It wants to get out of the Middle East. It wants a deal with China so as not to have to bother too much with Asia. And a lot of thinking at the moment in the United States is that the US will be isolationist for the next era, which means the next 30 or 40 years. And that isolationism will also take the form of regarding Central and South America as America's zone of interest, its zone of influence. And in a sense, I think what the Trump administration wants to do is to show governments in Central and South America and drug cartels in Central and South America that there is a new sheriff in town.
Yeah.
And that sheriff...
They want to show the other drug cartels that there's a new sheriff in town by striking a totally random country that is not significant at all in narco trafficking. Yeah, we really showed them. We really showed them by doing this random thing. Okay, cool. God damn, dude. Oh, peace president, by the way. Peace president, peace president, peace president, peace president. Meanwhile, as we are moving in this direction, and I gave you, I think, plenty of evidence at this point that it's fucking utterly bullshit. The other side of the story is, of course, exclusive. Documents show that Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro has drafted a letter asking for Russia for missiles, radars, and upgraded aircrafts in U.S. forces as U.S. forces amass in the Caribbean. Okay? But obviously, there is still fresh hell to unlock. Obviously, there's still fresh hells to unlock. Because while that's happening, Donald Trump and the Republican Party, under the Republican Party's command, the USDA, the FDA, all of our federal agencies are actually serving not the interests of the public, but working against them. And one of the things that they tried to do was to suspend SNAP funding. Now, SNAP funding is slated to run out because the government is shut down at this point. But there is a $6 billion contingency fund for emergencies for when SNAP funding dries up. Emergencies such as this circumstance. Because if SNAP, the Nutritional Assistance Program, the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program specifically, were to run out, 42 million Americans that rely on SNAP to be able to purchase food every single week would now no longer have this additional assistance and would not be able to eat at least one meal, maybe two, depending on whether they have children, depending on the number of dependents. Wealthiest country on the planet, by the way. Wealthiest country on the planet, just want to remind you. And yet, even though there was a 1 month contingency fund, because that's how much it would cost for a month, around $6 billion or so, the government tried to say, no, we're going to starve the American population. We're going to starve 42 billion people on U.S. soil. American citizens, by the way. Remember, these are almost all American citizens. Like the only marginal assistance that like somehow some undocumented person could get from SNAP is if they have American citizens in their houses. Okay? 42 million. Oh, did I say 42 billion? I'm sorry. 42 million Americans that rely on food assistance programs, specifically SNAP, and to fund that for at least a month is $6 billion. Now, these funds exist. These funds already exist. But the administration tried to stop using the contingency funds. And then, of course, they were sued. And a judge ruled that Trump's attempt to suspend SNAP funding was unlawful. Think about how insane this is, by the way. Okay? Let me pull you back for a brief moment. Why is this happening? Why is the government shut down? The government is shut down because the funds, the government for the government to fund itself, you need to pass a bill. Okay? And in order to pass a bill, you can't have a simple majority. You need 7 additional Democrats to be able to pass this bill in Congress, pass this spending bill in Congress. Okay? This is a point of leverage that the Democrats have. One of the few points of leverage that the minority party has. Democrats have used this as an opportunity to try and force the Republicans to concede on funding Medicaid subsidies, ACA subsidies, so that people's health care for tens of millions of Americans, their health care prices are about to triple, okay? Their premiums are about to triple. And the Democrats say, we can't do that. We have to make sure that health care is still somewhat more affordable than it used to be. Obviously, it's already very unaffordable. It's already very expensive. But the fact that healthcare prices are about to triple and the Democrats are trying to stop it and using the government shutdown as a way to bargain with the Republicans to save majority Republicans, by the way, because when you look at the actual percentages of the population that rely on ACA subsidies, it's 58% Republican. Okay. And not only that, but there's also a secondary impact, which is that a lot of places that have rural hospitals rely on these Medicaid subsidies because that's the only way that poor rural areas can even go and get the necessary health care and fund these hospitals in general when they're already in a dire state. So the Democrats are trying to save Republican voters from their own fucking party in this circumstance, which is why I've obviously backed the Democratic Party in this shutdown. They've done the right thing, okay? They've done the right thing. Now, Democrats are trying to get the Republicans to do the right thing, and the Republicans are saying no. They are trying to leverage the starvation of 42 million Americans in an effort not to fund healthcare subsidies for another 10 million to 20 million Americans. That is what's so fucking crazy about this argument. Okay? Now this judge has declared Trump's attempts to suspend SNAP funding, the $6 billion in contingency funds, to not use the $6 billion in contingency funds to be unlawful. That's where we're at. That's what's going on right now.
Reporter Sam Sweeney joining me now for more. So, Catherine, a judge says that Trump's attempt to suspend SNAP is unlawful. What more? He didn't mention anything about it there on the tarmac, but what more do we know?
Yeah, that is interesting. We're referring, and this is just in from, by the way, our colleague Peter Charalambos, who was reading through this ruling. This was a hearing that was heard yesterday on an emergency basis to try and get a judge to restore those funds that will be lost, Kira, as you say, at midnight. So this federal judge in Boston did rule that the administration's attempt to suspend the SNAP funding, as you mentioned, is unlawful, but that judge declined to issue an immediate order ordering that the program be funded by the federal government. So while the judge says it's unlawful, that does not mean that all of a sudden food assistance won't go away for 42 million Americans starting at midnight, as you mentioned. So this is just what the judge said, but it doesn't seem at this point that what this judge in particular said will change anything that will go into effect at midnight tonight. Now, remember, there's also another hearing in Rhode Island before a separate federal judge. So we'll see if that judge says anything different that may happen to affect the outcome of what will happen in less than 24 hours.
This morning, I saw someone say, at least Marie Antoinette said, let them eat cake law. Yeah. Donald Trump, on the other hand, is saying, let them eat ballroom. It's even fucking dumber than that. He just keeps droning on and on about his fucking stupid ass ballroom, brother, is even stupider. Donald Trump's like, yeah, you can't afford a cake. It's fine. You don't need it. You don't need cake. But what you can eat is this beautiful ballroom. Can you believe it? This beautiful ballroom that I have designed. By the way, dude, look at this. I mean, 1-to-1. Oh my God. The Trump kid is alive and well. Can you believe it? 42 million people on food stamps are 10 hours away from losing their benefits. When I first learned a toilet like that existed inside the White House, I was horrified. President Trump is making people's house more elegant and beautiful for generations to come. Dude, they are dabbing on us, okay? And not even just us, because we are already fucking angry at Trump. We did not vote for Trump. But this is literally straight up disrespect to the millions of Trump voters that are not going to get their SNAP benefits. They are going to starve. And Donald Trump and his press secretary talking about a fucking toilet, dude. Anyway, that sucks about your kid. What was the thing he needed to live? Medicaid or something? That's where we're at. People are going to starve, okay? People are going to starve. And the admin's talking about toilets. It is fucking awesome. It's amazing. I have not seen a group of people so ready to be publicly debased, so ready to be ritualistically humiliated than the average Trump-supporting Republican. Whether it be the farmers that kept voting for Donald Trump in spite of the fact that he fucked them over time and time again, whether it be the ranchers that are experiencing the same as the Trump administration is now slated to flood the markets with Argentinian beef. I have never seen a group of individuals that are so servile, so unhuman. I don't know how else to describe it. Like so excited at the prospect of being humiliated, being destroyed by this godlike deity that they've cultivated in their minds. It is fucking crazy. It is straight up a cult. An entire nation of cuck fetishists. Oh, my Lord.
President Trump is calling on Republicans to change the rules in the Senate to reopen the government. Trump posting overnight, it is now time for the Republicans to play their Trump card and go for what is called the nuclear option. Get rid of the filibuster and get rid of it now. The move would allow Republicans to pass a bill to fund the government with a simple majority instead of the 60 votes currently needed. But Senate Majority Leader John Thune has warned against this move, saying it could come back to bite Republicans whenever Democrats take power back. Meanwhile, millions of Americans fear their food assistance or SNAP benefits will run out tomorrow as the government shutdown drags on.
I've gone to social media to ask for help from everyone that I could possibly think of.
It now appears a federal judge hearing a lawsuit over emergency funding may step in. Judge Indira Talwani saying right now Congress has put money in an emergency fund for an emergency, and it's hard for me to understand how this isn't an emergency. Republicans argue it's not that easy.
If they transfer funds from these other sources, it pulls it away immediately from school meals and infant formula.
The judge dismissing the administration's explanation, saying, I want agency action, not lawyering. We're not going to make everyone drop dead. The judge could compel the administration to release the funds, but whether the Trump administration will comply remains to be seen. And even if it does, the emergency funding available would still fall short of the monthly SNAP payouts. Back on Capitol Hill, Democrats digging in, refusing to open the government until Republicans agreed to extend Obamacare subsidies to prevent health care insurance premiums from skyrocketing next year. A Utah woman we spoke to says even with the subsidies, her premium next year will rise from $495 to $753. And without the subsidies, it will more than quadruple to more than $2,100.
I want to also give you guys a better understanding of how fucked this structure is. Are you ready for this? Because a lot of people go, oh, why are my tax dollars paying to fucking, I don't know, feed the people who are hungry, which is if you're an evil villain like that. If you are straightforwardly an evil villain such as that, the average American taxpayer spends $36 per year for the SNAP program. $36 comes out of your pocket if you're an average tax-paying American citizen. Okay? The average American taxpayer, however, spends $670 per year on corporate subsidies. $670 on corporate subsidies, $36 to feed people. How fucking insane. And there are still people out there who act as though these people who desperately need the additional funds, which are modest, which are meager, they are tiny. There are still people who complain about that. Incredible. No. Kaya, no. What? What are you doing? No, get out. Oh my God. Kaya, out. Oh my God. Get out of here. Go. Instantly runs over to the fucking mic cord. I swear to God. Instantly. Literally fucking Crip Dog. Just a real one. Fucking, I can't believe it. I don't know why. Yeah, she just got used to being electrocuted so much. She's like, I need that electrocution. Let me just sit on this wire. Hopefully it'll electrocute me. New Kaya Gate just dropped, yells at his dogs and chokes her with the wire. Yeah. Also, just like the secondary impact of refusing to fund ACA subsidies will cause rural hospitals to collapse completely. What remains of the rural hospital system will completely go away. But when you cut SNAP benefits to 42 million Americans, you're cooking the grocery stores, because they also, like, those SNAP benefits are being spent on groceries at the grocery stores. So it's basically another way that you are cooking an entire sector.
We can't afford to double what it costs for us to live just to have health insurance.
Republicans argue the Affordable Care Act, which set up Obamacare, was a bad law that drives up premiums and strains doctors. President Trump last night posting, quote, Obamacare is a disaster. Rates are going through the roof for really bad health care. Do something, Democrat.
His alternative to that is just complete chaos and complete bedlam. It's not like the alternative he's suggesting is fucking Medicare for all, by the way. His alternative is just make it even more costly, because that's what this is. That's what's going on. Oh, God. Everything sucks so much ass. Oh, my God.
Stacey Cox says right now a flawed plan is better than no plan. Meanwhile, as more government workers go without paychecks, more of them are turning to food banks.
Honestly, this has been devastating.
Wayne Barber says he's been an air traffic controller for 23 years.
I'm still going to show up to work because that's what I swore an oath to do.
But many air traffic controllers no longer getting paid are calling out sick, causing staff shortages and delays at major airports. At Orlando's airport yesterday, a warning that at one point there would be no certified air traffic controllers to land planes, forcing a ground delay.
A shortage of air traffic controllers was already a big problem before the government shutdown. Now authorities warn if the shutdown drags on, especially through the Thanksgiving travel period, it'll be a disaster.
All right, now back to the show. The government has now been shut down for 31 days, and President Trump is telling Senate Republicans to use the nuclear option.
Yeah, they want to abolish the filibuster. Another Hasanabi lock, for the record. Another Hasanabi lock. Dude, I'm going to get to Graham Plattner. If you fucking bring up Graham Plattner's conversation with Dropsite one more time, I'm going to fucking put you on a goddamn spaceship, okay? One way ticket to Mars. No return. I get it, dude. You really, 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 really want to talk about Graham Plattner. You want to relitigate it. You want to have a conversation about it. You want discourse over it. Please, okay? Please. I'm going to put you on a spaceship to the sun. I can survive that trip. Because I'm Superman. You can't. Oh my fucking God. Nothing for you until you fund free healthcare for illegal immigrants. Oh God. Oh. Why do leftists want to talk about Plattner so much? I don't get it. Fucking, I don't know. And I don't care. I mean, I do know. It's because they want to be condescending. Leftists love discourse more than anything else. Okay? More than anything else. That's it. The Mainers don't give a shit about your concerns, it seems. Here's what I was talking about, by the way, as far as the National Grocers Association. I read this the other day. That makes up around 12% of National Grocers Association, a pro-business trade group. This is a right-wing think tank. Oh, what the fuck? Uh-oh. A little F. Little blip that took place there, but we're back. There's a small F. We're back, it seems. God, I hate everything. It's fine. It's fine. We're back. Okay. Let's test out. Let's test out the delay. Delay test. Okay? Put the number you see on screen. Type it in the chat. 5, 6, 7. Okay, there's a 6 second. There's a 6 second delay. All right, I'm going to fix it. I'm going to fix the ingest. You're going to see a minor blip A minor F in 5, 4, 3, 2. There it is. Fix the delay. We're back. Okay, delay test. Subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service if you hear this. Subscribe, which you can do for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, or for $6. Or you can gift a sub to someone else. Subscriptions to the Hasanabi broadcast, the Piker Broadcasting Service, will allow you, and they're totally voluntary, but will allow you to actually rewind on VODs or when I'm live. Open presents, god damn. Okay. Internet Governor John Hugs, Blonde Bob, thank you for the 10. Open presents of 25. Hassan, my woman has been talking about you quite some time. Can you tell her to focus on me instead? No, sorry. SNAP makes up around 12% of grocery sales nationally, according to the National Grocers Association, a pro-business trade group that represents grocers. Any extended gap in SNAP payments is likely to see layoffs and possibly even store closures. Okay? Remember that. This isn't just cities. Rural areas benefit from SNAP, per the Conservative American Enterprise Institute. SNAP reduces rural poverty. Unmet needs still high in rural areas. Despite robust support from SNAP, food hardship is still higher in non-metro areas. Just like with Medicaid helping fund rural hospitals, SNAP helps fund grocery chains that are in rural areas. Who lives in rural areas, you might ask? Republicans. Okay? Republicans. That's who. Republicans are dangling the starvation of their own base of support against not giving them the proper healthcare subsidies. Okay? It's fucking insane. This is what happens. This is what happens when you are so successful that you just have to figure out exactly how cruel you want to be, in which direction. Why not both?
And before SNAP benefits expire tomorrow.
This as more airports are experiencing major delays caused by staffing issues ahead of the holiday travel season.
Doug Lazader joins us live from Washington with the latest. Good morning, Doug.
Good morning, everyone. President Trump says enough is enough. It is time to nuke the filibuster and reopen the government. Here's what he posted last night on Truth Social. It's now time for Republicans to play their Trump card and go for what is called the nuclear option. Get rid of the filibuster and get rid of it now. That would allow Senate Republicans to reopen the government on their own, even though Senate leaders generally don't like the idea of ending the filibuster. But pressure is mounting. Troops are getting paid today after the Pentagon shifted some funds around, but federal SNAP benefits run out this weekend, and we're already seeing major flight disruptions in places like Orlando and here in Washington.
Look, it could be a disaster. It really could be, because at that point you're talking about people have missed 3 paychecks. They've missed 4 paychecks. What happens when pilots start not showing up for work because they're so focused on paying the bills they can't fly the plane safely? That's going to lead to massive delays. We want people to be able to get home for Thanksgiving.
Okay, then give the people the ACA subsidies. Give the people the ACA subsidies. What are we talking about? Whose fault could that be? Who controls the entire government, I wonder? It's fucking nutty, dude. This shameless quote from a Fox article. Fox News ran an article about a woman who posted on TikTok about how she has 7 baby daddies and needs her SNAP. Interesting news judgment. Because the government shut down, now I can't get my snaps for next month, another user shared. The user went on to ask how she was supposed to feed her 7 children. Wait, that is literally AI. That is AI. Fox News is getting fucking duped by AI. This is a viral string of AI videos and Fox News reported on it. It's a real person. We're cooked. We're cooked. We're cooked. We're cooked. It's over. It's over. It's over. This is a reputable news outlet, brother. This is supposed to be a reputable news outlet, brother. Are you fucking kidding me? Now I have to see the Brett Cooper video on this. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Someone send me the Brett Cooper video. Someone send me the Fox News article first, and then we'll look at the Brett Cooper video from that article. Because the government shut down, now I can't get my snaps for next month. Another user shared on social media. The user went on to ask how she was supposed to feed her. Well, I clicked on it, and it literally goes to just the media tab, by the way. That's awesome. So it doesn't even go to the original video. And then Brett Cooper discussed the woman
shut down. Now I can't get my snaps for next month. How am I feed my 7 kids? I have 7 different baby daddies, and none of them no good for me.
Oh my God, I covered the story yesterday. Oh my God. I fucking covered the story yesterday. This is AI. That is an AI video. Chatters, that is literally an AI video. We are cooked beyond belief. We are cooked beyond belief. It is the same fucking script. Oh, we're so cooked. We're so cooked. We're so fucking cooked. Oh God. Oh my God. Yeah, this is the last thing I want to show you about the snap. This literally just released. My video on this just released 4 minutes ago. I covered this yesterday. Oh my God. That is fucking insane. I cannot believe it. I mean, I can believe it, but it's like, oh no, dude. Dude, this is so fucked. This is so incredibly fucked. Extensively yesterday, it turns out, what is Brett Cooper's Twitter at? Is it the same video? It's not. It's not. It's this. It's the exact same script. I have 7 baby daddies. All none of them want to fund my food, and therefore I rely on the taxpayer. Like, that's the AI script. It's the literal.
My kids have not eaten 5 days. It is the tax money. Take care of my kids.
Yeah. These are all AI videos. Every single one of these AI videos have the exact same meta. Okay? Every single one of these has an angry, crying black woman. They all have 7 kids. They always say they have 7 kids. They always some of them bring up baby daddies from different baby daddies. Some of them don't bring it up. And then they fucking turn around and say it's the taxpayer's responsibility to actually take care of me. These are all AI videos, chatters. Okay? And I have literally seen probably 20 different versions of the same style of video.
If you're poor, don't have kids, okay? If you're struggling, don't have kids. Don't bring more in. If you already have them, that's another situation. If you don't have them, don't bring any in. And if you have 2, don't go having another one. If you have 1, don't go having 2 more.
So they say $2 million is getting cut off this month for the scamps. I'm about to go find out if I'm in that number, in that ratio. It's been day 5 and I have not received no food stamps. My disability checks is on hold. My cash benefits is not coming no more. They're still pending. It is the taxpayer's job to pay for my kids to eat and for my kids to be taken care of. I have over 2.
That's how you know it's AI, by the way. That's how you know, like, another reason why you know it's an AI script is because they keep saying it's the taxpayer's job to take care of my children, because it's written by a fucking right-wing dickhead. It's a very specific script. Dude, we are so fucking cooked. All it takes is for you to, like, erase the Sora watermark.
On TikTok, person is $0.50 fucking video, and you can't say blocking you.
Oh, we're so fucked, brother. We are so fucked. We are so fucked. The account has 400 followers and Fox News used it as a source.
So you might have heard.
No. We gotta. I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna do. I don't know what we're gonna fucking do. This is terrifying. This is fucking terrifying, dude. This is genuinely terrifying because, like, there are people who are motivated to believe this shit because it is pre-existing racialized stereotypes that have worked very successfully to radicalize the Republicans and many others against these sorts of programs like the welfare queens meta. But now you can just straight up invent people. You can straight up make people that go along with people's preconceived notions, their biases, and you can manipulate public en masse. And the media plays a formative role in legitimizing these fucking AI slop videos. I'm pretty sure the Daily Wire posted an AI video of your parents conspiring to build a secret harem to dominate humanity, dude. No, I know. That's the other thing. Like, this is also fucking terrifying because I don't think it's AI. I think it's paid actors reading a script. It looks too realistic for it to be AI generated, in my opinion. The likelihood that this is like 20, 30 black women that were specifically paid to run the same exact script. If it was, then they would have fucking changed the script up. They wouldn't have the same exact script. It is definitely AI. There's also a guy who broke down exactly why it's AI as well. Because here, I'll show you. We'll watch it again. But there was a dude who actually goes through a lot of these viral AI videos. But in some of the videos, you can see like children in the background. Some of them don't have arms and shit. Some of them are like melting into one another. The only ones that are more convincing is the ones that are straight up just your head, maybe sometimes your hands as you're speaking in your car. If there are more elements that the AI is supposed to adjust to, that's usually when you can figure it out. Here it is.
This is AI. Here's how we know and why it matters. It's made by Impossible_ASMR1, who, after 8 failed slot posts and a 3-month break, decided that Sora could finally make their dream.
Anyway, go watch my video from yesterday if you want to see, because I covered all this shit, including this exact video.
Content. Videos of black women trying to use EBT in places it's not accepted. True creativity unleashed by AI. The shutdown created an opportunity to have them yell at the camera, but it's not till the whole family's back there that the full racist stereotype is fulfilled. This is rage bait, and we'll get angry commenters.
Yeah, you can see one kid doesn't have an arm. You can see another kid in the background, like merging into another kid,
who, when they learn it's AI, will say, oh, but it's true anyway, which of course it's not, and that's cope for being played. They were so played they didn't notice the kid missing half an arm while the other kids are frozen in place for no reason, and these down here are warping together. They were too focused on this fake AI person cramming in a script that they used 3 other times for their other fake AI people. I will gladly not.
Yeah, you can also notice if you've seen enough AI slop, you can figure out when the vocal distortions take place as well. There's also I saw the Neil deGrasse Tyson video this morning. It's fucking terrifying, okay?
Down AI rage bait of all kinds and from anywhere on the spectrum, because it's part of the same problem. Casually letting our feed slip into fake parallel AI universes that exist only to divide us.
Like, this kid is frozen. That kid in the background is
this
fucking
is AI.
frozen.
Here's how
this kid's face is fucking frozen. It's like, how is this any different from Fox News spreading 100% misinformation for decades? It's just instead of words, it's video now. No, there's a major difference. There is a major difference. Fox News, not the opinion editorial side, not the editorial side at all. Fox News still has a digital team that is supposed to at least lie by omission or lie by cherry picking data. Like, there is a difference between the way that, like, the New York Times lies, for example, when they fucking listen to whatever Israel is saying and then just go, the IDF says this, right? That's a way that the mainstream media still tries to maintain a shred of credibility while simultaneously misinforming the public. This is just straight up misreporting. This is straight up not reporting the truth. There's a difference between someone just being like, there are baby mamas according to these according to these videos, there's women with 7 children from 7 different baby daddies that are complaining that the taxpayers are not footing the bill, right, of their irresponsible behavior. Like, that is a complete fabrication. That's not omitting key details. That's not actually that's moving in a very dangerous direction, where they're not even engaging in the act of deceptive messaging or deceptive framing. They're just straight up inventing fake evidence or going along with falsified evidence.
Because of the government shutdown, now I can't get my stamps for next month. How am I going to feed my 7 kids? I have 7 different baby daddies, and none of them no good for me. It's the taxpayers' jobs to make sure this happens. So taxpayers, y'all out there, I need y'all to make this happen next month.
This is the same exact script as all the other ones. I don't know if this is the original video that was a real one. I don't know if this is a real person or if it's an AI fucking account that they designed specifically, or if it's just rage bait. Okay? It could be rage bait. Even if this is the original video, all of the AI videos are using the exact same script. Okay? Like, look at this shit. Attention, a food stamp caseworker found dead. First 48. Somebody done snap. The government shut down and my job not paying me. Let my stamps don't hit. Even if this is a paid actor or an OG content creator who's just like straight up a real person, okay? Straight up a real person. The exact same script has been getting pumped as AI. The exact same script. In this circumstance, what you're supposed to do, is verify. In this circumstance, what you're supposed to do is find who this person is. And maybe to the best of your ability, go through their background here to see if this is a real person or fucking, this long convoluted plot, if it's AI or not. Or go and find out who this person is, check their background, see if there's veracity to their claims. Viral clip of
About 2 months ago, I stopped eating dinner almost every night of the week.
Yeah, this is a real person, okay? This is a real fucking person talking about SNAP benefits being cut. Glad you are finally diving into racist rage bait channels. This is why white people happy are claiming black fatigue. I need to see more of this.
Yeah, that nigga just called me talking about I'm sick of your monkey ass. I told him.
Shut the fuck up. I understood the assignment. Did the assigner of the assignment understood who they were assigning the
You
assignment?
gotta do what you gotta do, so I'm here at the 8 office not giving a fuck.
Number one, you gotta be quick.
What the fuck is this?
Because the government.
I feel like this isn't your first rodeo covering and exposing racist rage bait channels. No, I have not seen this before. This is fucking crazy. The left needs to start using it if we want right wingers to stop and realize AI is bad for them. Fight fire with fire. No, man. What the fuck are you talking about?
Somebody better bring me some food. Please bring me some. Come on, man.
Don't act like you forgot.
Oh, baby, we about. Bro, I'm telling you, I still can't tell if this is like. This video she posted says she's a mother of 4.
They say keep posting. Oh, I'm just gonna keep showing up until y'all catch on all this greatness over here.
Wait, so this is a real person. Channel only began September 26th. You know how many white people love cosplaying as black people? Wait. Glad you're fine. So what is this like a rage bait channel? This is like a person who has an inconsistent story and they're just trying to do like racist engagement bait, leaning into fucking racialized stereotypes and shit like that.
Yes, right now. I can't eat, can't sleep. Bills are piling high. Ain't worked in 3 weeks. I ain't fake, can't shake. Cause my heart is so.
Oh God, this is so fucking insane. Yeah, there's no children, but maybe she's like, she does actually have children and she's not showing them. But like, Walmart had me fucked up. Let my stamps don't hit 11-1. Mama gonna make it happen with or without a man. Let's eat.
Really gonna miss these days when these kids move out, okay? I'm gonna miss these days.
That's a different lady, by the way, I think. It's a different person's voice.
So, trick or treat. Here is what I have for my trick-or-treaters. All right, hold on, let me get this candy. This is what I have for my trick-or-treat.
Yeah, those steaks were from 2021. For the record, this is a meme. Like, this is not real. This is not a real photo that she took or anything like that. Obviously, this is a meme. She's like posting, I think, a different sticker. But like the meme itself, I don't know where it originated from, but the meme itself is even older, especially considering that the meat expiration date on it is 2021, as you can see here. It could be stolen videos with the text that they add on top of it.
Cardi B on TV, y'all. Look at Cardi B. Look at Cardi B. So I need this message to get out to like everybody. Like, get this message out to everybody because for one, I'm so tired of y'all steady bashing these people or me or whomever may be getting EBT. I'm so tired of y'all bashing these people's like, what's the point? Why are y'all making fun of people who getting EBT? Like, y'all just do not know what people is going through or what's their situation to why they're receiving EBT. Y'all need to learn how to humble yourself and just shut the fuck up because for one, them tables can turn real fast and God can take anything that you got away from you and then you'll be looking stupid and shitty and be wishing you had EBT.
Okay, this is a normal take. This is a rational take.
So guys, since we got the government shut down and it's families out here that need food.
Yeah, that nigga just called me talking about I'm sick of your monkey ass. I told him.
Shut the fuck up. I understood.
Number one.
Because of the government shutdown, now I can't get my stamps for next month. How am I feed my 7 kids? I have 7 different baby daddies, and none of them no good for me. It's the taxpayers' jobs to make sure this happen. So taxpayers, y'all out there, I need y'all to make this happen next month.
Taxpayers need to pay up. I need my stamps next month. I don't care what nobody says. Just give me my money. Bro, this is literally the identical fucking script to all of these other AI videos. What the fuck is going on here? We watched like 10 different videos. We watched 10 different fucking videos with the same exact script, and they were AI 100%. I don't think this original video is. I think this might be a real person. I don't know if she's trying to rage bait. I don't know why she made this video. It seems like she doesn't have 7 children. Maybe she saw the AI rage bait and then thought, oh, I'll go viral if I say this. Do not engage in rage bait on TikTok. I saw a decent abuser post both sides of Hassan hate to maximize the engagement. No rage bait. What? Dude, what the fuck are people doing on TikTok? My guess is she saw the AI videos going viral and she copied the script. She's clearly rage baiting because she has 4 kids in an older video and 7 in this one. Yeah.
Don't act like you
Taxpayers'
forgot.
money. Please don't cut off my SNAP benefits. Bitch better have my money. I'm calling all you punk taxpayers to the front. I'm sick of y'all acting like we can't. Fuck y'all. Bitch better get my money. I don't fuck with my stamps, bitch. Dude, what the fuck is going on here? Why are you even doom scrolling on TikTok? Because this is something that I covered yesterday. I also tested generating Sora clips using the API and could not believe the outputs have no visible watermark or content credentials metadata. I still don't know if that's on purpose or an oversight because they don't answer my emails. Tech giants keep touting a system they built to label AI generated content, so I checked. They're not using it. I generated a video on Sora and confirmed it had the content credentials metadata, which marks it as AI generated. I posted across social media. Every site stripped the metadata off my video. Now, only YouTube displayed any indication that it was synthetic, hidden behind a menu. Okay, listen. I don't know how deep this fucking well goes, but I do know that there are a shit ton of fake videos out there. Okay? There are a shit ton of fake videos out there. These are either directly fake videos, okay, created by random fucking AI generated videos from random AI generated channels, or potentially these are people who are seeing the AI videos and then saying the exact same thing within the AI videos. Okay? Racist influencers using OpenAI Sora to make it look like poor people are selling food stamps for cash. Yeah, the U.S. government shutdown has officially reached a month in length, the second longest federal funding gap on record. The longest is 35 days, by the way, and we're slated to pass it. That makes it a perfect storm for chaos-fueled Trump administration, which now has a de facto kill switch that Elon Musk Doge couldn't even dream of. As the shutdown drags on, it's wreaking havoc on the nation, leaving millions of government workers without pay. As a consequence, the U.S. is suffering issues like sporadic airport closures, massive delays in small business loan processing, issues which surely have a negative impact on GDP growth. One of the most pressing issues, however, is the shutdown effect on the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP, commonly referred to as food stamps. The U.S. Department of Agriculture, which oversees the program, had warned that the program's 42 million recipients would likely go without starting on November 1st. Though, as of October 31st, a judge blocked the White House from suspending the program. Where the fight goes next is anyone's guess. But the eruption of discourse about food stamps has been influenced by a disruptive new force, generative AI, and specifically OpenAI Sora 2, the video generation engine responsible for filling social media with incredibly realistic fake clips. One clip, clearly labeled with a Sora watermark, nabbed nearly 500,000 views on TikTok alone. It shows a black woman explaining to a local news reporter how she sells, in air quotes, her government assistance for cash. I'm gonna keep it real with you. I get over $2,500 a month in stamps. The AI generated woman explains. I sell them $2,000 worth for about $1,200 to $1,500 cash. Here's the video. We saw it yesterday, but here we'll watch it again.
I get over $2,500 a month in stamps. I sell them $2,000 worth for about $1,200 to $1,500 cash. That's why everybody's upset. Folks say we're taking advantage, but that's how we get by. And that's the frustration we're hearing out here in downtown Atlanta.
Most social media users replying in the comments appear oblivious of the fact that it's AI. This isn't about feeding their kids. This is about getting her hair and nails done. One top comment read. Even more troubling are those who realize it's AI but run with it anyway. That's AI, one commenter notes, under a version of the same clip uploaded to YouTube. But that is what is happening, another replies. Despite this fabrication, yeah, they go, oh, it's AI. And then the person goes, well, it's a real thing that's happening. Who cares if it's AI? Okay? But that is what is happening, another replies. Despite its fabrication, the clip highlights genuine Snap trafficking issues that have long been existing in our society. Another caption of the same reel claims on Facebook. On Elon Musk's X, formerly Twitter, the right-wing influencer Mila Joy shared the video uncritically to her 426,000 followers. What an absolute scam, Joy wrote. Though the video has since been removed, it managed to receive over 1.7 million views, boosted by fellow right-wing accounts, as well as X's own summary tab on today's news. In reality, data shows that food assistance fraud is incredibly rare. A 2024 analysis in Mississippi, for example, found that the state's 390,000 SNAP recipients, only 592 individuals were investigated for misuse of funds. And only a third of those probes uncovered evidence of actual fraud. It also bears mentioning that SNAP is dolled out via a plastic debit-like card, not literal stamps that can be easily bartered on the street. Unfortunately, the use of AI to generate egregious misinformation about the disadvantage doesn't end with manufactured SNAP fraud. For example, a YouTube account called Buffet Battle has a nearly endless feed of obviously AI-generated clips showing poor people, many of them black, demanding tomahawk steaks, stealing food, or rioting in Walmart after their government food benefits run out. Some AI clips only have a couple thousand views, but many do 5 or even 6-digit numbers boosted by noxious comments.
And you still stop taking EBT?
These videos traffic in vicious stereotypes. Heavyset black people become violent thieves when benefits lapse, while poor whites have thick Appalachian accents, gnashing on deep-fried possum with rotting teeth. Each reel is a shot of espresso for anyone cheering on a lapse in a desperately needed food aid to the country's most needy. This slop apparatus does more than just generate clicks. Its despicable effect is to manufacture consent for undermining SNAP, a program that feeds roughly 42 million poor and working people across the United States. According to the Nonpartisan Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, over two-thirds of SNAP recipients are either children, elderly, or disabled. That is the reason why they keep saying, oh, I have 7 kids with 7 different baby daddies, by the way. Okay? Because the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program is supposed to be given to people when they have mouths to feed. Which, by the way, who gives a fuck if someone has 7 kids? Of course, they need to be fed. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just telling you what the common meta is and why there is why they are constantly acting as though this is a real thing that's happening all around the country. The reason why they're saying that, the reason why the AI script is saying that over and over again is the racist stereotype that is utterly ridiculous when you think about it. But the racist stereotype that black women are specifically having children out of wedlock. They're not actually having kids with, in a 2-parent household. And they're doing this just so they can get one on the taxpayer, specifically the taxpayer, to fuck over the taxpayer. That is the argument that racist Republicans advance in an effort to undermine these benefits programs, even though 37% or 36% of the beneficiaries of SNAP are white. Okay? 25% are black, 36% are white. There are far more white people than there are black people in this country, and there are far more white people that take advantage of the SNAP benefits. Not that it fucking matters, because if you're poor and you need this assistance, you should get it. It is not even costly to the average taxpayer, as I explained to you earlier. $36 from your tax dollars go to fund SNAP. For the average American taxpayer, it's only $36. I wish it was $100. I wish it was $1,000. Who gives a fuck? Okay? And this is, if you're not familiar with this process, this is the age-old welfare queen's argument. Okay? This was a devastating point of propaganda that allowed Americans, or that justified the erosion of the American welfare state under Ronald Reagan, and then absolutely the final blow was under Bill Clinton. Okay? I've lost count of the amount of Sora AI videos that are being made that continue using black women as the face of SNAP. I told you guys this last week, and Mila and her blue check has over 425K followers. The uphill battle we're going to be facing with how AI will be used. Yes, this is a way to try to use pre-existing white supremacist sentiment to get white Americans primarily on board, or just rich Americans in general on board with the notion get Americans on board with the idea of cutting SNAP. Okay, that's what this is. It originates from Ronald Reagan using the historic example, a very popular example from history, the idea of the welfare queen. Okay, of those able-bodied workers with at least one child who receive SNAP, a whopping 89% of them have jobs. Put another way, AI has become a powerful tool in perpetuating the myth of the welfare queen, a harmful and unfair stereotype dating back to the days of Ronald Reagan. In the wake of the largest transfer of wealth from poor to rich in the country's history, this kind of misinformation helps blame the victims for the poverty it helped create. Yeah. Incredible. There are no food banks near me, and there is a very real chance I might starve come next month. Oh, Jesus Christ. Here's one Facebook post reactions. We are so cooked. This woman says she has 7 kids from 7 different dads, and it's the taxpayer's responsibility to feed them. Yeah. Kimberly A. Thomas is probably a fucking whole ass boomer that is now posting 4chan memes that she saved on her phone as a reaction image to a fucking AI TikTok video of a black woman screaming to the camera angrily and in an entitled manner, demanding that the taxpayer foot the bill for her having 7 children with 7 baby daddies that are not around. It is a completely... It's a ridiculous racist stereotype that is supposed to invoke anger out of the person that is completely and utterly oblivious to how this stuff works. It's unimaginably cruel. Yeah, this is the welfare
this
queen.
Is another fascinating, controversial part of his rhetoric, is the welfare queen narrative that he popularized in his 1976 presidential campaign.
Right.
Yeah.
While he never explicitly mentioned race, the story played on existing anxieties about welfare abuse. And contributed to a growing resentment towards social programs. It's a tactic that continues to be used in political discourse today. It's a powerful example of how he framed complex issues in ways that resonated with voters.
Is this also AI? Jesus fucking Christ.
This is a program.
Yeah. And there is many different versions of this racist ass fucking lie. Rob Schmidt, people are using their SNAP benefits to get their nails done, to get their weaves in their hair. This is a really ugly program.
You have this is a program that has exploded over the last 20 years, and we are just dumping $100 billion a year into a program that we all know is being so woefully corrupted and exploited. People are selling their benefits. People are using them to get their nails done, to get their weaves in their hair. I mean, this is a really ugly program. It's weird to me to hear Josh Hawley screaming that we have to protect this, and that we're not talking about why is it so ridiculously expensive and exploited, and what can we do to make it better?
I just provided my colleagues another one of my charts yesterday that showed from the inception in the 70s until President Obama, we would...
Roach commented on this post. Didn't Asmongold literally use food stamps when he was growing up? There is no chance that he's anti-food stamps, bro. That's fucking crazy. I would be... Where is it? The way it works is that people who have food stamps trade their card for cash, usually at a rate of 50% to 80%. Many people do this. It's a common practice with people who have more balance than they need for food. I was on food stamps before. If you were, you would know this. Oh, my Lord.
Somewhere between 6 and 10% of Americans on food stamps, right? Then Obama came in, dramatically increased flex of eligibility. Now it's between 10 and 15%. Right now you have 42 million Americans. 12.3% of our population on food stamps. That is not a metric of success.
One of the craziest aspects of this is that every dollar spent on SNAP, regardless of how it's spent, even if it's on fucking nails, apparently, like these guys are claiming, every dollar spent on SNAP stimulates the economy by adding $1.8 back into the economy. Okay? Because every dollar you give to the working poor, rather than the dollar that you give to the capital owning class, ends up being spent. It ends up literally funding the grocery stores, for example. This is one of the most pro-capitalist arguments you can make for it. One of the most pro-capitalist arguments you can make for any kind of stimulus package or any kind of subsidies given directly to the people rather than corporations. This is why I brought up the fact that even a right-wing think tank like the National Grocery Stores think tank still understands the importance of fucking SNAP benefits. What is so crazy about Asmongold's reply there is, and I'm sure he will say, well, I wasn't saying we should cut it. I'm just saying that it's a thing that happens, right? But what he fails to mention here, like the argument here that they're presenting, is that if it means that like a hypothetical black person is potentially getting her nails done, if they have additional SNAP funds that they sell for 50% at the cost for cash so they can go get their fucking nails done potentially, a hypothetical black person misusing SNAP funds is unacceptable to the degree that I am willing to cut my own SNAP benefits that I'm using for food. Because that's the argument. That's what this is. That's what the fuck is going on here. When we talk about welfare queens, that's what the argument is.
Success. It's a metric of failure. And no, I mean, that program needs to be dramatically reformed. We are making way too many Americans dependent on government. That's what Obamacare did with the Medicaid expansion, which is really pushing out disabled children from care because of, people, because they get paid more, would prefer providing medical services to single, able-bodied, working-age childless adults. I mean, it's sick. I mean, the damage Democrats do with their supposedly well-intentioned programs, but completely poorly designed programs, is incalculable.
Yeah, I don't think they're even well intentioned. I think it's all just a game to get as many people on them as you can, because then you've got a very reliant base of voters. If they need that program, if they need that money, they're always going to vote for you. So it's just a game of how many can we get on there, and that's why the moment you start talking about doing it responsibly, they freak out, because that's going to be cutting people off of it. I mean, that's the worst thing for their product.
I can't argue with the Democrats are all about growing government, which means making more Americans dependent on government. Yep. That's not the way to improve our society and really improve those people's lives.
This is so fucking devastating, dude. This is... My dad actually used that argument about disabled people not getting the benefits. To me, a blind person, Jesus Christ. Now watch the viral TikTok of the real person for the reality of how important food stamps are. Yeah, here's a non-AI, actual real person. Or not like a fucking rage bait account like the other account that we were looking at potentially. Here.
About 2 months ago, I stopped eating dinner almost every night of the week so that my boyfriend and I could have enough food left over to have lunch the next day, because I personally need to eat more in the middle of the day to be able to accomplish all that I have to do during the day. By dinner time, nighttime, whatever. If I'm hungry, I can just fall asleep through it. It doesn't really matter. This was before we were about to lose our food stamps. Mind you, we both work. I've worked since I was 14 years old. I have a college degree. But because we have children and because aftercare and before care is too expensive, I've taken a job that's basically minimum wage so that I can be there to pick up my kids. I cannot fathom what we're going to do without that food stamp money, because if I already couldn't eat dinner with that food stamp money... So yeah, I'm glad some of you are happy. About 2 months ago, I stopped eating dinner almost every night of the week so that my boyfriend and I could have enough food left over to have lunch the next day, because
It's been day 5 and I have not received no food stamps. My disability checks is on hold. My cash benefits is not coming no more. They're still pending. It is the taxpayer's job to pay for my kids to eat and for my kids to be taken care of. I have over 2,000 followers on TikTok, and I can't get not one person to send me 50 cents. If you're watching a video and you can't send me nothing, I'm blocking you.
Crazy freaking lady. It's insane. This is literally insane. You're telling me that it is my responsibility to make sure that your children are fed? That it is all of our responsibilities to make sure that you keep a roof over your head, that you are able to afford your life? Not with that attitude, ma'am. You whipping off your glasses. And she's so angry that she's not getting these benefits, and now she's turning to TikTok and she's demanding that the people who follow her, these 2,000 people, aren't sending her 50 cents. Ma'am, that's not their responsibility. That is not their job. You are not entitled to their money.
I have not received.
I can't even see what the original account is, because she took that from Eric L. Daw, who is, I think, a right-wing a Twitter poster. So I don't even know if this is rage bait, real, AI. I can't even fucking find the original video.
Received no food stamps. My disability checks is on hold.
That one was in the AI montage, though.
Cash benefits is not coming no more. They're still pending. It is the taxpayer's job to aware of. Over 2,000 followers on TikTok.
Clip her face and Google reverse image search it. One of the other parts of this conversation that is getting lost in the is this AI or not is that, yes, I'm totally on board with paying to make sure her children are fed. Okay? Yes. Like, that's the other side of the story, which we can't even get to. I don't give a shit if she comes across as entitled or angry in this moment. Even if this is not a real video, or even if this is a real video, sorry. Like, I don't give a fuck. It's $36 goddamn dollars out of the average American taxpayer's wallets that go to feed children. Okay? Yeah, I think, controversial opinion, children shouldn't starve. Like, I can't believe that that's the other side of this argument that we haven't even... Yeah, it's from Gunther Eagleman originally, and then posted by the other dipshit. And it's the compilation of like black women talking about food stamps being cut. Wait, she does the same exact thing in both of these videos?
No food stamps. My disability checks is on hold. My cash benefits is not coming no more. They're still pending.
Yeah, I think this is AI, by the way. I think this is AI. Look, she takes the glasses off.
Hold.
Look.
My cash benefits is not coming no more. They're still pending. It is the taxpayer's job.
Puts it down somewhere, and then instantly the glasses
to pay
are
for
gone.
my kids to eat.
No username, so we can't even fucking figure out. Yeah, reflection on glasses is strange. Earrings look kind of weird. The other thing is, like, AI videos also are like somewhat blurrier too. Dudes will get on here and be like, poor kids don't deserve to have a cookie, and think they're the good guys. When I go to the store and see them advertising big tubs of chocolate chip cookies at EBT eligible, it makes me not care about things getting shut down. Oh my God. Exactly. Dug a bit deeper. The person from earlier seems real, but they didn't post the same taxpayer do something video to Facebook or Instagram. Everything else was cross-posted. Now they only post reels on each platform. Please stop reflecting on this as if there's any uncertainty. It is AI. We've already established this. No, the one video that we found, check his bio, Christian, anti-communist. Many such examples. Dude, we are so fucking ruthless to the poor in this country. We have a genuine... We have this genuine inhumanity, this broad inhumanity that we demonstrate so freely when we are talking about poor people, and especially if they're poor and black. Oh my God. Especially if they're poor and like black or brown. Holy moly. People go crazy mode, dude. Where's Kaya? I zapped her so hard. She died. She perished. She pee-pee-poofed. I electrocuted her so hard that she evaporated like a fucking cloud of mist and dust. Is that good? You want to fucking go clip that and post it and be like, Hassanis? Yeah, there, you got me. That's what happened. Or perhaps, just like any other day that you could have actually been in here, you would have seen that sometimes she's not on fucking camera. I wonder which one of these two things is the likely scenario. That she gets to roam freely and in and out of the room with regular frequency, or that it's a major conspiracy. This kind of goes along with the rage bait shit that we were looking at, which is you see rage bait that corresponds to your previous biases, okay, and you immediately lean into it. You immediately agree with it. And then when you're faced with the reality that it's actually not, real, you go, oh, this change that I'm seeing, okay, in real time doesn't correspond to what I previously had developed as an opinion. So instead of assuming that maybe the developed opinion was wrong, I just find a different reason as to why it doesn't correspond to my previous opinion. And then people basically fucking double down and triple down. Just like when people see that these videos are AI, they go, well, it's a real thing though. Well, it's a real thing. So who cares if this is an AI video, but it's a real thing, right? Like, do you see what I mean? Look, in this situation, they have falsely led themselves to believe that Kaya is always locked and trapped in these confines, right? And when they don't see her, they go, oh, there must be some alternative reasoning for this. And not that the previous thing that I believed was false. And when I go, yeah, you're wrong, and demonstrate the stupidity of the argument that you're advancing because it doesn't literally meet the reality that you can observe in front of you in this moment, you go, why are you being so defensive? That's it. Yeah. It always comes down to, says a lot about you that I believed it, libtard. That's what it is. Says a lot about society that I could be led to believe it. No, it doesn't say a lot about society. It says a lot about you, dumbass. It says a lot about you that you're fucking stupid. Like, all the while, there are these stories of people that are suffering, that are desperate, and maybe even fucking angry, okay, in the process of expressing their desperation that they might not be able to feed their children. And people point to those examples to be like, well, you see, none of them deserve the SNAP benefits. Fascists will waste your time. They will never concede because they're only doing it to entertain themselves. Shout out the thought slime. It's true. Yeah. God damn, dude.
If we think about the history of the narrative around a welfare queen, it really comes out of some of our most foundational tropes about Black women and Black people.
She's the craziest and the laziest.
Evoking a narrative of cheats, of scoundrels, of parasites.
It's the welfare queen.
Feeds into this welfare queen narrative and allows states to make draconian cuts.
What is that? It's food stamps.
Get so much money from the government, I just throw it away.
And all of that's really a reflection of anti-Black sentiment.
Yep.
Started in the 70s in many conservative commentary, but Ronald Reagan really, took it to the next level when he ran for president in 80 and 84. And he had this story he would tell on the stump. It was part of his stump speech.
In Chicago, they found a woman who holds the record. She used 80 names, 30 addresses, 15 telephone numbers to collect food stamps, Social Security, veterans benefits.
And so it was this whole image of someone abusing the system and in fact getting rich and living luxurious.
You don't ever have to really use kind of racial terms. That kind of language in and of itself evokes kind of this racial resentment.
Welfare is to help those who are the neediest of the needy and not to bring in children to the world they cannot care for.
Section 8 rental vouchers. Medicaid, free health care while I'm paying up the wazoo for health insurance. The parasites outnumber the producers.
This guy is a parasite. And my contention is that the Obama administration is encouraging parasites to come out.
You might be wondering why they're using coded language to say welfare queens. Well, here, let me dive a little bit deeper for you, okay? Here is a very infamous 1981 interview with Lee Atwater on the Southern Strategy. Now, N-word warning. He is going to say the N-word quite a bit in this. I don't know if this is censored or not. In 1981, the legendary brutal campaign consultant Lee Atwater was working in Ronald Reagan's White House when he was interviewed by Alexander Lemiz. In this audio, made public for the first time ever, Atwater lays out how Republicans can win the vote of racists without sounding racist themselves.
Here's how I would approach that issue as a statistician or a political scientist, or no, as a psychologist, which I'm not, is how abstract you handle the race thing. In other words, you start out, and now y'all aren't quoting me on this, all right, I won't do it. You start out in 1954 by saying nigger, nigger, nigger. By 1968, you can't say nigger, that hurts your backfire, so you say stuff like force busing, states' rights and all that stuff. And you're getting so abstract now, you're talking about cutting taxes, and all of these things you're talking about are totally economic things, and the byproduct of them is blacks get hurt worse than whites. And subconsciously, maybe that is part of it. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that if it is getting that abstract and that coded, that we're doing away with the racial problem one way or the other. You follow me? Because obviously sitting around saying we want to cut taxes, we want to cut this, and we want is much more abstract than even the busing thing, and a hell of a lot more abstract than nigger, you know. So
he's saying that society is progressing, like we're getting woke, because the level of permissible anti-blackness, like the window for permissible anti-blackness has gotten smaller and smaller. That's the argument that he's making here. But I think this is a very important thing to bring up, which I do with regular frequency, but newer Hasanabe heads might not have seen me bring this up before, because it basically exposes the racialized animus at the core of Republican policymaking. Okay? Welfare Queens is another example of this. Yeah. The GOP Southern strategy, as Lee Atwater said, used busing as a coded racist appeal. Richard Nixon, October 21st, 1970. We do not believe the constitutional mandate that schools be desegregated requires compulsory busing for the sole purpose of arbitrary racial balance. Lee Atwater was also behind the infamously racist Willie Horton ad that helped George H.W. Bush win the presidency in 1988. This is also allowed... This is also allowed the Republican Party to win over a larger flank of people from marginalized backgrounds as well, because that kind of coded language allows black and brown folk who are conservative to comfortably find themselves as advocates for these kinds of things.
Welfare reform that took place in 1996, it fundamentally changed what states could do and have a lot of discretion in how they determined who was eligible, and the system became much more punitive. It actually denied a lot of eligible folks resources.
This is why I brought up Bill Clinton earlier when talking about welfare reform and how devastating that was.
We are ending welfare as we know it. We all know that the typical family on welfare today is very different from the one that welfare was designed to deal with 60 years ago.
People know exactly who you're talking about. You're really talking about black people. And when we're talking about public assistance, oftentimes people are seeing those as black women.
And I think people have been fighting against that narrative to say, no, actually most people, and in particularly most women of color, are incredibly hardworking, have always been very hardworking, have often done labor that is not paid for if you think of care work.
They are often the people who have least access to services, who have the most caretaking burden, who have all these responsibilities and face discrimination in labor markets, face predatory lending, face a plethora of challenges in our economy.
I think the long-term damaging effect of all of these stereotypes as it relates to individuals who live in poverty is that eventually it affects how you see yourself.
I go about precious.
Something you do well?
Nothing.
So much of our experiences and what we believe about ourselves is exposure and what you are allowed access to. And if everything that you ever hear about yourself is something negative based on this mentality of limits and scarcity, over time you begin to believe that for yourself.
Part of the reason why I also often will point to how white supremacist values are so fundamental in American society that it ends up causing black people to also believe them. Like that's how devastating white supremacy is. White supremacist history, like a white-centered understanding of American history, causes black people in the United States of America to have incomplete education on their own stories. It warps their own perception. It warps their own reality.
Education, you're a dummy. Don't nobody want you. Don't nobody need you.
I think we have to recognize that we're all exposed to this narrative and somehow we are shaped by it. And, you know, people might say, I don't really hold that individual belief that someone is not deserving of getting assistance, of getting help when they need it. But how do we really ramp that up to a real movement? I think that we have to have a real movement behind this. And that means that people coming together across race to say we're going to actually tackle this, that we can actually do this together.
That's why, that's how black girls, when shown a black doll and a white doll when asked, will say the black one is evil. Yeah. Anyway. And if you want to see how fucking devastating AI videos are, here it is. Okay.
Doing calculations, as well as looking back at old NASA footage and raw data from satellites hovering above Earth. And I just can't escape the conclusion that the Earth might actually be flat. That's not me. It was never me. Those aren't my words. That's what's called a deep fake. I've been doing calculations, as well as looking back at old NASA footage and raw data from satellites hovering above Earth. And I just can't escape the conclusion that the Earth might actually be flat.
We're cooked. We're cooked. We're fucking cooked.
I can't get now one person to send 50 cents video and you can't say I'm blocking you.
Crazy freaking lady. It's insane. This is literally insane. You're telling me that it is my responsibility to make sure that your children are fed, that it is all of our responsibilities to make sure that you keep a roof over your head, that you are able to afford your life, not with that attitude, ma'am, you whipping off your glasses. And she's so angry that she's not getting these benefits, and now she's turning to TikTok and she's demanding that the people who follow her, these 2,000 people, aren't sending her 50 cents. Ma'am.
First of all, is most likely an AI video that she is responding to, okay? There's a string of AI videos, as I've shown you, that have a very similar script. But even if it was a real video, okay? Even if it was a real video, her attitude, her bad attitude in this moment does not change the reality that if she actually has starving children, then she has fucking starving children. Like, the government is supposed to, the wealthiest government on the planet is supposed to make sure that that doesn't happen, okay? I just want to make one thing very clear. Controversial opinion alert. Children in the wealthiest nation on earth, or even in the poorest nation on earth especially, but regardless, should not starve. Children should not starve. That is the reason why we have the nutritional assistance programs that we do, okay? If given the option of striking Venezuela versus making sure that every single person has a hot meal for every single meal of the day, I think the overwhelming majority of people would go with feeding everyone.
That's not their responsibility. That is not their job. You are not entitled to their money. I know that the government programs have led you to believe that you are entitled, but you're certainly not. And that's why, like, this is
What
so
about your dog?
maddening.
Brother, I can't stress this enough. And I need you to understand something, because I know I bit the bait for one person, and then I think like a Discord server was alerted somewhere because everyone started posting this. Kaya lives a better life than you ever will have. Okay? She's a better animal than you. She's a much more important for many other people's lives than you. Okay? You are going to die alone, because this is the type of shit you get up to on the internet. You spend the finite amount of time you have doing this kind of stuff on the internet. Okay? You can type ah ha 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 all day, every day, and act as though you're totally not mad right now. But the reality of the matter is, when you die, it is going to be alone. There won't even be a sigh of relief. You understand? Not even a sigh of relief from your family members. That is how irrelevant you are. I fucking love it, dude. Owned his ass. I did dress up Kaya for Halloween. She's a Crip dog. That's it. Let's continue.
It's also a bit pitiful because you are watching somebody, in that video, you're watching somebody that the system has allowed to become a consistent crippled victim. Like, she genuinely believes that it is our job to fund her life. And to be fair, it has been our job, but it shouldn't be. But that's why this has become what she's accustomed to. And all of this that you're going to see today is so incredibly ironic, especially coming on the heels of the No Kings protest. And there have been a few, iterations of the No Kings protest, but there was a big, nationwide No.
What does this have to do with the No Kings protest? The fuck?
Okay, they wanted $9 for this. So.
Okay, I don't think this one is fake. I think this is.
So.
Oh wait, maybe it is.
They wanted $7 for this. Mind you, I don't have food stamps anymore.
This account is called EBT of TikTok. There is a Twitter account dedicated to EBT of TikTok. Are you fucking serious? There is an entire verified account on Twitter with 35,000. Oh my God. October 2025 is when this account was created. It is a verified account with 35,000, almost 36,000 followers. And it is directly an anti-SNAP benefits, anti-EBT account. Oh my God. Yeah, and Brett Cooper, of course, follows the account. And also Center Stage and Talk News. Who the fuck is Center Stage and Talk News? I have no idea who this person is. It's automated account. I don't know what this account is. But woman says, time to flip some fucking tables when SNAP benefits go away.
Who receiving these SNAP benefits?
TikTok creator reveals how people may be blessed by the cancellation of SNAP benefits. This program is keeping a lot of people unmarried and uneducated. It's time to step out. The government is not your friend.
You're about to see a blessing in disguise. If you're currently on the SNAP program and you lose your benefits, it's going to be the best thing that you could have ever saw. People have been taking advantage of this program for years. And people.
Bro, this is literally Thomas Sowell. This isn't AI, by the way. There is real people who fucking believe this shit, for the record. Oh my God. No, this isn't AI. Not all of these videos are AI. That's what makes it so fucking devastating. And this isn't even rage bait. Okay? This is a real mentality, this is a real person who sincerely fucking believes this. The account is compiling all of the TikToks it can, some of which are AI, some of which are real, some of which is just people joking, like the yeah, it's time to fucking raid the Walmart. Like, those are jokes. They've been around on TikTok for a minute, okay? People being like, oh, once the SNAP benefits go away, what are we going to do? We're going to go raid the local Walmart, right? Like, stuff like that. Some of these are AI videos. Some of these are real people. Some of these are real people rage baiting. Some of these are real people joking, okay? But the account itself, say it to his face, be a bully to his guy's face. You guys make a lot of money, this garbage, huh? Bro, you can't even fucking write stuff, man. You can't even spell, you fucking illiterate donkey. This is the problem, okay? God damn. We're so fucking cooked. Say it to his face, bro. Children left behind, or should have been left behind. Like, think about this. I'm over here trying to fucking be like, hey, man, I think cutting necessary, the necessary funds so that 42 million Americans don't suffer unnecessarily in the wealthiest country on earth. And half of the fucking spammers are like, where's your dog? Where's your dog? Okay? Your grandparents are going to fucking die, dumbass. Okay? Either because they can't pay for their fucking health care or because they can't pay for your food. Okay? Or their food. And you're over here being like, where's your dog? And then the other half is like, oh, say it to his face, dude. I bet you wouldn't act tough if you saw this man in the real world. Why the fuck wouldn't I? It just blows my mind how people are just like, I don't really care about what's going on in the world at all. You know? I don't really care about what the fuck's happening in the real world at all. Fuck it. Who gives a shit? Who cares if fucking poor people suffer? Yeah. Anyway, this is bracketed off. This is a real person who is just stupid. Okay? Unfortunately. This is a person who's memeing. Yeah. Another person who's obviously joking. I'm noticing that there are at least some white people, but it's heavy on the black and brown side. This woman has a message for EBT TikTokers. Stop coming to TikTok with your brand new phones and complain about your losing. Oh, the one white woman is actually also talking about how people are wasting their EBT, wasting their SNAP benefits.
So I'm just going to say what everyone is.
Obama phone. That was the fucking meme. I can't believe that we're just relitigating the same dumb, nonsensical bullshit over and over again.
I don't care that you're losing your food stamps. I don't care that you're losing your free medical. I don't care that you are losing your free house.
Yeah, interesting that the first post was October 27, less than a week old account. Click the media tab and see how many videos it's created and posted. This is an actual organized psyop. Huh. Interesting. Bro, we're so cooked. This type of racism is the type I grew up around. They're so close to just calling them slurs. Yeah. Incredible. All the bounties of the internet. And look how we're using it, dude. Not all of these are rage bait, by the way. Like, I know this content creator.
In light of the government cutting SNAP.
Like, this content creator is great.
SNAP benefits November 1st. I want to remind everybody that stealing is never wrong. Stealing from multi-billion-dollar businesses is always okay, if not encouraged, right? 5-finger discount. It's the best discount you could ever get. 5-finger discount.
Like, that's not even rage bait. That's just a person who's like half memeing, half talking about. If you were to ask him sincerely what his beliefs are, he's gonna be like, yeah, I think if the option is you starve to death or you steal from fucking Walmart, yeah, steal from Walmart. I agree with that as well. The fuck? If push came to shove, yeah, who the fuck would get mad at that? Once again, what these videos all insist is that people who are on EBT are too poor as a replacement for stupid and want to personally dictate the spending habits of those who already are some of the most disenfranchised. Yes. And the overarching attitude here is that, like, it's a moral failing and that's the reason why they're it's a moral failing and that's the reason why they're poor. And also they're having children because they want to somehow steal money from the average taxpayer who's being more responsible, right? That's another fucking message here. It's all age-old tropes accelerated through some AI, some rage bait, some decontextualized clips that are all presented here by one account specifically to drive home this narrative. Okay? And if you eat into this, if you even lean into this even a little bit, you are the biggest sucker of all time. Because while you might not necessarily actually fucking, what is this?
It's been days.
While you might not necessarily need SNAP, you never know when you might need SNAP, and you might have a loved one that needs this kind of assistance. The reason why they are building this narrative is so that they can take it away. Okay? That's exactly the same way that they took it away in the past, by claiming that this is, a bunch of black people that are taking advantage of the system. And then when it goes away, the most sinister part of this is when it goes away, then people will say, oh, well, if black people hadn't stole SNAP, we wouldn't even need to cut SNAP. It's like, well, you advocated to cut it, you fucking idiot, because you fantasize about black people stealing it. It's so fucking dumb. These kinds of narratives are even further accelerated with AI videos. It's so devastating. It is straight up demonic. Eyes on the prize, everybody. 42 million Americans that are desperate for the additional funds so they can have a hot meal for every meal of the day are about to lose that additional assistance. And there are people that are actively egging this on and saying that's a good thing.
5 and I have not received no food stamps. My disability checks is on hold. My cash benefits is not coming no more. They're still pending. It is the taxpayer's job to pay for my kids to eat and for my kids to be taken care of. I have over 2,000 followers on TikTok and I can't get not one person to send me 50 cents. If you're watching this video and you can't send me nothing, I'm blocking you. I'm blocking you. 50 cents. My kids have not ate in 5 days. It is ability to take care of my kids. Yo, I just seen a video and that's exactly what the lady was saying, bro.
I'm done, bro. I'm done. Nah, I'm quitting. I think I'm quitting. I think I'm quitting forever, bro. This is it's over. It's done. Half the fucking videos are AI. The other half is just people literally like redoing the AI video. That's awesome.
Dead. It's called get a job. It's been day 5.
What do we do? What do we do here? What the fuck do we do here? And she's a right winger. Yes, bro. Yes, she's a right winger. She's making fun of people. She's making fun of most likely an AI video that she saw that she recreated. And now she's being used by Brett Cooper as a point of propaganda. Why are they redoing it? I don't understand. Brother, sister, the emperor. People are fucking having fun on this stupid fucking application. Who knows? I don't know. Someone, however, saw that video and clipped it nefariously because it went along with the bias that she also has, ironically enough. Chinese firewall vindicated every day, brother. Every day. There's utter vindication for the Chinese firewall.
No, like on a serious note, like the real reason why they can't take my shit, cause how the fuck y'all gonna take this shit in November? That's when Thanksgiving and people eating food and preparing meals and shit and bringing potlucks and bring your own dish and bring a dish and fuck, like, what the fuck am I gonna eat? Some crackers? Some bread?
Like people look at this and go, that's a black woman. And they say, oh, she's being entitled. And don't think that this is a fucking valid problem. Okay? That's also clipped alongside all these other fucking clips. She doesn't even have to say anything wrong. Because after you've been inundated and primed into feeling some type of way about these assistance programs and who gets to use them without actually accounting for what their material conditions look like, you're already ready to fucking go, oh, look at that. It's insane. Well, first off, it's not yours. Second, you're working. Third, it is not an entitlement. Fourth, study to improve. Fifth, don't speak unless you can improve the silence. Sixth, anything given can be taken away at any time. Seventh, go to church. Next, please. Yeah, funny how y'all can afford hair, nails, eyelashes, but not food.
I'm gonna tell y'all straight up like this. I just got that text that the link is definitely cut the fuck off for November. Y'all better stay the fuck out of my way in these stores. I'm walking out with carts and I'm not paying for shit. Trump, if you want motherfuckers start looting, it's gonna happen.
Like, again, you can literally see that this is a poor working class family. Like, it's not like this is fine dining over here. That's like a fucking cheap ass steak. You see her child eating the food. Pork chop, possibly. I don't know. It looks like one of those like $1, the steaks that you get at dollar stores. It just blows my fucking mind, dude. Yeah, 75% of adults on SNAP work. These people just want to eradicate the poor. That's why they say vague things like it must end. SNAP recipients, 42 million, 10% are elderly, 31% are adults, 39% are children, 10% of the 13 million adults are, in air quotes, disabled. At least 11.7 million adults without a disability are on SNAP. This is a major problem. It must end. Bro, you need to see this? Yes, I saw, man. Oh my God. Haha, funny meme. 42 million Americans about to lose their fucking assistance for food. And JD Vance is posting this shit. And the Republicans that are talking about this stuff are just like openly anti-SNAP. Like openly talking about how this is fucked up. And we should cut it anyway. I mean, yeah. When you see stuff like this, understand that they are pro starvation of children. Okay? That's it. Just say it what it is. You are pro starving children. Good luck. Good luck to you. You're a fucking animal. Actually, even an animal wants to feed its children. You're something beyond.
And Delta Airlines joining the calls for Congress to pass the Republican bill, saying Delta Airlines implores Congress to immediately pass a clean continuing resolution to reopen the government so that our air traffic controllers, TSA and CBP officers charged with the safety and efficiency of our national airspace can collect the paychecks they deserve.
They're going to have to go take.
I'm noticing that the worse people's conditions get, the more vicious they get to one another too. Like, the more vicious they get, the people who want to like fix the problems, but they also get more and more vicious to those who have even less than them. As long as you have someone you can step on, you can feel superior, you know? That's good.
A second job, and you're going to have mass issues throughout the airspace. People will not be able to go from one place to the other because of the government shutdown, and I hope Democrats don't take it to that point.
A new Washington Post ABC News poll shows more Americans blame Republicans for the shutdown, but some here on Capitol Hill think Democrats are about to cave even as they push for expanded Obamacare subsidies. And we'll see. Here we are on day 31 of this shutdown. The record is 35 days, so this one could become the longest on record next week. Brian.
Wow, and it's getting so close to Thanksgiving, too. Thanks so much, Doug. Hey, let's go over just even this past week what's taken place. And this is why tempers are flaring. The Senate rejected the House bill for the 13th time. And we only had, I think, 3 Democrats without Rand Paul by.
Wouldn't it be the first time Democrats reported keeping food from kids? Wait, what? Dude, this is the one fucking time, man. This is the one time the Democrats are on the right side. Jesus Christ. I mean, I fucking dagger them all day, every day, but give me a fucking break. This is entirely the responsibility of the Republicans, okay? Calm the fuck down. Jesus Christ. Sometimes y'all sound like you're how the fucking liberals present us as, okay? Jesus Christ. Republicans are in power. They're refusing to fucking concede. The Democrats are doing the right thing by refusing to fund the government until the Republicans come back to the fucking table and give written assurances that the Trump administration won't actually just overwrite whatever congressional budget allocation that takes place by way of legislation. That's another fucking point of contention in the shutdown, on top of the fact that they want to continue the fucking ACA subsidies so that tens of millions of Americans are not priced out of their fucking health care. And the Republicans are dangling the starvation of 42 million Americans, some of the lowest income Americans that actually rely on SNAP assistance, and dangling their starvation over this process to make people hurt even more, so that the Democrats will concede without getting any assurances that they will fund healthcare. That's fucking crazy. The Democrats are objectively on the right side of the story, and I'm unconditionally defending them, at least for now. Okay? Until they do some fuck shit. What a ridiculous set of circumstances.
Republican, vote for it. So you need 5 more to get to 60 in order to get the government queued up again. So on Wednesday, the Congressional Budget Office reported that this is costing us overall between $7 and $14 billion. That's what the president sees when he gets back, and that's why he is so upset today. He's trying to rebuild the economy, put it on jet fuel, and now this happens. On Thursday, the remainder of the federal agencies will miss their first paycheck. I talked to a group of people the other day who work as staffers in Washington. They say it's tough every month just to pay for your rent. Can you imagine you have no money to pay for anything? Even a promissory note isn't really effective. It's affecting real people. You talk about the military. They stopped getting paid, but the president has found a donor for 1 week and other ways to pay him this week. So for now, the military is getting paid. On Saturday, this is really going to hurt in various states, especially. Some states have about 7% of people on SNAP programs, that aid program for food and basic staples. You have now SNAP payments not being issued. The WIC program will run out of funding this week, and open enrollments for ACA begins. And people are looking at it and saying, well, the Biden subsidies are gone. The pandemic is finished. The big, beautiful bill is queuing up. So this is your chance. These are your new bills for the upcoming year. Didn't the Democrats say the whole reason for their walkout was because of the Obamacare subsidies? Well, people are already seeing it. But I think the big picture, guys, is the reason why those prices are going up, the premiums are going up, is not because of anything the Republicans did. It's because Obamacare is not working. The subsidies during the pandemic put a Band-Aid on a problem that is now apparent for everyone to see. I'm not sure that people are getting that message, though.
Well, Lindsey Graham said that he thinks Democrats will cave next week, but Hakeem Jeffries says you're delusional. We're not, or he didn't say that specifically to Lindsey, but they were asking him, when will y'all fold? And he said that the Republicans are delusional for thinking that Democrats will fold. They call it a dirty deal, cold stone liars. But President Trump says this is all about the legendary Trump derangement syndrome. They just hate him, so they don't want to give him a win.
Well, they're trying to hurt him in the process as well, but they're hurting the country right now. And when you talk to people, we all know federal workers that we know and care about. It's tough for them already. People, some of them living paycheck to paycheck. Do you really want someone that's an air traffic controller to have a second job when they need the focus to navigate the airwaves? Yeah. I just don't think it's smart at all. I do disagree with the president.
Yeah, what if they're on SNAP, big dog? What if they're on SNAP and the Republicans are refusing to fund it when there are contingency funds for it, and the Republicans are refusing to use the contingency funds, for example? What then? These people do not give a fuck about the working class. I cannot stress this enough. They very clearly use every opportunity, every fucking point to propagandize against the working poor. They despise them. That is their job. Republicans used to be much more overt with the way that they communicated the disdain for the working poor. In the last couple of years under the Trump administration, there was like more of a populist wing of the party, or at least they like kind of they were changing the way that they communicate about the working class a little bit, because there was this exchange where the Republicans went from country club Republicans to the Tea Party Republicans, even though the Tea Party Republicans were still backed by the country club Republicans like the Koch brothers. But the messaging changed a little bit. But this is old school shit. This is old school conservatism, okay? This is the conservatism that I'm used to. This is what I saw when I was growing up. The open disdain for working class Americans. And of course, racism is the connective tissue there. They use racism and say, as black and brown people taking advantage of these fucking subsidies in a fake way, in a way in a fraudulent way. So white people who also take advantage of these fucking subsidies and these programs will be more pliant about fucking having them get taken away without realizing that they're actually advocating for their own demise. Other chatter is joking he's 46. Bitch, I'm 34. Fuck.
And I think it's a bad idea to eliminate the filibuster, but I understand his frustration. It looks like they're not willing to compromise or have some type of debate or anything like that. They just want to hurt him in the process.
But I think that what he's saying is, hey, you did it for judges, but you kept the filibuster for legislation. Why don't we just do it for shutdowns? And that's where I think that Mitch McConnell's not going to go along with that. We know that for sure. Traditional Republicans don't. And also, I mean, they want hard to stop President Biden from blowing up the filibuster. We would have had 2 more states. We would have had a packed Supreme Court. and Joe Manchin and Senator Sinema saved the day. So I understand the frustration, but I don't think that's necessarily a good move. I just think this. How about this? How about you get in writing, the OMB director will not blow up any of the programs, number one. How about you get in writing for the next 4 weeks, they will examine premiums and subsidies for Obamacare to see if they can fix it, because nobody wants to see families, and I think 70% of them, paycheck to paycheck, suddenly realize I don't have enough in my account. So that's something the president has always had a heart for.
But they've already actually tried to do individual bills. Let's just fund the military, get them their pay, or the federal workers. Let's just fund the SNAP. Let's do these individual things. And they're voting against that as well. So it's like, I don't know what type of compromise they're able to reach if you can't even vote on the basic essentials.
Well, we won't have an answer until next week for sure, because they're not in session today. Yeah. They're home, and they won't be back until Monday.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our...
If you need an incentive to vote today, as we're approaching the mayoral election, the Board of Elections will be handing out these Halloween-themed voting stickers. Even after turnout cooled a bit yesterday because of the rain, it's still running way ahead of where it was 4 years ago. We told you that 2 recent polls paint a picture of an impending Zohran Mamdani romp. Well, Mamdani attended, appropriately, a paint and pour event with seniors in Brooklyn yesterday. The 2 polls show him leading former Governor Andrew Cuomo by 16 and 25 percentage points, respectively. Republican Curtis Sliwa is in 3rd place in both, though he's nipping at Cuomo's heels in one of them. What do these surveys mean? Depends, of course, on whom you ask.
Polls give us a snapshot in time. It's great when there's a good one. It's, we look past it when there's a bad one, but really all they are a prediction. It's up to us to actually win this race.
I think the polls have no idea what they're talking about because they have never seen this kind of turnout before.
I don't believe any of the polls. I believe the people because I'm in the streets, I'm in the subways.
Cuomo appeared with Mayor Eric Adams, who's endorsed him, in Harlem. The two fought back against accusations that Cuomo has leveled Islamophobic attacks against Mamdani. For instance, a super PAC supporting Cuomo funded this ad that shows the words "Jihad on NYC" over Mamdani's picture. Cuomo says Mamdani is the divisive one, and what's more, his ideas cannot become reality.
Yeah, it sounds good. Flying buses, free food, freezing rents. It's all untrue. It is all untrue. He has no plan, and he has no ability or experience to accomplish anything in this city.
Not only has former Mayor Mike Bloomberg endorsed Cuomo, but he has also pumped millions into helping him get elected. $8 million in the primary and recently $1.5 million to a pro-Cuomo super PAC. Both Sliwa and Mamdani, though, sound unfazed by the former mayor's support for Cuomo.
As Taylor Swift says, I've seen this film before, but unlike she says, we actually like the ending.
What a waste of money, Bloomberg. And again, the billionaires don't get it.
Through 6 days of early voting, turnout is running more than 4 times what we saw 4 years ago. So turnout really has been the story so far. Early voting will...
Controversial, crazy lock with very little evidence-based, beyond vibes. Are you ready? I think the older voter turnout is also going to favor Zohran Mamdani. Not like by massive margins or anything, but I think there are a lot more older people that are turning out for Mamdani than we think. I think that there are aunties and unks that have never been successfully polled or correctly polled in previous elections due to their lack of performance, especially on the Asian demographics. I have a suspicion that not only do I think Zohran's going to win, but I think it's going to be, inshallah, over 50% of the vote. And I think a part of the reason why the polls are looking inconsistent with what I'm saying here is because of older people that are going to be voting for Zohran that are not getting weighed appropriately because of the demographics that they are getting polled from.
Will continue through Sunday, of course. Election day is Tuesday.
Robert, thank you. Now,
last weekend of the political battle over who will be the next mayor of New York. The 3 candidates verbally jousting with their opponents and trying to convince those who haven't yet used early voting to vote for them. especially tight group of voters, those over the age of 45. A dead heat right now in that category between Mamdani and Cuomo. Should be an interesting weekend to be sure. Here's NJ Burkett.
Zohran Mamdani tried his hand at Tai Chi with seniors on the Lower East Side, continuing his attempt to reach out to older voters.
Now is the time to deliver an affordability agenda for seniors who are being pushed out of the city they call home.
When it comes to seniors and middle-aged New Yorkers, Mamdani is essentially tied with Andrew Cuomo among voters the former governor desperately needs. A major finding in the Marist poll that shows Mamdani with a big lead overall. Cuomo campaigned with conservative Russian immigrants in Brighton Beach. Among them, Inna Vernikov, a Republican city councilwoman who's no longer endorsing Curtis Sliwa.
You see what I mean? You see what I'm saying? That they're in a fucking deadlock in and of itself. And the one demographic that Andrew Cuomo has to do LeBron numbers on makes me feel like it's actually better for Zohran than we even think. It makes me feel somewhat vibes based, but it makes me feel like the plus 55, maybe even, probably not plus 65, but the plus 55 is going to surprise people. Because right now, when you look at some of the past poll performance, the plus 55 is like Andrew Cuomo margin, within the margin of error over Zohran, right? That's what it shows. But I think it's actually better for Zohran than we think. I think Zohran's going to win plus 55. And I think a part of that is going to be from the unks and aunties. The Muslim unks and aunties are going to come out in ways that they normally don't.
Goal right now is to beat Mamdani. And in this election, the only one who could beat Mamdani is Governor Andrew Cuomo.
What I'm trying to do is put together a coalition of Democrats, Republicans, independents, to really come together and let's say we are New Yorkers first. And this is an existential threat to New York City.
A super PAC supporting Cuomo is running this bleak ad.
But right now, New York is being torn apart. Zohran Mamdani's socialist agenda would make it worse.
And Cuomo himself is posting this cartoon in social media. Sliwa today ridiculed both men. Mamdani, he said, will bleed the city's taxpayers.
He is clearly Dracula, the vampire, and we see Andrew Cuomo is clearly the political zombie who's come back from the dead.
I love when you describe the meme. That's awesome.
Given the state of the race, do you think Kung Fu would have been better?
I continue to be confident, but will never get complacent.
The fact is, Mamdani may be more worried now about complacency than Cuomo, especially when it comes to his youngest voters. At City Hall, NJ Burkett, Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
This Sunday, I'm running. We're all running to do something that's never been done before, to set a new record, to enter the history books. Just not at the marathon, because my 12-minute, 54-second mile is, we're gonna do it at the doors. The current record for the most doors knocked in a single day in New York history was 200,000. That wasn't by one campaign. It was by every campaign up and down the ballot across the entirety of the state. We want to shatter that record this Sunday, right here across the 5 boroughs with all of you. 3,500 volunteers have already signed up for shifts. With 3,000 more, we could do what's never been done. So,
bro, this gamifying campaign, the gamifying the campaign stuff, like the get out the vote initiatives and gamifying of like canvassing operations is so fucking brilliant. Like I'm not a fucking nerd that cares about stuff like this that much, but god damn, it's fucking smart. Like these are brilliant get out the vote initiatives, man. The team, I feel like that aspect of the team doesn't get as much recognition because like everyone focuses on the media side, and the media side is great. This is a real stars are aligning moment, honestly. Great fucking canvas operation, great social media, charismatic candidate, and all of it is centered around a phenomenal policy platform. I think people are going to try to redo this route, regardless of their ideological convictions, for campaigns all across the country. And you will see many hilarious failures from establishment Democrats that are like 854 years old that try to do similar things and fail spectacularly. But I think this is a dramatic game-changing campaign. If Democrats are not paying close attention to this, which they are, I know that they are. Wait, what is this? Cuomo has stopped naming you. Yesterday on ABC, he referred to you as a colleague. He doesn't want people to Google you anymore. Wait, what happened? Wait, what happened? Bro, he was giving me a new audience every day. What happened? Is it because people were Googling Hassan Piker and then the shit that was coming up was like a New York Times profile? Is that why? Leading people to perhaps not consider me to be this fucking ever-present danger to New York?
Inflammatory remarks that we have. You have to be very careful as a leader not to inflame divisions. So he calls the NYPD, for example, racist and wicked and corrupt. President Barack Obama, evil and a liar. He won't denounce globalized intifada, which is kill Jewish people. We have the largest Jewish population in New York outside of Israel. And these are very inflammatory remarks. He has a colleague who he associates with that says, America deserved 9/11.
No, he just realized it's not a smart. I don't like how much your name is out there. It seems more like he's modulating his message for the ABC Normie audience by not naming you. No, it's partially because it's easier for him to say, as a colleague who said America deserved 9/11, than it is to say Hassan Piker, an unknown entity, that if people actually search, they will find out is not this like dangerous fucking radical by mainstream outlets. You know what I mean? Because like, remember, old people are going to look this up and they're going to look at like the New York Times or some shit. And when they look at the New York Times, they're going to fucking see me like be talked about as in positive terms. Yeah. Or on GQ or on any number of different like mainstream media outlet.
America deserved 9/11. Two New Yorkers who we lost 3,000 people on 9/11, 150,000 people suffering from 9/11 related illness. That is a terrible thing to say. You know, that's what I'm referring to when I say he doesn't get the New York value system.
On a recent radio show, you brought up 9/11. What if another 9/11, God forbid, were to happen on Mamdani?
Cooked. Michael from Pennsylvania says, dude, some billionaire is obsessed with you. You got to watch out, brother. It's not one. Elon Musk, Palmer Luckey, Bill A. Packman. Could be any number of different wealthy people. So, anyway, what's funny about that was Eddie from Steak. Andrew Cuomo constantly hitting that line was so unimaginably dumb that he had to drop it. And I guess it's like better for him to just be like, oh, he's a colleague that said this. But even then, he cooked himself because he went on the conservative Sid Rosenberg's radio show like 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, where he said Zoran is going to, or 2 weeks ago, where he says Zoran, like he agreed with the statement that his conservative show host said that Zoran would actually cheer on another 9/11. It's over. After that point, you can't bring up 9/11. It's over at that point. Like, you're cooked. Everyone in the media is going to be like, okay, you're bringing up 9/11, but like you're saying Zoran would cheer on 9/11. So then his argument is, oh, well, don't hold me responsible for what my host says. Okay, then why are you holding Zoran responsible for a media hit that he did when he was fucking polling at 5% with a progressive Twitch streamer that didn't bring up 9/11 at all? Cuomo created his own fucking dumbass 9/11 scandal, so it's just like cooked him even harder.
Watch. The radio host then said he would cheer. You responded and chuckled and later said you didn't take it so seriously at that time. But how do you respond to the Muslim New Yorkers who were offended by that and described that your reaction as Islamophobic?
Well, the Muslim community didn't say that. I was just endorsed by major leaders of the Muslim community. What I was saying is he is.
Do you think they might turn you away from Zoran's victory party like they did Sneeko because of all of his bad press? Brother, I don't know if you know this, but I was at the rally last week. Are you okay? Bro, stop eating. It's annoying. Yeah, well, it's almost done. Don't worry. Also, you're comparing me to Sneeko, who has literally denied the Holocaust. The attacks against me are smears. He, on the other hand, has aligned himself with straight-up neo-Nazis like Nick Fuentes and whatnot, and has even denied the Holocaust. I think it's a little crazy to try and make a comparison like this one, especially considering that half of the fucking door knockers are from this community, and including Canvas leads. What do you mean?
He is inexperienced, right? This is basically if he wins as mayor, it's basically his first job. He was a rapper, an assemblyman for 2 terms. He only passed 3 bills, and he was absent more than anyone else. So being mayor is a complicated job. It's 300,000 employees. It's a $115 billion budget. And it is a situation where on any given day, you can deal with any unknown crisis. There's a difference between an executive position and a legislative position. You know, if you're a state legislator, you vote.
The question was, people say you're Islamophobic for saying Zoran would cheer on another 9/11.
If you're not running the marathon, or you're not like me and you can finish the marathon without having to go to the medical tent, sign up for a shift at ZahranforNYC.com/GOTV. Let's make history, one door at a time.
We're now 5 days from Election Day and the biggest mayoral.
Didn't you say 2 days ago that you're not going to New York before China? I was planning on not going to New York before China because I have so many different fucking, I have so many days where I'm away from home and I hate that. But I reconsidered it because I feel like it's a important moment in history to be a part of. Like I literally was like, I was weighing it and I was thinking like, oh, if I stay home and I can watch the victory party here, it's fine. I can probably even do better content from home as opposed to being there, because if I'm there, then it's like there's an issue with like streaming and then IRL streaming, desktop. Like I'll still have a desktop stream on election day, make no mistake. But bro said I want to be in the photo law. No, dude, I don't give a fuck about that. You're so stupid. How is this hard to comprehend? It's like a historically important fucking moment where you're electing only the second socialist mayor of New York. And this community, myself included, played a pretty fucking formative role in that. God damn, brother. I am such an on-camera monkey for all of you. I swear to God, where it's like I can't have any sort of fucking real human feelings about any sense of accomplishment without motherfuckers immediately being like, yeah, dude. Holy shit. It's just so lame. Yesterday, Chaz said that lately you're being brought up on daily Federal Record. This is not to insist on the Joe Rogan or the left stuff or anything, but it is clear you're becoming some kind of critical point. Even when you repeatedly say you are not, what now? Or do you disagree? It's becoming harder and harder for me to disagree with that sentiment. The problem is the more fucking attention there is on me as like a fixture of left politics in this country, the more annoying the left gets, the more annoying the right wing gets, the far right gets. The only people that actually look at that and listen positively are unironically liberals, as a matter of fact. Not the liberal content creators who have their own sense of anger and resentment towards whatever kind of success, whatever kind of modest success I've been able to cultivate here. But I'm talking like the actual Barbers and the Debras. Like they see stuff like that and they go, "Oh, a handsome young man. Let's tune in. Let's see what his opinions are." Having said that, however, it has increased. The attacks have increased fairly aggressively, and it sucks, especially because there is no left support system. There is some. There are those, you know them. You know, Michael from Pennsylvania is in the chat right now. But the unfortunate reality is that there is no robust support network for things like this. When you get singled out like this, you just kind of are on your own. You have some friends, they will defend you, but there is no like major, there is never going to be any major sea of support. And anyone and everyone that comes out, even in defense of someone like myself against ridiculous attacks, smears, slander, whatsoever, they will also be punished ruthlessly. Like they will be smeared as well. Like there is a very threatening environment for those who dare to speak out against the wave of right-wing sentiment on the internet. Or at least that's what it feels like. But that's also precisely the reason why I love being outside. I love being around normal people. I love being around others who are not as extremely online, because I am reminded over and over again that in the real world, none of these considerations take place. Like it's not a real consideration at all. And that's precisely the reason why, or at least that's partially the reason why I chose to go to the Election Day event.
Race in the country that could upend all conventional wisdom in the three-way race. There's Democratic Socialist candidate Zohran Mamdani, former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, who's running as an independent, and Republican candidate Curtis Sliwa. All of them have been busy crisscrossing the city campaigning. A new Marist poll out today of likely New York City voters show Mamdani with 48% over Cuomo's 32% and Sliwa's at 18%. Now, the stakes are high if Mamdani is elected. President Trump has threatened to withhold federal funding for the city and deploy National Guard troops here, as he's done or pledged to do in other Democratic-led cities like Washington, D.C., Chicago, and Portland. For months, the president has often gone after Mamdani.
We have a communist who's 33 years old, doesn't know a damn thing. Practically, he's never worked a day in his life. And he sort of caught on, right? And I'm not going to send a lot of money to New York. We're not going to ruin one of our great cities because we'll make that great. We will clean up the crime in about 30 days. And all of these cities, we want to clean them up. We don't like that opposition. But if somebody's going to be a communist mayor of New York, it's a fluke if he gets in.
Earlier today, I spoke with the Democratic nominee, New York Assemblyman Zohran Mamdani. Recently, you heard President Trump suggest he's going to withhold federal funding, possibly send in National Guard troops if you're elected. Andrew Cuomo has kind of amplified that. What do you say to New Yorkers who say, is this worth the hassle of losing perhaps?
That's a crazy way to start this interview. That is okay, bro. I thought he didn't take such a Vanderbilt-ass position from the start. I thought he would have been somewhat woke. Nope. He just straight up said, hey, I know the president is doing something unprecedented by trying to change the outcome of a local election in the state of New York. But don't you think there's some validity? Let me advance the cynical pattern. It's understandable that you bring that up, right? But that's not how you're supposed to bring that up. You would probably bring that up by being like, how much has this very obvious electioneering impacted your own personal confidence in the race? Something along those lines. You know what I mean? Not don't you think New Yorkers should be concerned that if you become president of socialism, then the president of capitalism will come and kill New Yorkers? That's crazy.
A lot of money in federal funding if you become the mayor.
We're already seeing this as a reality with Eric Adams as the mayor, right? The federal administration took $80 million out of city coffers. They suspended $50 million for our city schools. And then they threatened to withhold $18 billion in infrastructure grants. And the most effective way to push back on his threats is to actually name them for what they are and then use every tool at your disposal to take them on.
So what do you do if he decides? I mean, we already saw there was an ICE action on Canal Street. They said they were targeting undocumented immigrants who were, selling counterfeit bags, which on Canal Street is kind of, there's a long history of that, obviously. What do you do?
I think this is an example of what is unacceptable in this country. I think the first thing that you do is you close the door that Eric Adams opened to the NYPD doing civil immigration enforcement. He said that on national television. The second thing you do...
So you would not allow the New York Police Department to engage or to cooperate with ICE or DHS?
Not in civil immigration enforcement.
Yep. That's in the law, by the way, Anderson. That's the law. That's not just the state law. That's the city law, too. Just because Eric Adams had his literal freedom dangled in front of him to allow this to happen doesn't mean that anyone else who doesn't have those same circumstances is going to continue it. It's bullshit. Remember, this is so against the grain and so new and unique that Donald Trump and his Department of Justice had to use the existing criminal investigation into Eric Adams and his potential freedom to literally get this done. And Eric Adams has actually been in violation of the law to actually allow the NYPD to work alongside ICE.
We have sanctuary city laws where we've made very, very clear that for a set of serious crimes, there is coordination with the federal administration. But anything beyond that, I think 172 crimes that are listed, that is something for the NYPD to focus on purely right here in New York City.
Leading Republicans are trying to make you, in some ways, the new face of the Democratic Party. I'm sure you heard what Speaker Mike Johnson said. He essentially blamed you, at least indirectly, for the ongoing government shutdown. I just want to play what he said.
They're worried about the radical left base that is rising in the Democrat Party, and some of the leading politicians here, including the two New Yorkers who run both chambers, Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, are afraid they're going to get a challenge from a...
By the way, I don't think these guys understand what kind of promotion this does for Zohran Mamdani, because the liberal wine moms that are watching CNN are thinking, oh my God, Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries like are actually doing something, and I like it. Right? And then now you have the leader of the opposition saying they are motivated to do something that you like, if you're a liberal wine mom, a Barbara and a Deborah, because of this fucking brown boy. Okay? That is massive national recognition for the Democratic base. And there is some truth to it. I mean, obviously, that's not the entire reason. Liberals have been very pissed off. Liberals have been very pissed off about this situation for a while now, the inaction from the institutional Dems. So Zohran is just another example of what could happen. You know, if there is some ambition, what could happen if you have a little bit of dynamism, right? So like that definitely helps. But the resistance liberals wanted the resistance way before this shit. So when you, leader of the opposition, put the blame on Zohran, that looks really good. Yeah, this is Hakeem Jeffries on CNN.
Donald Trump should put on a costume and pretend to act like a president, at least on this day.
God, he's so fucking hot. Oh my God, he's so fucking hot, dude. Zohran is stealing your thunder. This man is everywhere, bro. This man is everywhere. He's doing everything. What is this man doing? Oh, I saw this on Unholy Podcast. Friedland asked Hillary Clinton if she'd vote for Zohran Mamdani. Oh, hell yeah. They want Zohran to win. This is what you do. Okay. Let's finish this video, but after that, we'll look at Hillary Clinton doing an anti-endorsement, which, by the way, is better than a Hillary Clinton endorsement, because we all know Hillary Clinton endorsement is a death sentence for a fucking campaign. No matter how popular you might be, your campaign will fall apart if you get that not so coveted Hillary Clinton endorsement. Let me tell you something, okay? That is exciting stuff. That is exciting stuff. Love to see it, folks. Bill Kristol endorsing Zohran Mamdani. Oh, yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. Bill Kristol has become unimaginably woke. I don't think you guys have been paying attention to Bill Kristol. It's been very strange, and I hate to admit it, but if you look at Bill Kristol's takes, no, not Billy Crystal, no, the war criminal Bill Kristol has outflanked the Democratic Party on like 11 different visible points. I think he said stuff like abolish ICE. Like, he is out of control. No, Bill Kristol has been he's been on a tear. It's weird. I don't talk about it too much because he's like obviously a fucking war criminal, but he's gotten so incredibly woke, it blows my mind, dude. I will keep it $150. If you were to tell me in like 2013 that Matt Taibbi would be against a socialist anti-corruption mayor and Bill Kristol would be for him, I'd be like, you're the dumbest person on the planet. Like, shut the fuck up. I'd be like, what are you talking about? Matt Taibbi? Matt Taibbi. You're telling me Matt fucking Taibbi, who is Mr. Goldman Sachs tentacles, like that Matt Taibbi would be against a socialist mayor in New York. Get the fuck out of here. Telling someone in 2010 that Bill Kristol is to the left of Glenn Greenwald and Matt Taibbi? No. Bill Kristol is not to the left of Glenn Greenwald. That's not true. Glenn Greenwald is insane on some issues, for sure. He has, once again, moderated under the Trump administration, as he did last time around. But he is not, Glenn Greenwald is not, or Bill Kristol is not to the left of Glenn Greenwald, bro. Come on. That's a dude who has made it his life's mission to consistently advocate against Israel, okay? There are so many things you can yell at him over. This is true. So many things you can yell at him over. But no, Glenn Greenwald is not. He don't got internet, okay? That's the way you got to look at it. Him or Norm Finkelstein definitely don't got internet. I mean, literally don't got internet. So I don't even want to talk about Norm Finkelstein. I know a lot of you have been like trying to tell me, you know, he did the Candace Owens podcast or some shit. I'm like, it's fine. Just let him. There was a couple days ago, he had a little slur moment too. It's like, let him do it. He's like 95. Okay. It's not for us. You just kind of gotta, it's not appropriate, but you just kind of gotta let certain things slide. You know what I mean? You're just like, he's old. He's just 95. He's 95. He's 90. I need you to understand he's 95 and he literally only has a landline. He is 95 and only has a landline. Okay. Matt Taibbi did the Collargate thing. Yeah, he's cooked, dude. Norm just says the N-word all the time. He can't be stopped. Wait, I wouldn't say all the time. Did he say it on the Adam Friedland show? Oh my God. He did? What is this guy? This guy got mad. Not you using. That's crazy. Oh, because I say he don't got internet. It's a Young Thug tweet about it's a Young Thug tweet about James Harden when he was wearing the Blue Lives Matter bandana. Okay, that's just what you say. Hassan on me. I'm sorry he can't mind his business. I'm joking. I know. I know you're joking. I know. I seen him in person and went to shake his hand. He called me that and walked away. Okay, stop lying, dude. He doesn't just drop it. Oh my God, does he do that? No, stop. I don't know. I've never been around him like that. Norm isn't chill. I mean, he's like 900 years old. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna keep repeating this. He's a very old man who literally does not have internet. That's not even a joke in the Young Thug referencing James Harden type way. Like, he just literally doesn't have access to the internet. He only has a landline. That is true. That's not a joke. Anyway, all right, let's finish this fucking thing. Goddamn.
A Mamdani-like candidate. And so they have to show a fight, and that's what this is about. The only reason they did it right now is because they're afraid of the rise of the far-left Marxists in their party, and they have to show them that they're going to fight. And real people are hurting during this political game, this showmanship.
Do you believe National Democrats are afraid of you and Schumer has not endorsed you?
I believe the National Democrats are holding the line right now to actually call the question on the Trump administration, which ran a presidential campaign on the premise of cheaper groceries and is now using the power that they won to make it even harder to afford those groceries. And to hear someone try and pin this on me when what we've actually seen is that Americans just want their health care. They just want to be able to afford their groceries, their day-to-day lives. It shows how out of touch the Republican Party is.
There's a clip.
Bro. Even daggers Anderson's throwing his way turned into fucking lobs for an alley-oop, okay? He's just, goddamn, he's good.
You that's gone viral from 2023, just 2 years ago, you were speaking at the Democratic Socialists of America. You talked about the importance of international solidarity, and this is what you said.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
And I think that for anyone to care about these issues, we have to make them hyperlocal. We have to make clear that when the boot of the NYPD is on your neck.
Yeah. Only interviewed him for less than 4 minutes and still managed to shoehorn a question related to Israel. Lol. That interview was edited like Jeffrey Epstein's prison video, blaming the government shutdown on a New York City mayoral candidate. Lol. This interview is so short, it feels like CNN felt obligated to do it. Looks like Anderson Cooper is less interested in Mamdani's answers, more interested in labeling him in a certain way. CNN is promoting the billionaires and Andrew Cuomo's agenda. Mamdani's great. Horrible interview by Cooper. Anderson Cooper AIPAC is fascinating. Any form of leadership in the U.S. appears to require loyalty to Israel. Nice try, CNN. So you had him on for 30 seconds to try and humiliate him. It's over. And no one cares about this last minute hit job. Props to Mamdani for standing his ground. Absolute trash journalism. God damn. Oh, this is the end of the interview that was uploaded as a short? Okay.
It's been laced by the IDF. Right? We have to make, not specifically that example all the time, but just to say that for working class people who have very little time, who have so many stresses, who are under so many pressures, there isn't that much time for symbolism. We have to make it materially connected to their life.
Because it's true. Because it's literally true, by the way. And everyone I've seen, I mean, this is always, as it pertains to Israel, this is the meta, this is the method. But everyone just goes, oh, this is anti-Semitism. This is anti-Semitic, sweetie. And it's like, why are you saying that? Why are you saying that it's anti-Semitic? It's an objectively true thing that he is talking about. Okay? It's just so funny that, like, everyone, when you want to defend Israel and you know Israel's done a lot of fuck shit, you just only have one option. Okay? Anti-Semitism. That's it.
What does that mean? I mean, that was just 2 years ago. What does that mean that the The boots of the NYPD have been laced by the IDF.
It was a reference to training exercises that have taken place between the NYPD and the IDF, and I've spoken.
Yeah. And not only that, but also all local police departments, the ADL, an Israeli Knesset grant funded, well, the Canary mission is Israeli Knesset grant funded. I don't know if the ADL gets what kind of funding from Israel, but we do know it serves Israel. Okay, make no mistake. It is the Apartheid Defense League, has openly promoted that they have brought in a police chief from every single precinct in the United States of America to Israel to get counterterrorism and anti-Semitism, countering anti-Semitism training. Okay, every single major precinct in this country has had a cop that has gone to Israel to get training. This is in the ADL's own fucking documents. They promote it. They talk about it. They say, look how awesome this is. Go back, go find it. ADL's 2016, promotional material openly says that. I'll take it one step further. Yes, Superman knows a lot about this stuff. Have you not seen the latest Superman movie? Superman is very, very invested in what's going on in Jarampur and Baravia, okay? The Baravian genocide is top of mind. Anyway, and just like in the movie, I got a bunch of people typing super shit in the chat. Superman is woke. He's lame. He beats crypto's ass, bro. Superman abuses crypto. Why is nobody talking about super shit beating crypto's ass all the time? Where's crypto? Where's crypto, super shit? Super woke? Get the fuck out of here. Yeah. More than 1,000 senior U.S. police officers have visited Israel. Here's what they learned from Israel's police force and why it's controversial.
So do you still believe that the NYPD is basically working in hand in glove with the IDF?
No, what I've made very clear is those are training exercises that were of concern to me, and what my focus is on working with the NYPD to actually deliver public safety for New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs. And I've made the decision to retain Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch because of her record in being able to deliver that safety, reducing crime across the 5 boroughs.
That's new. Previously you wouldn't say that you wanted to retain her.
Dude, Anderson Cooper, what the fuck? Bro, what the fuck is this? Dude, this is so contentious, brother. This is crazy, brother. Zoil knows ball. What is this? Oh, shit. That's fire. That's fire. Bish, be quiet. This sleigh is too loud. Oh, my God. What a fucking perfect, and I mean perfect cosplay for him. God damn.
You were saying point blank. I mean, she's helpful. She's done a remarkable job, it seems, lowering crime rates.
What I've said throughout the course of the campaign, I think since April, was that I would consider it because I think these decisions are very important. They're ones that you have to actually take your time with.
I appreciate you being here.
Thank you. Real pleasure.
Do you have a positive or negative stance with Jessica Tisch? Very negative. Very, very negative.
Young.
She is the daughter of incredibly wealthy New York financiers. And also super fucking pro-Israel, like unimaginably pro-Israel. And also just bad. She's bad at her job. I don't like her. I don't like her at all. I think that is probably, like, her family has given millions of dollars to the Andrew Cuomo Super PAC Fix the City. Her family, yeah, the NYU's Tisch, the Tisch name is such an important fucking name in New York. The NYU School of Arts is named after them. But also, listen, her family has given Andrew Cuomo millions of dollars to pump anti-Zoran ads, which include your boy and Zoran dabbing each other up with the fucking title Google Hassan Piker 9/11. That's the fucking super PAC that her family funded.
You have not run a government agency or run a city of, I mean, how many, there's what, 300 and something thousand employees in New York. Mm-hmm. What is your argument that this should all be handed over to you, that you know how to do this?
Look, I've been a state assembly member representing more than 100,000 people in Northwest Queens, and in that time I've secured $500 million in debt relief for taxi drivers. I've won the first free buses in New York City history. I stopped a frat gas.
But it's not managing all these city agencies.
I give you all of this as an example of my track record. And what I've built over the course of this campaign is a team that now oversees more than 90,000 volunteers. And the way in which you build a team is you hire the best and the brightest, and you ensure you don't just inspire people, you can absorb that inspiration into an infrastructure.
I've heard a lot of people running for office say that running the campaign, it's sort of similar to governing. And
Okay, I don't want to watch this shit. Fuck. This is crazy. This sucks.
No one will ever replace my husband.
Okay, raw. Erica Kirk says JD Vance is amazing like Charlie Kirk. This clip is so crazy to me. Okay, there was some sus ass shit that took place at the Turning Point USA conference. We got to play it. I have to piss though. God damn it, I have to piss so bad, and it's gonna take a long ass fucking time because. Here, watch this Zohran Mamdani video instead.
Zohran Mamdani, a man who I have to confess just a few months ago I had never heard of.
Well, he's 33 years old. His prior job was as a state assemblyman in Albany. He's a Democratic socialist. He is a really skilled politician. I mean, he comes out smiling all the time. He presents this very positive vision for New York. And I think it's worth, before we go into his policies, just laying the context. His main opponents in this race for mayor were people who were, to use the technical term, horrible, absolutely horrible candidates. So you had Eric Adams, who's the current mayor of New York, who has been the subject of an alleged corruption scandal. You have Andrew Cuomo, the former governor, aging former governor, who just hasn't gotten the memo that his political career is over and clinging on to the limelight. And you have a New York population that's deeply fed up for the reasons that we've been discussing.
I love your polite but utterly devastating critiques of for the current mayor of New York and other contenders. It reminds me of the fantastic line in your cover leader this week where you spoke very positively about Michael Bloomberg as the last good mayor the city had, but you said he has the charisma of a spreadsheet, which I thought was
I'm a big fan of Michael Bloomberg, but
describing
charisma is not his
just
strong suit.
Before we hear more from and about Zohran Mamdani, can you just, point of clarification, tell me what a democratic socialist actually is, John?
Well, the Democratic Socialists of America are a very small group. Zohran Mamdani is one of their number. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is another. They, until pretty recently, had a platform that was really out there. You know, they wanted to defund the police, get rid of the Senate, nationalize a lot of industries. In the intervening time, in the past couple of years, they've actually updated their platform. It's a little more mainstream now than it was. They've ditched some of the crazier stuff. But I think what it is mainly is a signaling device to say, we're fed up with centrist Democrats. We don't like Republicans. We're fed up with the same old centrist Democrats, Chuck Schumer, whoever, and we really want to change things. So I think it's more a kind of expressive thing in a sense, and a kind of identity badge. It's a way of being on the left and being an outsider in some, similar way politically to how Donald Trump was able to come to power promising a whole bunch of stuff that people kind of knew he couldn't do. But the fact that he was so mad and was proposing such radical things demonstrated to the electorate that he really got it in a way that other people perhaps didn't.
So Zohran Mamdani is a democratic socialist. He's young and he's an extraordinarily good campaigner. Let's just have a look at one of his many brilliant TikTok videos.
I'm freezing your rent as the next mayor of New York City. Let's plunge into the details. Live in rent-stabilized units, and their rents are set by the Rent Guidelines Board. The board is made up of 9 members, and the mayor appoints each one.
Ed, you've watched a number of these Mamdani TikTok videos and Instagram videos. What do you take away from it? Are we all going to be doing this kind of thing soon?
I tell you, I really like his energy and enthusiasm. I think it's a strong contrast with the kind of pessimism, America's a hellhole kind of version of change that Trump demands. I love the fact that his mum directed Salam Bombay, which is a fantastically good film. So there's lots to like about him, but I worry about his incredible lack of experience.
Why would you leave us with some centrist analysis of Zohran Mamdani? The reason why I did that is because I had to piss. Okay, there's no other reason really, because I had to go pee and I had to take this whole fucking thing off to go pee, and I knew it was going to take around 4 minutes, give or take. Normally when I take a piss, it takes around 1 minute, but because I have to do all of this stuff, some clips on topic.
Does anybody else think that
Oh yeah. We'll do the JD Vance thing, but The other reason why I wanted to show you guys a bunch of centrist Brits was because, and this video is unavailable for some reason, it's not showing. The reason why I wanted to show you guys a bunch of centrist Brits is because, well, guess what? There's also a not so centrist Brit that your boy got interviewed by. Okay? Did you wash your hands? Yes, I did. And that, of course, is Zach Polanski, leader of the Greens, and your boy having a convo. And I wanted to show you some bits and pieces of it. Okay? Zach Polanski, for those of you who don't know, is the leader of the Greens, right?
You've heard it said.
And your boy had a 54-minute convo with him. Most globally influential UK politician, the guy who has a shock collar on his dog, no thanks.
Countless times. Donald Trump sneezes, the UK catches a cold. So how worried should we be about a second Donald Trump presidency and everything that's happening in the United States right now? One of the leading voices on the left in the US has been Hassan Piker for years now.
What's up, everybody? I'm Hassan Piker. I live in Los Angeles, California. I'm a socialist, Marxist, communist.
And I'm delighted to be chatting to Hassan today.
Hey, Zach. Chris Packham here. I just want to tell you about something.
So, Hassan, one of the most surreal experiences I've had since I was elected as leader of the Green Party was seeing you talk about me on your stream. And that's because I've watched your stream for a long time. I've loved your work for a long time. And in fact, on election night, in terms of the US election night, I was watching various American channels before I got really, really sick of the coverage, and I put your coverage on. And it was great. One thing that really struck me, though, was you knew for a long time that Kamala Harris wasn't going to win and America was going to have a second Trump presidency. And it felt that evening like you were almost in like some sort of nihilism, like you were just like, this was the route we were down. Is there any hope? Like, can we come back from this place?
There's always hope. I mean, if you're leftist, if you're socialist, Marxist, if you're an anti-imperialist, look around over the course of the past 2 years. And while there's so much chaos and commotion happening everywhere, a lot of people, especially Hassan, I only recently discovered your content. I know get bombarded by content against you. It's insane. These new algorithms are working overtime. Stay woke. At least you recognize it. Yes, it's Instagram voice, because I was getting interviewed at fucking like 7 a.m. with respect to the genocide that Israel is committing in Gaza. People's attitudes have changed dramatically. And as someone who has been an advocate for Palestinian emancipation for the past decade, I never would have imagined that the attitude shift would be so dramatic in only 2 years. Now, of course, the violence is untenable. It's unacceptable. It's horrifying. But to me, that is a constant reminder that things can change, that we can organize. And as long as we're steadfast and principled, we can eventually win back some power and then hopefully give people more liberties, more autonomy.
And in the States, does that change come from within the Democratic Party?
It's difficult to answer that question because this is the question that everybody talks about all the time, myself included. This is an ongoing issue right now. Entryism is not the end-all, be-all, but I do think my own personal assessment of it is that you cannot restructure the Democratic Party to be a socialist party. I don't think that's the case. But I do think that there are readily available tools and a willingness from self-identifying liberals to vote for self-identifying socialists within the Democratic Party. So in the absence of a third party ticket, in the absence of a third party viability, I think you just got to use whatever tools are readily available, exhaust all options. And I think one of the major problems in America is the lack of class consciousness, and also the adverse reaction to even the moniker of socialism. Most people don't know what socialism is, and those who have heard about it have been properly they've been educated against socialism. They hate it. They think it's a bad thing. So I think it's important for people to, at the very least, become more comfortable with the ideology as it's happening right now in America. I think it's like 65% of Democratic Party voters say that they sympathize with socialism. And I think even 16% is an even weirder number of Republican Party voters also sympathize with socialism. I guess those are the National Socialists. I don't know what's going on there. and somewhere around, I think, like 45% of independents. So that's what I think leftists could do, while not ever stopping their organizing. It's a multifaceted approach. This is just one of those. This is just one aspect of a multifaceted approach.
That reflects a lot of what's going on in the UK right now. Bloomberg did a piece about me the other day that was meant to be, I think, a hit piece that compared me to Zoran Mamdani. And I spoke to the Washington Post yesterday, that famous leftist organization. And they're doing a piece this weekend, I think, about what's going on in the UK with me and what's going on in New York with Zoran. I don't think the Washington Post are necessarily coming from a place where they want to see a big left-wing transformation in the world. But nevertheless, do you think there is a moment right now, both in the States and around the world? And what sense do you get that if Zoran does win in November, and I think it's looking pretty good without being complacent, what ripples will that have around the world?
I think it'll be pretty significant for the National Democratic Party and its outlook. I think democratic socialists, like people like Zoran Mamdani, are basically saving the Democratic Party from itself. It shows me that liberals, by and large, which is as it stands, unfortunately, the most mass political movement that we have, people who just simply self-identify as liberals, or people who are liberals start realizing it, people who might have sympathetic values to Marxists and socialists, but just think that they're liberals. The people that think that liberals are the left, right? I think it shows them that a charismatic, young, vibrant, dynamic candidate who is unafraid to call himself a socialist and is unafraid to call out Israel for doing a genocide, who is going to work tirelessly to solve some of the material harms that you're experiencing, that is a successful candidacy. And I think, by and large, liberals just don't want the Republicans to be in charge. They just don't want the Republicans to win. They are understandably disturbed with what the Trump administration is doing. And they're also pretty frustrated with the lack of response from the Democratic Party, from the establishment Democrats. So I think this would spell the beginning of a tide shift, hopefully in a much larger way than we saw with the Justice Democrats in the 2018 midterms.
I was interviewed last night by Mehdi Hassan on Zateo, and I know he interviewed Zoran a couple of weeks ago. And something he asked him about was Donald Trump has already said that if Zoran wins, Trump will do everything he can to disrupt unless he, quote unquote, behaves himself. How much of that is a credible threat? I'm not aware too much of the centralization in American politics of how much Trump can tie the hands of a New York mayor.
Oh, it's it's not just tying the hands of the New York mayor. Trump is unprecedented in the way that he's behaving, for sure. I mean, he is the logical conclusion to a multi-decade long project called the unitary executive theory that Republicans have been trying to establish in America for quite a while. It's just a way to consolidate power in the hands of the executive, basically turn the White House into a monarchy. And Donald Trump happens to be the perfect guy to do it, or at least all of the people that are surrounding him do have that deliberate and direct interest in conducting this centralization of power. Trump is just the guy who's crazy enough to not even realize that he's doing it, or it just suits his narcissistic tendencies. But yes, he absolutely will do everything in his power to hurt New York and New Yorkers. But I think New Yorkers are not fearful of that. They understand that this is the finance capital of America. This is where Wall Street is. It's a fairly powerful constituency, fairly powerful people live there. And there are interests outside of like simple class interests of like destroying the city that I think people might react negatively to. What I mean by that is a lot of people that live there love New York. They care about it quite a bit. You got a lot of journalists there. There's going to be a lot of resentment from people, not directed towards Zoran, but instead directed towards the administration. And I think people will put up a strong fight, and that's probably a better alternative than Andrew Cuomo, who is already a right winger, but also has a DOJ case hanging over his head that would make him just as compromised as Eric Adams is.
Gosh, it's quite a mess there. Trump, in the last kind of 48 hours, has finally put on, I say finally, he's put on sanctions on President Putin. We've seen kind of his relationship with Putin and Zelensky, kind of he's just flip-flopping all over the place and doesn't seem to have taken a clear stance. I was asked about this last night, and I basically said that I think Donald Trump cares about one thing only, and that's Donald Trump. Do you get a more sense of a nuanced position on what Trump actually feels about Russia and Ukraine, and also whether he cares what the American public think about that, or if he's playing another game?
Yeah, I think Donald Trump just cares about Donald Trump. Like there was no interest, like even with the Gaza peace plan, the so-called Gaza peace plan, there's no like real interest. There's no real humanitarian interest from the Trump side. He just wanted to, I think, set up business deals with Gulf states and also thought that like Israel was losing too much. This is for all your British and British adjacent friends and family members. Okay, remember when I do a podcast, I conduct myself probably much better than I am on stream because it's not like a incredibly dynamic environment. Okay, the reason why I'm spamming it is because I want you guys to go show love to the pod and also show your British and British adjacent or British fancying friends. But yeah, I'm gonna move on from it. But I just wanted to show you like give you a little taste of it, in the beginning. It's a wonderful conversation, and it gets like a lot longer. We dive into it. Had a double take when I saw Zach and his son on the same thumbnail. I followed his son for 3 years and Zach for the last month or so. Okay, go and show us some love, interact with it, like it, retweet it. Is this the guy Felix said he leaned into the Corbyn anti-Semitism thing? I think he might have been one of the dudes. I didn't even know that, but I don't think he is committed to that kind of thing. Some Greens aren't happy with Zach for you doing this. They think you're a grifter. Yeah, I know, but luckily Zach is a Hassan Abi head, so he don't give a shit. Superman, I'm attempting to push for my workers' union to publicly get behind Palestine as a cause, as I've been for the last few years. I'm attempting to use public consensus for more pressure, but the union lacks the militancy. Do you have any ideas or suggestions on it? I unfortunately do not. But it's good that you're trying to push for it. That's a good thing. Felix said he regrets it now. Yeah, I don't think he still stands by that, right? I don't think any of the guys who stayed on the left actually stand by that decision. Zach has talked about how he used to be pro-Israel and changed his POV in the last few years. So if he was part of that campaign, I doubt he agrees with it anymore. Yeah. The reason why I say that is because look, I'm not gonna hold people's past positions against them. Like I says the millionaire. What? That's not brother. I need you to understand something. Hillbilly Einstein. That's not a diss. Okay? Because you're not a socialist at all. Like you're not a socialist at all. So if you think that if you are trying to undermine my advocacy by saying I'm rich, you have already failed basic comprehension. You should know your place in society. This is what you want, right? Hush now. A rich person is speaking. Know your place. What are we doing? You want to be servile to the millionaires and the billionaires. Then why is your father a billionaire? He's not. But if he was, shouldn't you be servile to him as well? Hush, peasant. A rich man is speaking. Isn't that what you want? That's your advocacy. He is. Damn, he's been holding back from me then this whole time. It's crazy because I take care of him financially. So I must be a trillionaire. I like that random hillbilly Einstein is like, nah, I know, dude. Your father is a billionaire, actually. But again, if you are pro-capitalism and yet you are devoid of capital, maybe it's time to just... Is that why Jane created you? He's going through all of them. He's going through all the lines. Once again, you like capitalism, yet here you are, devoid of capital. So if you think I am a millionaire, descendant of billionaires, shouldn't you fucking respect me? Shouldn't you kiss my feet as you do all of the other faceless billionaires and millionaires? Put some respect on it. The bigger number, the better the person, right? Says the dude who presides upon capitalism. Exactly. I'm dominating. You're saying it. You're saying it yourself. You're like, you are a domineering force of capital. You are a titan of industry. And yet here you are disrespecting me. What's that about? This doesn't make sense. You're slow. Okay. What does that say about the system that you are advocating for then? That a slow man that does not deserve the wealth that he has accumulated, a stupid person like myself, a rich, entitled nepotism recipient, was able to amass wealth beyond your comprehension. What does that say about the system that you're defending? Doesn't that kind of make you mad? Doesn't that make you feel at least a little bit angry? Doesn't that feel like the system is a little broken? Because you got a guy that you're watching and you're like, he doesn't deserve this money. Why the fuck does he have it? Oh, it must be because his dad's a billionaire. And here he is lying about his dad being a billionaire. Okay, let's say it's true. Let's say I am the descendants of billionaires, and I myself have amassed I have amassed this fortune, and I get to live in the Hollywood Hills. Isn't that fucked up? Isn't that fucked up? Don't you feel like this system is a little busted then? You're brilliant. You have tremendous potential, and yet you haven't been able to unlock it because you're wasting away on Twitch, going into the chats of people who you despise. Why is it that rich kids advocate for socialism? I don't know many rich kids that advocate for socialism. I haven't met them. Unless you're talking about me. That's the point, genius. Wait, what? The point is that rich kids don't advocate for socialism? I thought I was the rich kid advocating for socialism. What's the point that you're making? I think we just hit him with a hard reset. I think he's having an aneurysm right now. He was not expecting this response. He was going to go back to whatever fucking Reddit he came from to be like, yeah, I did it. I fucking owned this guy. He banned me. Straight men DEI time. Have you seen these Sydney Sweeney pictures? Yes. I'm not going to open them on stream. Yes, I have. I already sent every single angle to Will Neff. Literally every single angle. There's photos of her sitting down, photos of her standing up, photos from, I went and I scouted out the different, Getty picture, the different news outlets that scoped it out from different POVs. All of them were immediately sent to Will Neff. It made me forget that she's dating Scooter Braun for a second. You want to know what the funniest thing is? Hillbilly Einstein? I'm going to leave you with this parting take. You know who was an out and about, open, straightforward socialist? Albert Einstein, you fucking idiot. The guy who you obviously think is so brilliant that you put his name on your username. Yeah. Oh, they're PFP. They're just a Nazi. I mean, I could tell from how stupid they are. Let's see. Hillbilly Einstein, 1 follower. Let me see. Open image in new tab. What is this? What? My co-host Andy something is a Sephardic Jew pedophile? That's what your PFP is? Damn, brother. Maybe you do know that Einstein is a socialist if you're that invested in whatever the fuck that is. Now I feel dirty for even entertaining this fucking dipshit. Actually, you know what? I don't, because what did we learn today? We learned that Nazis are genuinely lacking in brain processing power. All right. Yeah, you know what else would make us feel dirtier? That's right. Erica Kirk, JD Vance conspiracies have hit the timeline, ladies and gentlemen. I seen it. I seen some crazy shit. Here's the clip.
But I do see some similarities of my husband in JD and Vice President JD Vance. I do. And that's why I'm so blessed to be able to introduce him tonight, because he understands the fight that we're up against. And he can articulate that in a way that transcends race, that transcends...
Bro, why are you smiling like that? Why are you smiling like that while talking about JD Vance doing debate? Hey, yo! That's crazy. Yeah, this one is not loading for me for some freaking reason. I don't know why. But...
demographic backgrounds.
Maybe she just loves debate, bro. Have you guys ever thought about that? Actually, like, debate does do it for her, right? And the more you debate, the more it does it for her. JD got more game than you. This isn't even the craziest photo. The craziest photo is when she grabs him by the back of his head. I never seen nothing like that on camera.
He's an amazing man.
Bro, she straight up caressed this man. She straight up caressed this man's hair, bro. It was crazy. I ain't never seen nothing like that. I didn't even see it until it was popping on Twitter. It turns out it's on TikTok too. Let's take a look.
JD Vance's first wife, Usha, has got to be looking for an exit plan after the last few days. As if it wasn't bad enough for the woman who was raised in a traditional Hindu home by Indian immigrant parents to have her husband go on national television and say that it's completely reasonable and acceptable for Americans to want to live next to people who are like them and speak their language. She then got to watch her husband put his hands all over the recently widowed Erica Kirk, who's clearly looking for another famous man in her life. And then he goes on stage and religiously shames his wife for not being Christian and hopes and tells the whole world that he hopes that she'll convert to Christianity and find the right path. And then at the same event, he ties immigration to assimilation. If you don't understand how that relates to the former statement about Usha Vance's traditional Indian and Hindu upbringing, I'm just curious. I don't know many women who would be okay with their husband going on stage and talking about them like that and then hugging another recently widowed woman the way that he did. Does anybody else think?
It gets even crazier. He doubles down on hating Usha. What a disgusting comment. And it's hardly been the only one along these lines. First off, the question was from a person seemingly to my left about my interfaith marriage. I'm a public figure and people are curious, and I wasn't going to avoid the question. Second, my Christian faith tells me the gospel is true and is good for human beings. My wife, as I said at the Turning Point USA event, is the most amazing blessing I have in my life. She herself encouraged me to re-engage with my faith many years ago. She is not a Christian and has no plans to convert, but like many people in an interfaith marriage or any interfaith relationship, I hope she may one day see things as I do. Regardless, I'll continue to love and support her, even though she's a lesser being, because not only is she Indian, but also she's Hindu. Oh my God. Like, literally, that's read between the lines. When a Christian person says that, that's what they mean, okay? When a Christian person is like, oh, she's going to hell, that's what he's saying. And I don't think J.D. Vance believes that, for the record. But that is the value that he is reinforcing here, okay? If you are a real one, if you're a real Christian, like, that's what you believe. She's, yeah, bless her heart, bless her heart. You know, bless her heart. But the mother of my children is going to hell, right? Fuck. Oh, there it is. It's bothering me. This is the vice he is signaling. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's crazy. Anyway, I hope she may one day see things as I do, regardless, or else she's going to hell, okay? With the rest of the demons who do not convert to Christianity. Regardless, I'll continue to love and support her and talk to her about her faith and life and everything else because she's my wife. I'm going to keep debating her into converting into Christianity, okay? The fingers in his hair, Jesus. Yes. Yes. Brother, that shit don't look right. Am I reading too much into it? Am I crazy? Also, hand on the waist. Are we for fucking real right now? Hand on the waist? Hello? Hello? This is bad, brother.
Tremendously.
Yeah, and then she also said, no one will replace my husband except for J.D. Vance. Hey, yo, dude. I don't know. Nah, my girl would have words for me if I let another girl do that shit. Yeah, I mean, that's crazy. That's crazy. Okay? Anyway, third, posts like this reek of anti-Christian bigotry. Yes, Christians have beliefs. And yes, those beliefs have many consequences. One of which is that we want to share them with other people. That is a completely normal thing. And anyone who's telling you otherwise has an agenda. He got him to delete it. Zaid Shalani, I sympathize with your sentiments, but isn't it true Usha comes from a religious family? I don't think they're agnostic, as you said. Thanks for responding. I'm glad you're on guard against Christian bigotry. For me, one of the most active Canadian advocates for Christians here and abroad. Have you been able to detect any anti-Christian bigotry from Tucker Carlson, like calling him a Christian Zionist? Like him calling Christian Zionists a virus? At TPUSA, you were asked about Judaism openly persecuting our religion. Oh, that's where, yeah. Ezra Levant is big mad, okay? Remember, Ezra Levant, I believe, is Jewish. He is also a Nazi, okay? Now, what's really interesting about Ezra Levant is that not only is he Jewish, but also a Nazi, he also has highlighted a lot of straight up Nazi sentiment in Canada. Many such cases, okay? What's really interesting about this is that right now, David Horowitz, rest in piss, he's dead already. If he was alive, and Ben Shapiro and Ezra Levant and the entire contingency of ultra-conservative, Nazi-aligned Jews are freaking the fuck out. Because for some weird reason, they thought that they could lean into the great replacement theories about how white people are being replaced by black and brown people, all this stuff, without the very same people that believe that inevitably tying it back to the Jews, as they did so historically, okay? Because That's what it is at the end of the day. So all of these guys who have created robust networks of propaganda, thinking that there was an unlimited alliance with the fascists that would never turn on them on the basis of Judaism, are currently facing the repercussions. They're currently experiencing something that they thought never would happen. That if you touch a hot stove, your hand is going to fucking burn. And these guys didn't just touch the hot stove. They lit it on fire. They turned the heat up. They danced around it, you know? Because remember, one of the most prominent anti-Semitic, anti-Israel voices right now in the United States of America is a woman by the name of Candace Owens. Candace Owens is anti-black, anti-brown, and also anti-Semitic. All of these things are things that Candace Owens was saying. Candace Owens is the invention of David Horowitz, another Islamophobic, ultra-conservative Jewish person, and also Ben Shapiro and Charlie Kirk too, but definitely Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro hired Candace Owens when he knew that she was anti-Semitic. Ben Shapiro had to fire Candace Owens because not only was she anti-Semitic, but she was also anti-Israel. And these guys thought that they could just, you know, have people say a fuck ton of anti-Semitic shit, even as long as they were pro-Israel. And now the true metric of being a real based right-wing groyper is to both be anti-Semitic and also anti-Israel. So they're cooked. This is where we're at now. Something that I have said for fucking years, by the way. John Podhoretz, another great example of this, responding to Kevin Roberts' take from yesterday. I covered this yesterday, but it bears repeating. This is a real chickens come home to roost moment. John Podhoretz says, my mother was a Heritage Board member for 40 years. You have befouled her, you rancid wretch of an amoeba. Matthew Petty responds, what did you guys think was going to happen? Yeah, John Podhoretz's earlier tweet saying, Trump bombed Iran. He can say Shylock 100 times a day forever as far as I'm concerned. Ooh, Jonathan Greenblatt. Ooh, he finally came out. He got a statement. He got some choice words, man. This is far from the first time, Jonathan Greenblatt of the ADL says. Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes both have been spewing hatred explicitly or subtly spreading it for years. None of it is acceptable. Jonathan, they were doing it for the past 2 years, bitch. Jonathan, who were you focusing on? Jonathan, why did you burn all of the social and political capital that you had? Why did you drop the notion that you were a civil rights organization, that were presiding over a civil rights organization, Jonathan? What happened? Wake up! You went after the one fucking guy that is a prominent media figure that isn't Jewish, that is anti-Zionist, but is also pro-Jew. That's what you spent the last 2 years on, Jonathan. And I don't think these guys are going to change, by the way. I don't think he's going to change this at all. But it's so fucking crazy. When I noticed that, it blew my mind. Jonathan Greenblatt did not talk about Nick Fuentes one fucking time post October 7. He literally spent every fucking waking moment that he had plotting out ways to deplatform me, motherfucker, knowing full well that I am not an anti-Semite, by the way. However, credit to Kevin Roberts for stepping forward today and issuing a clear, cogent takedown of the toxic anti-Semitism and venomous racism expressed by Fuentes. It was clarifying and crucial to hear firsthand that Heritage has zero tolerance for this kind of poison. Okay. Yeah, sure. Jonathan Greenblatt spent the last 2 years of Israel's genocide actively trying to find new ways to torment anti-Zionists who were not anti-Semitic, including but not limited to literal Jewish anti-Zionist students and Jewish-led anti-Zionist organizations like the Jewish Voice for Peace. That's what he spent his entire time on. This motherfucker would run around at a time when there was unprecedented growth of unrestrained, unrestricted anti-Semitic sentiment coming from fucking Twitter. That dipshit, that bald fucking dipshit, not once was like, hey, Twitter's gotten a little out of control. Maybe we should turn down the heat. Not once. And he did it so brazenly. And he did it in such a fucked up way that The former president of the ADL had to step in and be like, what the fuck are you doing? He defended Elon Musk sig heiling. He defended Elon Musk sig heiling twice on the biggest stage on the fucking planet. At the day of the inauguration, Elon Musk dropped a double sig heil. Jonathan Greenblatt went out and, as a supposed quote unquote defender of Jews, said that was just an awkward gesture. He destroyed. So, I mean, I want to thank Jonathan Greenblatt for this, for the record. Not because he has let anti-Semitism manifest and go completely out of control. That is devastating. But at least he basically said the quiet part out loud so much that there are virtually no sincere people, no serious people whatsoever that thinks the ADL stands for anything but the Apartheid Defense League. The ADL exclusively stands with Israel, not with Jews, and certainly not with Jews in America, and it does not give a shit about anti-Semitism. But the ADL always served this purpose, at least after the invention of Israel, okay? Because it predates the invention of Israel. It was actually a advocacy organization for Jews. It was actually a civil rights organization in its inception. But shortly after Israel's formation, it turned into a institution that defends Israel unconditionally. The ADL in the 90s spied on American citizens at the behest of apartheid South Africa, Israel's ally at the time. Okay? They spied on Jewish anti-apartheid activists. They spied on black student organizers for the apartheid regime in South Africa on U.S. soil. So make no mistake, it was always a corrupt institution, even though it had a decent glossary of anti-Semitic extremism, you know, which they deleted, by the way, after the FBI yelled at them because they found out that the ADL had not such nice things to say about Charlie Kirk in the past. And now the chickens are coming home to fucking roost, Jonathan. I know you got a fuck ton new donors since October 7th. This is true. While you simultaneously cut the entire research division that was actively trying to combat what remains of bigotry in this goddamn country. That's the other side of it. And the only reason why, obviously, the ADL was doing that, unbeknownst to many of the fucking, the bigotry researchers, the extremism researchers were tasked with doing this because this is their job. This is something that they care about. But the reason why the ADL was doing it is so that they have some semblance of legitimacy as a civil rights organization. They've dropped that. They got more funding from big donors, and they just fucking cut their entire research team. Now it is just a straightforward pro-Israel organization and nothing else. Okay? Yeah. They made fucking threads over and over again. They got policy changes made on Twitch. In time of dangerously escalating anti-Semitism, we commend Twitch for changing their policy regarding the use of Zionism as a slur and proxy for hate against Jews. That's what they were busy with. And of course, while that was going on, that was what the ADL was busy with, Nick Fuentes was cooking. He was in the sidelines going, hey, this is my opportunity to fucking shine. When one of the largest streamers on Twitch, Hassan Piker, spends the hours after the Amsterdam pogrom. Remember the Amsterdam pogrom, chat? Fucking idiots. I can't believe it. Yeah, Hamasterdam pogrom. Greenblatt completely destroyed the remaining good reputation the ADL had with the libs over the Musk tweet. Look at how many likes this has. Yeah. ADL is deeply concerned about the decision of a number of countries to prematurely recognize a Palestinian state. It's like, bro, why? Like, what do you mean? You're an American advocacy group, an American civil rights organization. Why the fuck is this a statement that you're releasing? And now you got the Heritage Foundation defending Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson. Now, obviously, Kevin Roberts probably got yelled at by a lot of big donors. So we had to turn around and be like, oh, my bad. Let's see what he had to say. Yesterday, I said that I abhorred views expressed by Nick Fuentes, and that's the best way to fight anti-Semitic ideas was to challenge them head on. Fuentes replied on X by saying, I don't know exactly what you abhor about my views. Allow me to elaborate because there's plenty to condemn. oh, they got the talk. He got the footnotes. He got the talking points. Let's see. First, the Heritage Foundation, I denounce and stand against his vicious anti-Semitic ideology, his Holocaust denial, and his relentless conspiracy theories that echo the darkest chapters of history. We are disgusted by his musings about rape, women, child marriage, and abusing his potential wife. Fuentes made, these are all real, by the way. Oh God, it's awesome. Watching right-wing infighting happen like this. Oh God, that's so good. Oh, hell yeah. Oh my God. Oh, hell yeah. Fuentes made grotesque analogies to try to cast doubt on the murder of 6 million Jews during the Holocaust and has said, I think the Holocaust is exaggerated. I don't hate Hitler. He did do that. Fuentes called for the death penalty for perfidious Jews and other non-Christians, stating that when we take power, they need to be given the death penalty. Fuentes praised Hitler and in the Tucker interview said he is a Stalin admirer. Brother, how are you going to add that? That's crazy. Like I feel like these two things are on different wavelengths a little bit. That's crazy. He did say that. He said he admires Stalin. He did. I saw it. Fuentes stated, but I do think it's funny that he's like, Nick Fuentes is a Holocaust denier. Also said he admires Stalin. Stalin and Hitler were BFFs before Hitler betrayed Stalin. No, that is fucking liberal nonsense, okay? That's like saying there's more evidence that Stalin and Churchill had the exact same worldview, or not Stalin and Churchill, sorry. Hitler and Churchill had the exact same worldview and were BFFs. Guys, the people, the Nazis, both neo-Nazis and historic Nazis, have always despised communism, socialism, Joseph Stalin, Vladimir Lenin, Trotsky, all forms of socialism, communism, Marxism. Don't be fucking stupid. Do not get duped by silly ass liberal takes, okay? Just as the West did appeasement. No, they like Trotsky now. That's totally different. We're talking about historically, okay? They liked Trotsky after Trotsky ran away. They did not like him when he was the Jewish guy that, by the statements of neo-Nazis, killed 80 to 90 million goyim or whatever the fuck they think. Okay, they like Trotsky now because he played a formative role in a lot of anti-communist and anti-USSR sentiment that circulated in the Western world. But that's what the claim is. Neo-Nazis now, and even fascists back then, saw the Bolsheviks as a bunch of revolutionary Jews that were just anti-white, okay? Or what whiteness is in that time frame. Churchill was actually a bigger fan of Mussolini. He once said, if I had been born in Italy, I would have been a follower of his from the beginning. I mean, makes sense. Churchill also has some fucking wild-ass racialized views, too. Yeah. Churchill was a European ethno-supremacist just like Hitler was ideologically, Churchill admitted in an address. Anyway, Fuentes stated that his goal is total Aryan victory and claimed that black people should be in prison for the most part. This is but a sampling of his vile daily rhetoric. Okay, so what's the difference between the Heritage Foundation other than, being anti-Israel, honestly? Like, down to the Holocaust denial, what really is the difference between, like, the average Heritage Foundation researcher that just graduated college and Nick Fuentes? There is no difference, by the way. That's what they know. They recognize that. That's why they're trying to fucking deal with it. Okay? Yeah, the difference between Nick Fuentes and like the average Heritage Foundation guy is one says the quiet part out loud. One is more honest about his disgusting worldview, his repulsive worldview. The other is just trying to, keep things as quiet as possible until they achieve total domination. Or, in Fuentes' words, total Aryan victory, even though Nick Fuentes is, in his own words, Mexican. Anyway, racism and anti-Semitism are not relics of the past. They have blossomed on the left, on university campuses, and grown on the right through figures like Fuentes. Yeah. Racism and anti-Semitism has blossomed on the left, on university campuses. Brother, every other piece that your think tank produces talks about how woke and gay the libtarded college campuses are. Now you're saying racism is manifesting on college campuses because of the left? How is this? This doesn't. You got hit with the woke ray. It feels like. This seems like a different guy. This is not my Heritage Foundation. Let me tell you. Nick Fuentes' anti-Semitism is not complicated, ironic, or misunderstood. It is explicit, dangerous, and demands our unified opposition as conservatives. Fuentes knows exactly what he's doing. He is fomenting Jew hatred, and his incitements are not only immoral and unchristian, they risk violence. Our task is to confront and challenge those poisonous ideas at every turn to prevent them from taking America to a very dark place. Join us, not to cancel, but to guide, challenge, and strengthen the conversation, and be confident, as I am, that our best ideas at the heart of Western civilization will prevail. For those, especially young men, who are enticed by Fuentes and his acolytes online, there is a better way. I look forward to talking about this more in the days to come. Ooh, he got the boss call. Brother, every single Nick Fuentes acolyte is going to read this thing and go, oh, Jews got to you. I'm just letting you know. I'm sure you know as well that they're going to say that. And you tried to do this delicate tightrope situation, you know, very, very, very tough times for institutional Republicans. You know what I mean? Richard Hanania, the white supremacist turned woke, not woke, but turned libtard. Richard Hanania says, yeah, being anti-Nick and pro-Tucker isn't going to work. They believe basically the same thing about the Jews, and you either embrace or reject both. This dude is still trying to milk fascism.
Press tell people don't let Nazi take power. Don't ever listen to the press. The press is the enemy of the people. These international organizations like the UN and the WEF, those are also enemies of the people. They exist purely to subvert your goals, to destroy your country, and to advance their own globalist agenda. They don't care.
Yo, that's awesome. Oh, man. Oh, God, he hates the UN. Yeah. No, I'm sure he has I'm sure if you asked him, he could spell out exactly why he hates the WEF and the UN and what the globalist agenda is. Okay. Yeah, no, this is a guy who's tweaked on fucking, I don't know, Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes video compilations that he sees on his TikTok, and he's just trying to do a shitty job regurgitating what he saw. Okay. He's just shittily repeating the same memes. It doesn't take much to be relatively successful on the right, obviously. And this is probably proof right there.
Care about France. They don't care about your culture. They don't care about your religion. They don't care about your history. They don't care about anything about you. All they care about is using you as a vehicle to advance some worldview they have. Never listen to any of them. If it was up to me, they would all be defunded and probably just made illegal because they're effectively government organizations that are working against the people. That's it. I would never fund a single fucking cent. That's what I would do. These international organizations that want to complain about human rights have no...
I mean, he ain't even wrong as far as the World Economic Forum goes. It's just not what he thinks is going on. You know what I mean? Or even with the United Nations in general. It's just funny that he's like, yeah, these guys suck. They're trying to advance a globalist agenda. Okay, what do you think that is? It's a global capitalist agenda. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's it. Is he saying NGOs are government organizations? Oh, you're right. I think he's talking about like UN and stuff. I don't think he means like Amnesty International or whatever. I don't think he's reached that chapter yet of the memes. Yeah, the agenda of the World Economic Forum is not implementing global socialism. It's continuation of neoliberal domination, and extraction of natural resources from the global south. In many instances, it's kind of funny that these like otherwise liberal people turn fascist, because it's like the current neoliberal order has unironically benefited them. They just don't like the inequality that they experience at the domestic level. It frustrates them. But like low key on a global scale, that has been tremendously beneficial for them. But you know, don't worry about it. We don't need to let them in on that reality, you know?
They have no loyalty to anything other than their ideology. They have no loyalty to any group of people. They have no loyalty.
What's their ideology? What's their ideology, man? What is the ideology of the World Economic Forum? Brother copes so hard about being significantly less intelligent than somebody known as Roach King. You're saying, okay. This is one of those things where you should probably be embarrassed to say that. I'm not necessarily a very intelligent person. I say it all the time. But like in in a lineup of like normal people, if you were to bring both of us up and be like, this is the fucking brilliant guy, you got to listen to this guy. I don't know. Chatter is the coworker that you guys basically avoid at the lunch break because he constantly is wanting to show you all the different memes that he sees on the internet. Look at him coping, dude, in real time. It's gaming o'clock. You're a little late, bro. I didn't realize we're at 7 hours. What do you think the World Economic Forum's ideology is? OS paradox. Since you've luckily learned all of the real news from the Roach King, surely you can completely dominate me in real time. I, after all, am a stupid socialist. Well, I'm pretty centrist being Canadian. That's not what I asked. Oh, God, you're Canadian. Conservative. In air quotes, conservative. That's not what I said. Come on, brother. You can at least Google it. Come on, I've given you enough time. That's so fucking stupid. Now do you feel like you're in the spotlight? Are the lights too bright? You having a hard time? Clock's fucking ticking. Come on. Come on, centrist conservative Canadian or centrist Canadian. It's so funny because, like, I already gave him the answer, but he was too busy fucking hornily typing this out, so he didn't hear me. You asked me what my political alignment was, and I told you, no, I didn't. I said, can you explain to me what the global agenda is of the World Economic Forum, or what the ideology is that Asmongold is pointing to with the World Economic Forum? I don't give a fuck about what your personal political alignment is. Listen, God, Canada is a Anglophone country for the most part. No, I know there's some Francophones there, but I'm pretty sure you're capable of understanding the English language, especially when you're encountering a person whose second language is English. You should be a little bit smarter than this, no? Go ahead, ask ChatGPT. Come back and copy paste it. Imagine coping and seething this hard. Oh, brother. All right, brother. I'm not even going to ban you. You're not even fucking worthy of a ban.
To any country. They have no loyalty to any culture. All they do is sit around and complain. Human rights? Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, yeah. Dude, Canada's so redneck. They're lucky they have Quebec. I asked a very simple question. Let's dig deep. Let's dive a little bit into this supposed ideology of the World Economic Forum. Imagine if I find out it's my coworker Monday. If this is how you find out, you probably saw the signs, you know? Also, centrism is not a political alignment, you fucking dipshit. Address the Bulgarian butt lift allegations, please. I will never. U.S. Senator Mitch McConnell's assistant or staffer wrote this because Mitch McConnell can't type, let alone walk. The intellectual backbone of the conservative movement is only as strongly as the values it defends. Last I checked, conservatives should feel no obligation to carry water for anti-Semites and apologists for America-hating autocrats. But maybe I just don't know what time it is. Well, you don't. And you also can't draw a clock because you're demented. You have dementia. Ted Cruz had that line too. He blasts Tucker Carlson's defense.
Now is the time for choosing. Now is the time for courage. If you sit there and nod adoringly.
I mean, dude. He's at the 40th Republican Jewish Coalition. It's just, there's never been a better moment for anti-Semites. I swear to God. If you are an anti-Semitic right-winger, oh my Lord, dude. Look at this. You could just be like, see? That's it. All you need to do is point. It's not even wrong. Like, what Ted Cruz and all these other dipshits are saying is not even wrong. Nick Fuentes is anti-Semitic. It's just that I fear a lot of Americans are also on that same wavelength, especially on the right, and definitely even on the left too, nowadays. But what's so funny about this entire process is Tucker Carlson is the spiritual successor of the right-wing movement. Oh, an acolyte of Asmold that we had watched before. Yeah, that's true. Andy Pants. Remember that one guy that we watched before and we were like, is this guy fucking memeing because no one is this stupid? Yeah, there's an update on his story. I forgot to mention this. It's one of the most insane things I've ever heard. He lost the custody of his kids, says Ackman. Stop Noticing the War on Men is the title of the video from Andy Pants Gaming. If you guys recall, I've watched some of his videos. He's one of the most insane right-wingers I've ever seen because it's like so childish. Like his arguments are so childish. Asmongold watches him all the time or used to watch him all the time. I don't know if he still does. I don't know if he still actually makes content. Let me see if I can show you one of his like best moments. Hold on. Andy Pants Gaming, Hasanabi. Yeah. The name of the title of the video was I Can't Tell. Wait, what the fuck? Is this a Why is this a podcast? Why is this? I Googled it and that's the first thing that came up is a podcast. What the fuck? This
Okay.
is gay. Soy and health. Man, okay? Everyone has to do TRT. One gender and one gender only. Okay, this is one of the bot channels. The fucking, god damn it, the editors are so, the AI edits are so bad on these fucking stupid ass bot channels. Anyway, my point is I've watched his videos before and it turns out, and I can't believe this, but according to the Act Man, the replies to this from people saying he's right is so funny because they don't even know he used his daughter to produce AI CSAM material for a video game he made. And that's why he lost the custody of his child. This is the maximum divorced dad. Okay. Andy Pants Gaming. First of all, I was shocked that he even had a kid and was married, I guess. But yeah, isn't that fucking nuts? TikToker that got canceled for saying the N-word and started grifting is doing blackface live stream for 80K people on Twitter. I don't want to see that. I don't want to fucking see that. Give me some more info on this. I need to see more on this. Okay? Give me some more. Oh, so he was correct. My wife and child left me, but at least I was right. Men like you is why we keep getting ugly lesbian pro tags on every new game. Thank you for your advocacy, Act Man. It's true. Coming out as a gay woke communist featuring Andy Pants. To the people defending Andy Pants, he made porn of his child. That's a big reason he lost custody. Bro, you made a game with AI images of 10-year-old girls pole dancing. You can try pointing the blame elsewhere, but you made a game where little girls become sex workers and dedicated it to your daughter. Yes, because people like you are doing this stuff. Making CP, making CSAM.
Nah, fuck that shit!
Making CSAM to own the fucking libs, man. Nope, here with my wife and daughter right now. Yeah, okay, dude. Yeah, he denies the allegations as recently as October 19th. What is this? Everything is just kind of getting worse and worse, isn't it? Oh my God. Guys, I don't need to see this, okay? You don't need to show me this. I don't want to see it. Why? Why do you feel the need to, God. Someone said H3 podcast. Yo, they did it first. That's true. I can't believe she's stealing from them. He should sue. Finally, a female content creator, Ethan Klein, could sue for actual copyright infringement. And maybe people wouldn't think he's a loser for doing that. Drop all the other lawsuits and then pursue this one. And I promise you, you will win the internet back. I promise you. People will finally say, sincerely, great moves, Ethan. Keep it up. They'll say it again. Oh, man. Revenge for us watching Israeli SNL lol? Okay, dude. You watched like 8 minutes of it. Calm down. It wasn't, I mean, it was that bad. It was really that bad. It was unironically the worst fucking thing of all time, but you should play Superhero Telltale today. It will retain 25K gaming viewers, multiple super chicks suck you off, and you have a superhero costume on. Wait, what? No, I want to finish the scary game. And we have the Why We Love Hassan Abi video that I didn't even watch. But I do want to play Dispatch, though. Especially now, more than ever, now that you told me that superhero chicks suck you off. What the fuck? Is that for real? That sounds amazing. Dispatch has crazy good writing. I mean, yeah. I got that. Someone said superhero chicks suck you off. It doesn't get any better than that. Suck sideways into Tuesday. Oh my God, all the way until Tuesday? Actually, it's the other way around. You eat out superhero chicks. Oh my God. What the fuck? No, chatter is lying, but the game is fire, so it's about as good. Okay, well, that's crazy. You can't be selling me on something that good only to have it not be the case. What is this? This is so dumb. Episode 4 opens with Invisigal having a sex dream about your character. Dispatch only has 4 eps right now. 2 more next Wednesday and 2 more next Wednesday. Okay, I like that. All right, we're doing it. We're watching this, and then I'm going into gaming.
Like it's appropriate for the main episode.
Oh.
Because we may have to
Pride?
cut it.
Okay.
We'll
Do you
put it
want
in
to
Baywatch.
tell it, and then if it's inappropriate, we can shift it, and then buy some time back.
Yeah, because I don't know. I wasn't.
Just
I don't
tell
know.
it, just
Okay,
tell
I'll
it.
tell. All right. So
Okay, I have a story. I'm going to cut it.
that's crazy.
I'm cutting your story.
That's crazy.
That was mean.
Can you point back and go other way?
This is my knees, gun dog.
You and that bear look related, dog.
Yeah, what? Your grandparents are alive?
No, they're all
Okay,
dead.
then what are you gonna do?
No, they're not all dead. What am I saying? On my mom's side, both of my grandparents
Mine are all
alive.
dead.
Hold this L.
Wait, that.
Cutie, is this scary? No.
Peter!
Hey, Cap!
Are your gays as like not house trained as Austin is?
That's a
Crazy question.
Because let me tell you.
Wait, Hassan, was that the night that you
Mark was
showed
there.
up for my birthday for 3 minutes and left?
Yeah, because
but he had a
Russia
little bit
was
of a
invading
headache.
Ukraine. Like,
By the way, that's still happening.
Yeah.
So not pressing.
Exactly,
news.
exactly. Yeah, see what happened? It's still going on. You
the
could have
Abby
stayed
didn't stand hard enough.
Could you have stayed maybe in
if they had?
Is under attack.
Oh my God, Austin is. Oh my God, Austin is there. Cutie, you have literally had a total collective of 10 fries. If you have a heart attack, I'm punching you in the chest so hard for being a bitch. He just got stoked when he saw a train because he was there when they were invented. Okay.
Classes in them, and I was always terrible at it. And in this recurring dream, I'm back in high school, and I have missed an entire semester of a class that I didn't write down. And I go into the last day, and I've failed that class.
I have the same recurring dream.
That was so
Yeah.
cute.
Will they? Won't they?
And then I like almost don't graduate, and it's like really fucking stressful. Yes, yes. And then And then I'm like sitting there doing
Tastes
packets
worse.
like the day before to try to graduate, and then I wake up.
What are you gonna do to him?
Deliver justice.
I want Cutie back. Okay, I miss her. I miss her a lot. What do you want me to do? I literally flew out to see her. The fuck do you want? Go tell her to come back.
I was going to ask you guys how you feel your friendship has evolved over the years, especially as you've started like working together, making content together. Has it been pretty
Will
smooth
and I's
sailing?
friendship has devolved through the years.
Oh gosh.
We had a lot of free time. Now neither of us have any free time.
Well, I invite him to things, and he just doesn't come.
Your invitation to things is like, hey, I have Smorgasborg is playing at Glorp Glorp, and we're just gonna fucking do the most.
Smorgasbord is playing at Glorp Glorp. I invited him to Coachella. Is this guy for fucking real? No, where they put coffee in it. Put your fucking phones away!
I'm being good. I'm being good.
Get off your phone, slut.
I'm looking for podcast topics.
That was the first thing she said. You're on your phone.
Put your phone down, son.
Put your freaking phone freaking down.
Yeah, she was telling us a story. Get off your phone, faggot.
I'm trying to log my calories in.
I am planning to move to Los Angeles.
I'm proud of you.
Thank you so
He's
much.
on his phone again.
Would you get off your phone? It's family time.
I am getting. It's not that I'm a screenager. There's like when there's four hoes, I don't want to butt into the convo, and I'm often scrolling for a different news story that I want to bring up. That's what it is. I hope this helps with a temporary distraction. This was sped up 5x, by the way. Oh my God.
Hair tie. I need it for my hair, bitch.
No.
Bitch, I need it for my hair,
Do you want a
slut.
We have a real do nothing and win strategy here at the Fear End podcast. And the yard keeps collapsing in and of itself. It's worse than a clan meeting. They look British.
Losing my hair. I had these big scabs on my head. I was going to the doctor and
Oh my God. I will be real though. I'm noticing that a 14-minute Cares compilation that normally heavily would be or exclusively would be Fear and clip compies mostly features my stream because clearly I'm not bringing my fucking A game on Fear and. Okay, I have to be on my screen so I don't interrupt people's the most iPad baby behavior. Okay, I am a fucking iPad baby. God damn it. Mitchy Skippy. Let's see where that chatter is today. Okay, this is not from that long ago, but I want to see. This is I think this was pre-October 7. Superman chatters, Lamau. Mitchy Skippy still here.
I think it's time we start speaking other languages.
Oh, that's smart.
To open up
Thank
our
you.
audience.
I'll do Japanese. Mizu Korosai.
Yeah. of course.
Bonjour, mon amis.
Hassan, do a language.
Patreon'da Türkçe konuşuyoruz.
No,
abi.
not that one.
Come on.
That
What
one
the
doesn't-
fuck? Okay, listen. I did a.
What else you guys have going on? You guys got anything new?
There is literally nothing that has happened in my life over the course of the past 7 days that is not directly related to Israel Palestine.
So light conversation.
So
Right.
that's all I've been doing. We've raised more than $600,000 in 2 days.
That's
for
amazing.
First
I
day.
saw somebody respond, just brain dead, just being like, "Wow, millionaire raising money. Interesting."
Better that than the classic. Oh, you're funding Hamas.
That's crazy.
Hamasabi.
Yeah.
Is what I've been getting.
Hamasabi.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
Yeah, no,
Why am I
that's-
laughing at that? That's
Yeah.
awful. We got to meet and interview so many influential queer people.
Did you ask Jojo Siva to come on the podcast?
No.
No.
What the hell are you doing?
Oh, the ibis. They're so beautiful. Look at it.
It's so funny that like people call them bin chickens and think that they're gross and disgusting when they're like literally an exotic bird.
So you walked into the gas station, they were like, damn, that's a Dookie girl. They were like, that's Dookie Cinderella.
Yes.
Law enforcement can actually figure out exactly where you're at. Tesla's, you should be hung. I am hung.
A man? Yuck.
If you were born British, would you have preferred to get aborted? Yes.
The noise.
You guys are objectifying me. I'm a political commentator. I was on CNN this week.
Yeah, nobody gives a shit. Look at that cock.
Super sick, bro. You want to plant trees? How about you plant bitches, okay?
I could be a Dallas Cowboys cheerleader.
Brilliant.
I can't.
You could.
I can't do that.
Can you do the
You
splits?
could. You look like
No.
it. You're
Said to me.
blonde and you look racist.
That's what I would do to Joe Rogan's nipples, dude.
How can one man be serving so hard while possibly overdosing? He's ODing on cunt.
Yeah.
Don't they have Baba Doobie Dabo, whatever she's playing too? Biba Dabo, Biba Doo. Fuck.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. RFK might be right about autistic people. What the
You
fuck?
say the
What
name.
the fuck? What's
Baby
that?
Doobie. Baby Doobie.
Baby Doobie.
You sounded like you were trying to scat.
I'm 33 years old. I don't know these fucking things.
You just kept intensifying the scat.
Yeah. If the more you yell it, doesn't make it more right.
Baba Doobie.
Baby Doobie.
Baby Doobie.
Fuck.
This is my first time ever trick-or-treating because I grew up in Turkey. We don't have Halloween.
Oh.
This is literally, I've never trick-or-treated before. Oh my God. This is...
Holy moly. Thank you. Whoa.
Was this last year? Or was this 2 years ago? That was last year, right? I'm kind of excited.
Yeah,
As
it's
a
awesome.
33-year-old man.
You do get weird TikToks.
I don't f with TikTok. It's just not for me. Look at my For You page. Look how shit it is.
I think this is completely washed.
Okay, maybe
Hey,
that's.
that was.
I like Charlie. I think he's a nice person. Sometimes I feel like he just leans in a little bit too much to the centrist stuff.
And a huge critique of me that I've always seen is Charlie's a fence sitter. He's just a fence sitting enlightened centrist cuck, this and that.
Too moist from Haas.
When you come over to Hassan's house, you'll just sit there like next to him like a hostage. Whenever I introduce people to him, I'm like, hey, now don't
expect a human interaction.
I'm not autistic.
Hey, don't expect him. He may not say hello.
Wait, what? I do say hello. That's crazy. Okay, y'all are goofing.
Or no, still.
It's not true.
Let me tell you something. Don't tell me library.
Guys.
Fiona is Batman. Or Batwoman, I guess, technically. But Batman. Come here, Fiona. Oh,
Sorry, her cape fell off, but she's Batman. Everybody is dressed up in the house. All the dogs are dressed up.
Fiona. Come here. Come here. Come here. Why are you looking at Fiona? Kaya, get over here.
Look at that. They just went on a long ass walk.
Smell like cotton candy. What the fuck?
Did you go trick or treating, Kaya? The U.S. government just closed the Venezuelan airspace. Are you fucking kidding me? God damn it. Oh my fucking God. If I want a human reaction from you, I need to bring a pupper. Yes, I love puppies. I love dogs. You missed the opportunity to dress her up as Shazam. Brother, we don't have an unlimited fucking costume pile to hit. Yeah, I would have liked to have actually been dressed up as I mean, Superman I had to do for you guys. It's fan service. But like, I would have loved to do Red Sun. I would have loved to do USSR Superman. I looked it up, but I couldn't get it on time. Dude, when did you do the Zach Polanski thing? He called me left field. Zach is a Hassan Abihead. Yep. Latin Times. U.S. restricts Puerto Rico airspace for security reasons, even as Trump denies he's decided to strike Venezuela. Wait, what the fuck? Puerto Rican airspace from November 1st through March 31st, What? Oh, no. They issued a NOTAM off the coast of Puerto Rico from November 1st through March 31st, 2026. Who is Fiona? Fiona is my brother's dog. Oh, no, brother.
And
Oh, he knows the arguments. He's like, die. You know what socialism is? Don't tell me libraries. It's Venezuela rat.
don't tell me that. That's bullshit. Venezuela. You want socialism? Venezuela.
Pause the stream while I'm on my flight. You got it.
The Pikachu and Eevee winter hat.
Pikachu Eevee best friendship winter hat.
Wait, you look really cute.
Yeah, you look so cute and cozy.
I am. Oh, was that good?
People found during the off season her liking posts about defunding Planned Parenthood. And
she's a child of God.
yes, she is a child. Look at that. Oh wow, incredible stuff.
She don't need Planned Parenthood to get an abortion. She can just do that.
That's fucking crazy. We caught that on 3 cameras.
And I think it's just perfect. I love it. This is with my collection of most expensive Labubus of the world, obviously because they are top celebrities and they're probably the biggest YouTubers out there.
You haven't seen this?
No. No more.
Hear me out.
No.
She worked really hard on
that.
Come on. Incredibly. Boom. She worked really hard on that incredibly racist doll.
Oh, brother.
And I was there. Like, I know this motherfucker's Gen Z, but why is he giving Failenial? Trauma response? Why the fuck would trauma response make you sound like Tobuscus?
Using a random object, demonstrate how to give a blowjob or finish your shirt.
You gotta cover the camera, else he's gonna get banned.
Suck the car! I do have your jacket.
You have my jacket? Please let Will wear it sometimes.
Yeah, I will.
Least.
Okay.
I will.
That's insane.
I do have a couple of guy friends that want to wear
Will's
it.
long hair is so much better. Like, it's crazy. I mean, he still looks good with the short hair, but long hair is doing something. I just realized.
No, Austin. I'm going to give you a nice countdown from 10, and then we're going to rip it, okay? Did I forget something?
Why would you do that? I have a name, Kaya.
Kaya?
Yeah, it means rock. It's Turkish. Her name is Kaya, which is ironic because on this podcast I said I want my firstborn son to be named Kaya, and then chat saw that and literally were like, you should name your dog that, and then they voted for it. This is Kaya. Kaya Piker.
No, I need her.
Kidding. She smells so good.
Hi, little baby.
She's a menace, dude.
What a menace this girl is.
Oh, don't tell him. Don't tell him.
What the
You're so good for climbing out of the cage.
Kaya, that's enough. I'm put you on timeout. Hear me?
Wow, that was very good.
You hear me, Kaya?
She listened to you. Look
Knock
at
it
that.
off. No, I don't want to hear. Hey, I'm going to take your privileges away.
Okay, you need to stop responding to her barking because she just wants attention. You're doing way worse now. Oh, God.
All right, I'm sorry.
This motherfucker came in the span of like 15 minutes, has broken a fundamental training rule. For the first time in a long time, I was like, damn, I have something to live for. Oh, how big she is. Starting to develop a personality, by the way. How big she is. Little lady. Kaya. Kaya, come here. Okay.
Oh, so pretty, Kaya.
I don't know how the fuck I got so goddamn lucky that I have the best. It's crazy. Thank you. Okay. No, don't come to me. Yeah, good lady. Now all you do is call her fat because she is. What is happening? I love her so much. You don't understand. Hello. She's so I am the luckiest person on the planet. I love her so much. But you're the real princess here. Let's be real. She is the number one. Look at her face. Oh, God. I got teary-eyed a little bit. Oh, my God. Come here. Hey, come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. All right. There we go. Okay, there we go. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh no, you're pushing me. She's just a lap dog, little baby. I cannot believe how much bigger she's gotten. Good thing you didn't go with the P flap. Can't believe I watched the Reeves of raising this dog just for that 15-second clip to send the internet into a frenzy. I know. The fucking vice president, dude. The vice president. Ay. Gaming, please. Okay, everybody calm down. I'm gonna do gaming. Okay? My 50 kilogram Great Dane turned 5 a couple days ago. I love my big dog. Yeah. That's the thing. The thing is, like, none of the fucking haters will ever see that video. You know what I mean? Or even if they see it, they'll be like, oh, he made this compilation specifically so that he could avoid the accusations. That's it. It's just, they don't give a shit. And so you have to remember that. Most people on the internet don't give a shit. Not only do they not give a shit about the truth, but they also don't give a shit about, like, they don't give a shit about anything. All right. We're back to No, I'm Not a Human. I've been thinking about this game a lot. Bro, you already lost? I love Sam Sulek. Wait, really? Why did I lose already? Wait, are you supposed to not let anybody die? Is that what it is? 'Cause that's impossible. I fed the cat. I slipped, I gave a FEMA slip to the fucking lady. The dude with the sewn mouth died. There's 10 different endings, so it excludes you from some of them. Okay. Turn the lights off in your room for full immersion. You won't see me on camera. All the lights are off right now. If I turn the lights off for full immersion, you will not see me on camera. I don't want to check myself. I'm scared. So I gave her the slip. What these make me worse? More worse. Oh, the kid's back. Brother, I told you. Chat, did I not tell you? She just kind of fucking loses the kid. I was right. Pure and utter vindication. I fucking told you. Or unless it's bugged. It might just be bugged. It could be bugged. I don't know. He used to drive this woman around. I knew what was going on. I tolerated it at first, but I couldn't stay quiet. I nagged and nagged. He ended up switching jobs so he wouldn't see her anymore. Maybe he really did love me. Or maybe it's all in my head. Anyway, I need to rest. We can talk later. See? The kid's back and he's looking at me weird, bro. Looking at me weird as fuck. Blast the fucking baby. Okay, calm down. Wait, why am I full of energy? Let's check this guy. Let's take a photo of this guy. I don't like being photographed. Flash reminds me of thunder. Sets me on edge. What? More signs, more easier we can find those varmints. Oh, he's got hair. I'm just a normal fella, son. Don't know what you done. Expecting to see. You gotta get the strap. Brother, why would I strap up? Wait, maybe there's something in the basement. Okay. Still nothing in the basement. Except for potat, and sardine, and pickle. Just the average. Check on the potatoes. Please, you have to kill someone? No. Wait, why can't I sleep? What the fuck? From the psychic lady. Structure of an apple, the over apple, the land of mushroom and paper, fear of the mush. Though it's so enchants thee, their meat, only tears, and parting's doom. Check her breathing. Why won't you responding? I wish to die. They hung up. This was not quite what you expected. You need to do tests if you don't want to sleep. Okay, I'll test myself. Fuck it. I already smoked, so I'm not going to look at my teeth because it's going to be busted. And I already drank caffeine, so my eyes are going to be red. But fuck it, let's do it. I mean, they're not red. Nothing they can pin me. The lady already got a slip. I slipped her. I gave her the slip, so she's gone. She's gonzo. Okay, I woke up. I wake up. You see a woman crying over her wounded husband. You can't tell if he's alive or dead. Tears streaked. She drags his heavy body away from gunfire. You are left with a single thought. Things will only get worse. You need to test her though? No, I don't need to test her. You want to know why I don't need to? Oh, what's up, kitty cat? You know why I don't need to test her? Because she's obviously a fucking visitor. What the fuck? The path along the field is littered with the bodies of those who tried to run. Nearby stands a man responsible, a female officer. He holds a rifle. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, I got F'd. Wow, F's during gaming. That's crazy. We're back. We are back. It's Mini F. FEMA guy killed people who are running. For those of you who are just tuning in, the stream got a visitor. He was a rifle smoking, drifting from the barrel. Why is no one knocking on the door? Panicked people rush to nearby houses. They bang on doors, desperate for shelter, but it seems no one is willing to let them in. Witness the beginning of the end? Wait, what? Looks like no one else is coming tonight. Wait, is it over? No one else is coming tonight. I guess I better go to sleep. We interrupt this program with breaking news. Reports of civil unrest are coming in from a neighboring city. Due to unresolved circumstances, FEMA forces have sealed off the area. Please remain in your homes. Stay where you are and await further instructions. And remember, support FEMA and join the fight against the visitors. That's the latest for now. Next up, some ads. Up next, special report on the nature of the visitors. What are visitors? Ghosts? Creatures from the deep underground? No, this is neither a sci-fi novel nor a cheap headline. This is our new reality. Rumors continue to swirl about the visitors' true origin. Are they aliens? Are they walking dead? A lab experiment gone wrong? According to authorities, these are all just baseless theories. Studies show that a visitor is a human who has come into contact with an undetermined biological agent. Methods of transmission remains unknown, and FEMA urges everyone to stay alert for the signs of visitors. If you believe you've been exposed, call the FEMA hotline. Why isn't it working? I'm going left and right, chat. Shut the fuck up. There's literally nothing. Left knob doesn't move. Press the button. What button? I'm pressing it. Bro, the middle one? What middle one? The other one? This button doesn't work. I pressed this button. Oh! Someone please help. Oh! Chat, you guys fucking suck. Wait, why is she not gone? You did what needed. Why about rest? Fine, someone sent me, but didn't say what next. You guys fucked me up. Aren't you worried about your kids? But probably not as much as I should be. The first one, I had no idea what I was doing. Screwed it up, but I thought I figured it out all by the second one. I'm convinced she's made babies just so she can lose them. But he turned out the same than the third and the fourth. The doctors told me I couldn't have kids. Then the second one came. I called him eighth wonder of the world. But then things got hard. It was awful. I need to shut my eyes. But to be fair, that's an ugly ass baby, so vibes are bad. Got me that beer? Okay, I'm not gonna give him the beer yet. Let's call the neighbor, see if anybody picks up, even though his house is on fire. I fed the cat last night. Do I need to feed it again? I fed the cat last night. Do I have to feed the cat again? It's called for rest. It saves your life, that's all. From the psychic lady. Call the ad number. Which one is the ad number? Test the cat lady. I can't test the cat lady. Oh wait, I can, I think. Maybe I can. Hold on. Stare, sniff, what the... Oh! Okay, maybe she's not a fucking visitor. Oh God. I slipped her for no reason. I gave her a FEMA slip for no reason. I need to test you. Fungus means visitor? No, they said no armpit hair. Visitors don't have armpit hair. That's what they said. What the fuck? Oh, that's cat. That's classic cat owner. What these? I do not know. Time to try. What? What does that mean? Bro, she's not a fucking visitor. She's not a visitor. She's not a visitor. I'm so convinced she's not a visitor. She's an angel. I fucked up. She has none of the signs of being a visitor. Y'all are fucking so dumb. I don't understand why you were... Dark spots mean visitor? She doesn't have any visitor spas. She's a ballerina. Y'all are so dumb, dude. Y'all are crazy. All right, here, I'm gonna give this guy a beer. Oh, fuck, I can't give him a beer. You are blinded by horniness? You think I'm horny for her? What are you, crazy? A group of evicted stand by your neighbor's ruined house. They are in shock, whispering amongst themselves. They likely want to take shelter. But is there any place left to hide from all of this? Any place in the world? Brother, if you think I'm horny for her, you're crazy. On the path stands a man, armed with an assault rifle. He looks completely insane. His jacket is covered with torn-out teeth, eyes, and who knows what else. What if they're trophies? What if he kills for not defense but sport? Whatever the case, you hope you are not his enemy. Hello, kid. You will save me. Oh, what the fuck? On the pole hangs a man with sign that reads, "You took everything from me." Was he robbed or did FEMA take his family? Your mind races, but there's no answer, only guesses. Okay, let's take a look at the door. There. Much better. Oh, howdy. My lovely wife and I are looking for a safe place to weather the storm. Would you mind if we crashed here for a bit? Only if it's no trouble, of course. What if you're trouble? Well, I guess we could go and look for shelter somewhere else. My old lady's exhausted, though. She needs a little rest. Can we just stay for a little while? If it's not too much to ask, I mean. Can your wife speak for herself? Of course you can. Honey, will you say something? She's just really tired. I'm sorry. But maybe we can all talk together another day. If we ever meet again, of course. Right, darling? Oh, forgive me. I shouldn't be pushing you like this. I'm gonna bring him in. I don't think... Why are you just standing there? Come on, honey. The nice man invited us in. She's just feeling a bit shy. That's all right, sweetie. We'll get you rested up and back to your normal self soon. That's it? Oh. Among Us? Yo, you've been seeing all this shit going on? Fucking crazy. You holding up okay in there, bro? What's been going on exactly? I'm here to offer you new possibilities, bro. Respect the vision. Everyone's running around like chicken ass bitches instead of doing what comes pure and natural. They all just need to be happy is what I'm saying. For real. What is up with his neck, bro? Why are you here? Right down to business. I like that. I like that. Everyone thinks you're up to something in here, bringing in all these people, stirring some shit up. So I say, let's roll with that and host the party to end all parties. End of the fucking world of Palooza, bro. I mean, his teeth are busted. I can see from here. So fuck yeah, my dude. That's what I'm talking about. Finally, someone with half a brain. Oh God. No. Can you let me in, pal? What happened to you? I got caught in the midday sun while putting out forest fires. I'm the only one left for my squad. The rest they coughed. The boss just wouldn't let him leave. Now they're on shift eternally. What the fuck? A hospital? There's no more hospitals, pal. When the visitors came, the whole point of hospitals went up in smoke. Hard to get treatment if you can't trust who's treating you. There's no helping. There's no helping me now. I'd have been better off putting out those fires and dying out there with my buddies. I don't have much time left anyway. Fuck it, he's a burn victim. Let's bring him in. I don't think I'll be in your hair for too long. At least I won't have to die alone in the dirt. They gave us this slip of paper at work before we went to put the fires out. It's a mandate telling us to report to a FEMA quarantine zone. But why go if everyone who does ends up dead? Here, I don't need it anyway. You can throw it away or use it for something else. FEMA death camps. Okay, that's it. I can't feed the cat at night. Good afternoon. This is the news. We bring you important update. Every day is a new hell. It's like living in America, bro. New details have emerged regarding a recent incident that unfolded in the city. It seems one of the city's quarantine zones came under attack from an armed individual. Suspect's motive remains unclear at this time, and it's unknown if the attacker had any accomplices. Notably, several unverified individuals also escaped the quarantine zone. What? Silence is the harbinger of death, a sinister quiet that drains the soul. But worse than emptiness, it is the ringing. A distant funeral knell growing ever louder. The bells toll for us all, filling our ears with endless din. What? Filthy thoughts caught in webs of wax. An infernal nest where visitors thrive, tangled deeply in sticky sustenance. Cerumen inundans, cerumen inundans, cerumen inundans. Up next, a special report on the temporary suspension of corpse disposal. What? There is some reports describe a lone shooter, while others mention an armed group dressed in hooded clothing. However, the city's greatest challenge may still lie ahead due to lockdown measures imposed. Corpse disposal in surrounding areas have been temporarily suspended. Residential inspections will continue. What fucking happened? Am I a visitor? If not, please wait until situation is resolved before surrendering any accumulated remains. That's the latest for now. Stay tuned. I pet the cat enough times, it likes me now. They weren't the ones who attacked. I saw what was there. That it wasn't human. The quarantine zone was attacked by something that wasn't a human. Oh! Okay, I'll get that. I'll get to that later. Did someone die? Nope. Spooky ass kid still there. Wait, who died? Oh my God. Not the fucking old dude. No, dude, I am killing everybody, bro. Wait, if the hunter died, then who was it that killed the hunter? He died from lack of beer. Wait, there was only 2 people. And if the visitors can only kill when there's only 2 people, that means both the ballerina and the cat lady are visitors, no? Because the hunter, unless I let the 3 people in and they're all, or the 2 people that I let in are both visitors. The dead bodies in the bags are human? Okay, let's talk to this fucking dipshit. What did you do before the cataclysm? Oh, man, I'm glad you asked, bro. You never heard of sports betting? Okay, I'm gonna kill this guy. What are you, a scammer? I'm a fucking analyst, man. If you knew how much cash crossed these palms, you'd be straight drooling, bro. I'm a professional, and I'm about my business, bitch. This is a kick streamer, bro. People bring in their dough to me and get back 5, no, 10 times they put in. How much how do you call it? How do you put this? I made 30 fucking mil. In debts, sure, but debts got nothing on me. I look dangerous straight in the eyes, bro. Sup? What do you want to check? Want to snap a pig together? Oh, he bust out the gat. Damn, bro, over a fucking photo? I lost my aunt's house in a card game once, and even she didn't screw me this hard. Are you nuts, man? Suck my... Popped them. Come on, baby, don't pout. Why were you guys out on the street? Oh, we were on our way to visit my darling wife's mother. Realized just in time that we weren't gonna make it on our own, and well, stumbled upon your place. Thanks again for letting us stay, by the way. He was innocent? He was human, Lamau? He wasn't a visitor? Wait, you get an animation when you pop someone who is a visitor? Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, let's test out the theory. This one doesn't have any of the fucking indications, but let's look at the teeth. Okay, that's a visitor ass teeth. That's what she wants. Never thought she'd favor big idiot. Okay, so oops, killed, oopsie. May or may not have killed a kick streamer for no reason. That sucks. So goddamn hot. How are you feeling? Asking a charred corpse how he's feeling. Seems like it's even worse than I thought. Oh, damn it. I don't think I'll hold out longer than a week. It did ease the pain a little when you let me in, though. Thank you. But now, I'm just sitting here while the rest of the guys out there are dying. I could have stayed with them. It's not like I've got anything to lose. I'm already on the way out after all. Should I feed the cat some canned food? Let's pick up the kitty. Wait, I can't bring her to other places, though. Make phone calls while you can? What to what? There's nowhere to call. Dude, I don't think this mother is a visitor. Everyone always says everyone in the chat's been saying the mother's a visitor because you guys just want me to kill the women. But she is literally passed all the tests. Like, did I take a photo of her? Can I sit? No. Oh, come on, bro. This whole time? What about the daughter? What about the fucking daughter? Oh my God, it's fucking Pack Watch over here, bro. Shoot her too? I can't even shoot her if I wanted to. Let's look at the basement. Let's see if there's anything in the basement. Nope, potatoes. Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck happened? Am I on the ground? What is going on? What is happening? Am I cooked? Am I the cat? Am I a visitor? Oh, it was just a dream. Oh, thank God. Group evicted by FEMA is settled into your neighbor's ruins. Though little remains, the basement seems to be intact. Small pocket of safety, but how long can they keep hiding? Wait, what the fuck? All the doors are open. Wait, what? Wild dogs roam the streets. Their bodies bear shallow burns. Hunger wears them thin. Inside your house, you don't fear them. But now you can't shake the feeling it's better not to go outside. Wait, why are all the doors in the house open? It wasn't a dream. Cats sleeping comfortably. Small groups carrying their belongings gather nearby. They whisper, careful not to be heard by FEMA officers. Looks like they're from quarantine zones and are moving into former residents' homes. Now their hanging man looks like a grim welcome sign. Wait, am I a visitor? Hello. We require more test subjects from you. The sooner we get them, the better. Bring back the ones you took. You're in no position to make demands. You've all done nothing but try to get in our way. And look, where that got us. We recently had to wipe out a visitor colony, a place that used to be my hometown. How long is all this going to continue? We're still studying the cause. of these events. Stay out of our way. Hard to say when things will return to normal. We need to run more tests to keep things under control. Cooperate with us and this will all be over before you know it. I have to hand someone over to you, but this time we'll need 2. Doesn't matter who, just hand 2 of your residents over now. Everything will be back to normal soon. Should I say no, I'm done? Fine, if it helps. Remember, help us help you. Wait, well, so you're alone? Must be hard for you, for us. How do we check a district when there's nobody living in it? All right, then, goodbye. Wait, I'm alone? What happened to the... Yes, your house is perfect, I can feel it. What exactly do you feel? Death. Death hath taken a liking to your house. She's quite fond of it. I don't know how many have died here, but her presence is strong. Who even are you? Why are you dressed like that? You look like some kind of cultist freak. Perhaps I do. Is that such a bad thing? This is my shroud. There will be need of it once I die. This way, there's no need to find cloth to wrap our dead. We don't believe in salvation, not unless it comes from death herself. She's already near. We're simply helping her cross the threshold. We must perform the burial rites in ways anew. Your house is perfect for it, yes. Death influence is strong here. What's been happening here anyway? In any case, let my brothers trespass here. Protect them. They must survive long enough to complete their tasks. I'm not exactly burning with excitement at the prospect. Perhaps you'll end up burning after all. Watch over my people, and remember, if one of them dies, your house will be reduced to nothing. Forgive me, but there would be no other way to accomplish our divine mission. Fuck it, let them in. They shall not need much time, but still watch over them. I'll see you later. I'll come to check on them. That's a weird knock. Keeping your distance, huh? Good, that improves your odds of survival. Unless you're a visitor. Why aren't you indoors? This isn't a damn game. Some people pity the visitors. Think they can, I don't know, get better. A couple days pass, they butcher everyone in the house. Then they run off and do it again. No justice. I don't hide. I am justice. I bring order. What's with the gear? Is that supposed to make you visitor proof? Visitor proof? Oh, you mean this necklace? Ha, that's a good term. I'll start using that. As a reminder. So I don't forget how many houses and how many towns I've purged. I pull a single tooth from each visitor. They're the easiest trophies to take. And if one really leaves an impression on me, I might take something else. Penises? So why are you here? Hold it. You already asked your questions. Now I'll ask mine. Anything going on in this neighborhood? Any threats I should keep an eye out for? A half-naked visitor annihilated an entire patrol. Just one, half-naked? So it wasn't wearing any protective armor? Interesting. You actually saw him? Yeah, I believe you did. You don't talk like someone who's in the habit of spreading rumors. You've got my attention. I'll be back again. Oh! He's not asleep. He should be. Parents don't have any. Never did. Are they something we need? What are you looking for? Wrong smell. Wrong voice. Sorry, this house is wrong. What the fuck? Most normal child in Russia, dude. I can't kill it, chat. It ran away. I don't even know what's gonna happen when I go to sleep. I don't even want to know. I just fucked everything up. I think I'm the visitor. No one's left. Is this because of the dream? Good afternoon. You are watching the news. FEMA is currently assisting victims of quarantine zone attack. Due to overcrowding and existing... That guy told you not to test for 2 days? Evacuated residents will be temporarily housed in buildings on the outskirts of the city. Fortunately, local homeowners are cooperating with FEMA and have offered shelter. As of this report, only a portion of the escaped individuals have been located. Thankfully, a new identifier has been announced by officials earlier today. Bleeding gums. If an individual... What the fuck? Wait for a scheduled FEMA patrol and report the suspect to relevant authorities. And remember, stay where you are and await further instructions. Next up, dangerous new cult. The visitors aren't just hiding among us. They may be infiltrating our very thoughts. Multiple cities are now reporting outbreaks of organized cult activity. Charges against them include ritual sacrifice, worship of an unknown deity, and possible ties to visitors themselves. According to the news, oh my god, the cult, and began as a harmless evangelizing, has now escalated into direct action. That's me. That's fucking my cult. The cult in my house. But I'm a visitor, so I can kill him, I guess. Some experts believe that the cult may even be responsible for recent violent incidents in the city. New believers. Aiding or sympathizing with any cultist may result in arrest or criminal charges. This is an evicted resident speaking. If FEMA kicked you out like they did us, we're sheltering in the basement of a burned house. It's close to the hermit's place. Wait, I'm the hermit? We don't have much food left. Without more, we'll starve. Are they talking about me as a hermit? Hey, yo. If anyone can spare some food, please help us. We really need it. That's fucking bullshit, bro. I can't feed the cat anymore. Or I guess I could. He doesn't like the pets no more. What the fuck? I fucking... Nope. So everybody just left. Or, I mean, I guess they didn't leave. I killed them. I think. I don't even know. Am I the fucking... Wait, I got the same shit that the other visitor had. No. Oh, I'm a visitor. I'm a visitor. I got the same exact crusty ass armpits that the other visitor lady had, bro. It's over. I'm gonna call the neighbors and talk shit. If I'm a visitor, I might as well kill everybody, right? Go to the basement and dig? You can't dig, chat. What are you talking about? Wait, can I turn myself in? 449214. I called the right number. I called the neighbor. Yeah, it says invalid because the neighbor doesn't have a fucking actual phone. They said no hair and armpits, not fungus. Yeah, except the other lady had the same exact armpit fungus. Let's see. I'm gonna tell FEMA I'm a visitor. Let's see what happens. Oh, too late. I already cleaned off the fungus. Wait, I want to see my ears. Okay, seems fine. 0 survival instincts. I can't take a photo of myself, Chad. It doesn't work that way. All right, let's see what these cultists are about. Who are you? Lost souls, just like countless others who walk this blighted earth. We yearn for peace, for stillness eternal. Okay, we get it. You're a fucking cultist, okay? You look scared. Are you afraid? You're observant, homeowner. Unlike my brothers in faith, I still struggle with fear. Doubt torments me. What lies beyond life? What does it feel like? Our mentor teaches us it's neither heaven nor hell, that it's something else, but I can't seem to grasp it. If even he doesn't fully understand death, will he ever fully understand her? What if reaching her isn't enough? What if she is truly beyond comprehension entirely? But I dare not question our mentor's will, for in his eyes, I see confidence and understanding. He asks us to embrace faith and steel our resolve, to be ready. Death. How long will we be staying? Worry not, homeowner. We will not be trouble. We appreciate your hospitality and don't wish to anger you. You've done so much for us already. We'll stay in this room and pray quietly. We need some rest. Our journey ahead will be long and hard. You're a piece of shit. F. Take a photo. That's a visitor. It's not. They are though. They are though. They literally are. What are we doing here? Bro, that photo is sus. Oh my God. On World Thank You Day. Rest. What should I get this time? Energy? Cigarettes? Kombucha? Cat food? God damn it. Chatters are such fucking cat ladies and cat children. They always say cat food. You always say cat food. It's crazy to me. Here. 2 FEMA officers stand by a lamppost, standing at the hanging man. Looks like they finally got around to the main attraction of the area. They look like clueless detectives. No lie, I've been here for 60 months. This is the first time I watch your game. You're in for a treat, Chatter. FEMA officers stand over the dead dogs. One of them is jotting down something on a tablet. Can a handful of people stop a horde of starving animals? Unlikely. I gamed yesterday too. You missed it. It's okay though. An armed visitor hunter holds a group of survivors at gunpoint. He probably stumbled on them by chance. Who will survive in those worlds? Yeah, well, they called me a hermit, so I'm not even gonna save them. You look kind of down. My coworker got taken by FEMA. Morning check, same as always. They noticed his eyes red. God damn it, and that was it. They hauled him off. Now I don't even know what happened to him, or if they ever let him out. And what if my eyes go red from lack of sleep? They're gonna drive me off to one of those fucking quarantine zones too? Fine. What's fine? Even me in the middle of a cataclysm. All these visitors, the signs of the damn sun. I thought it couldn't get even worse, but every day it just gets crazier. Next thing you know, they'll just say public hair is a sign of being a visitor, and the world will go even more bad shit. All right, I gotta get a move on. Take your order and I'll be on my way. Here you go. Cat food. Fucking Christ. What? You feel that? Change is haunting you. So am I. And now one of your ilk is deathless. All because of a word. One single word, but what a word it is. You know who I mean, yes? Strange things happen around you. It's Bolsonaro, he's back. Must be tough. Sounds like you need help. Why don't we try something new? A gamble of sorts. If there's at least 2 of us inside your house, you'll open the door for me. Because dogs reside in their bodies now. I don't understand. It's simple. Let's give it a try. But first, you alone? I'm not alone. Well, well, well. Even we are a rare sight now, let alone your kind, locked in their walls. Change isn't the worst thing coming for you. You don't think I lead the pack, do you? There are far greater things out there. I simply follow orders. Well then, until we meet again. Wait, so I didn't have 2 visitors in the house. I was safe. Hey, what the fuck? Long time no see, how's life? Do I know you? Come on, you really don't remember me? We were... Hang on, your voice sounds different than I remember. How long ago did you start living here? I think you got the wrong address. No way, I couldn't have. No. Damn it. I guess I did get it wrong. Come on, I willed a long-ass way to get here. Won't you let me in, please? Stavi, baby? In a wig. No, dude, it's Barry Weiss. Test the couple, they're dead, chatter. I can't test them, they died. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Looks pretty spacious, mate. Want to race? 3, 2, 1, go. What the what? I mean, how's your new life treating you, baby? Managed to adapt yet? How silly of me to ask. You do live here after all. You look unusual, so you noticed. Thanks. Do you like it, baby? People keep remarking on my looks lately, even more than they used to. You're not much of a talker, are you? Tell me about yourself. I used to pray my father would drop dead. Is that enough? Did you grow up with an abusive father? That's awful. I'm glad it's behind you now. Letting go of anger is hard. Forgiveness is even harder. I felt the same, baby. We can talk about it if you want to. And if you let me in, we might even be able to deal with the pain and heal together. Okay, this is too good. This is like 100% a visitor, right? Yeah, let the fine shit in? No, absolutely not, brother. Are you fucking kidding me? She got some bazongas, like there is no shot. She is going to fucking smother me in them. Okay, now I'm actually kind of feeling like I should let her in, but there is no way. She's gonna kill the cultists. Just one night? That's crazy. You guys are crazy. Nah, let her in, trust. You guys are so horny. Oh God, this might be the toughest decision of this game. This is the toughest decision of this game, honestly. Let fine shit in? No. She is 100p a visitor. There is 0% chance. Stop scaring the huzz. No, the huzz scares me, man. The huzz is scaring me. Let Shouty in? No. I'm scared of women. Fuck. I fed the cat, so I think I'm good for the night anyway. Uh-oh. I thought no one was home. Okay, what the fuck? Were you watching my house? What? No, don't be silly. It's simply rare for a full house to stay so silent at night. Usually you hear some kind of drunken shouting. Is this Dr. Fauci or screaming? Where did you come from? There was a hospital downtown, but, well, it's a rather long story. If you'd be so kind as to let me in, should I let Dr. Fauci in? I feel like he's sus. I'll be nearby, so don't hesitate to ask for help. He's gonna cockblock you, true. Good call, chatter. What? Sexo run? Good ending? Good afternoon. Now for the news. The situation in the city is gradually stabilizing, but some fugitives still remain at large. Oh my God, legendary ending. We nutted. We nutted and nobody died. Why was there no cutscene? Is it because I had the cat? Packs of stray dogs are now roaming the streets. FEMA has deployed a team to address the threat. Agency also announced a new identifying sign of potentially dangerous skin irritation. Okay, now they found out it's the skin irritation? Bro, you can't be... I can't believe I just nutted in her and now I'm like, I need to test you. For what, a pregnancy test? It's cozy, more than I expected. Thanks for letting me in. Thought I might end up on the streets before dawn. And you, how do you feel? I'm fine. Survival is what's more important. I like that attitude, looks good on you, but don't bottle it up, okay? Emotions have a nasty way of spilling out right when you want them the least. Don't be too shy to talk to me about it sometime. And if not with me, then someone, anyone. Yeah, it's weird if I ask to see her pits, right? She's gonna think I'm being creepy, right? So everyone listening, Dima's trying to jam all signals to keep things under wraps. They want to hide everything that's going on in the city. They're trying to blame it all on that psycho who killed everyone in the quarantine zone. If you're still in the city, get out. It's not safe. Avoid FEMA patrols. They're lying. They're trying to kill you. Run while you still can? That's not good. Okay, we'll get back to that. Yeah, the doors are fixed. This guy killed everyone but the sus, huz, and cat. Check yourself for the vigilante? What do you mean, for the vigilante what? I've checked my eyes before. It's fine. Fuck, I fucked it up. Wait, are my gums bleeding? Shit, white. Smokers would kill for these. It does feel like my gums are bleeding. I mean, I've already realized that I'm definitely a visitor because of the armpit fungus that the visitor I killed had. I already checked my armpits and then I cleaned it. I have this friend, you see, known each other since we were kids. He had an accident. He was hired to mine something up in the mountains. I don't know what he was up to, and frankly, I don't give a shit. But then he threw his bag out. Couldn't move for days. We worked so hard up in those mountains. That's the seagulls. Mistook his bag. Fine, it was his ass. They mistook his ass for a nest. Sorry about that. It's just the voices in my head. They told me a really funny joke. Yeah, that was funny, man. All right, give me your armpits. The world is engulfed in hellfire and the universe. This is a Redditor, bro. This is the most Redditor ass motherfucker out there. I think I should gat him up. See the bright red rash? I'm growing fingers there, spare ones. Well, I guess we all get what's coming to us eventually. Wait, that was a visitor. It worked. No, it wasn't. What do you mean? The body remained. If you kill a human, the body doesn't stay behind. You didn't get the weird animation? Does the body always stay behind? That was low-key aura unk. I didn't know you had that gamer in you. Thank you. Yeah, if the half body is left, then that's not a that's not a human as a visitor. Killed 3 humans so far? No, I haven't. You only get the cutscene one time, I think. You see a demon escape as a visitor, body stays behind no matter whether you kill a human or a fucking... Fuck. When you kill a human, 3 body bags stay behind. You kill 3 visitors, don't listen to chat. All right. Oh, fuck, I forgot to feed the cat. Fuck. Wait, what the hell is that? Go crack Fine Shit again? Bro, Fine Shit is looking crazy. Oh, I fucked up. She nutted in her sleep, bro. Whole group is dead. Hungry dogs tear at their remains. Spent shells scattered near the bodies. The hunter must have killed them and took trophies. The madness of this world has gone too far. Cultists pile firewood into a huge heap. Are they planning to burn something? Yeah, me. The road stands a crazy man. He holds a gas can and a Molotov cocktail. Is he planning to burn down the whole village? Does he know these people are in quarantine? We need more people. It's the only way to avoid a catastrophe. Where are the people you took? Cut the bullshit. The world's about to end. Keep playing games and we'll take everyone in this house. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I got the cultists or the Fine Shit. I got cultists or the Fine Shit. And I'm not giving up the Fine Shit. What's it gonna take to fix all this? 2 more people? We're not taking everyone you have in there, just 2. We either find a way to eradicate the visitors or we never meet again. I'm not handing over anyone else. Can I even stop? It's like talking to a fucking wall. Here's what's gonna happen if you cooperate. Take everyone, we leave you behind. So we're taking not the Fine Shit! Oh no, brother. Oh no, they took one of the cultists. I'm so cooked. They took the Fine Shit and the cultists. I'm cooked. I'm cooked. It's over. Let us not waste time. How fare my flock? Yeah, they're still alive. Wait, they're all dead? You took our only chance from us. Goodbye. Wait, what? They're not dead? Only one of them, man. I'm back. Try to find that someone I mentioned. No luck, but I went through a few houses. This place is crawling with visitors. Did FEMA give up on this town or just this block? What if they show only 1 or 2 signs? Then you enact justice as swiftly as possible. Visitors feed on the weakness of the soft-hearted. That's how people get killed in their own homes. Since I'm here, tell me, do you know a stocky guy who wears a blue denim jacket? He's got a kid, little girl, not sure how old. His wife, well, fuck the wife. His house burned down, haven't seen him since. Show me you're not one of them. Any part of you will do. You got a gun? Fuck if I care. We'll both go down shooting then. So my eyes are fine and my teeth are not fine. My armpit is fine because I cleaned it. So I'm gonna show the armpit. Wait, how did that grow back? Oh no. You son of a bitch, fuck ass visitor. You thought you could trick me. Time to die, bastard. You hear a madman behind the door spitting furious words with raw aggression. You can only wait, hoping nothing will happen. I didn't do the eyes because I was worried that they might have become red. I mean, I lost fine shit anyways. It's over. I lost fine shit and then I died. Bastard, he got me. And how many more has he slaughtered? How many has he burned? Thought he'd drag it out since I didn't go down easy, but what about the others? He's gone quiet. You should probably check if he actually... Because of scum like you, so many are dead. People like you killed my friend. And people like you will never let anybody live in peace. What the fuck? What, you think no one will fight back? These minds stand by insanity. And now I've lost everything. My fine shit. But you still have something to lose. I'll crush you. I'll drive you deep into the ground. Wait, what? What am I doing? I'll drown everything in your blood. Am I a visitor? I mean, I know I'm a visitor. Every bastard with a weapon in their hands dies today. Every last one. So I became the vigilante? Like, this is what happens. This is what happens when your fine shit gets taken from you. And then you became one and then shot yourself, I think. So there's 10 different endings or something. This is one of them? I'll be playing Dispatch later, but not today. Obviously, I'm fucking 8 hours and 32 minutes in. Some of you are crackheads. You're like, come on, play another game. No, but there's always time tomorrow. But for the time being, it's almost 8 p.m. here in Los Angeles. So that's all I got for the day. And happy Halloween, everybody. Love you all, and I will see you tomorrow. Okay, remember, we got New York coming up, we got DC coming up, we got hella stuff happening. Yeah. Also, we got a war in Venezuela coming up, apparently, which is fucking insane. Anyway, happy Halloween, go trick or treat. Peace, everybody. Love you all. Bye-bye.
There he is again. The sun is streaming. The sun is streaming. There he is again. The sun is streaming. The sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Euger's face. Sudden discord agitprop. Great names take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, and Kanye out your door. The H3 Crowder debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot in DC. There he is again. The sun is streaming. The sun is streaming. There he is again. The sun is streaming. The sun is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin Show chat advice. In all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS React Lord friend gets broken cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, months of streaming in your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me in so many find some meaning through it all. So there he is again. The sun is streaming. A sun is streaming. There he is again. A sun is streaming. A sun is streaming. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute ad is through, but he'll play no pigs so soon. You wait. Say, hey, what can you say? Hey, the 3-minute ad is through, but he'll watch 90 Days soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute ad is through, but he'll debate View with soon. You wait. Sha-ba-da, sha-ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, the 3-minute ad is through,